This is wild, yo. I got notifications. I don't know what's going on. Crazy Carl entered the chat, and then I looked up and it said, warning, this live has been flagged. It said if I don't end my live within 5 minutes, my account could be banned. So I don't know what that means. What's a what's a not? It's a fake notification. Oh, well, how come y'all ain't tell me that? Y'all should have told me it was fake, yo. Yeah, I didn't know that. They just try to get people to end their life. Okay, well, that's my first time seeing it. That's my first time ever seeing that. So now I know. That's wow. How'd they do that though? How do you hack TikTok? Well, hopefully the dude come back. Oh, I don't know. I don't know nothing about technology like that. So we'll see if he come back. I don't know if he follow us or not. If y'all remember the dude's name, can y'all send it to him? Nah, cause I saw it on Josh's live. Somebody said that on Josh's live, and it was somebody else's live. They said that on too. So I just thought it was real. It might be one of them black indigenous people.
Man, what happened? That nigga got away.
Hopefully he come back.
Well, I'm still gonna tell him what I was about to say. So, what he was saying next, what I was gonna say next, was that since he's saying they are lying, y'all got to learn how to follow this logic. Since he's saying that they lied about Jesus, he has to show us the proof that they lied. But his book is making a claim, and he needs to go to actual human history to find it. But he's looking at it and he's like, that don't match. So are you just assuming they lied, or do you have any proof that they lied? Because now we have to determine, what did they lie about? Are they just lying about Jesus? Are they lying about Christianity? Is Josephus lying about James? How much is it a lie? Is it just a lie that Damnius is not the father? Which one's the lie? You see, so they be trying to run from it, but he didn't really read the book. I don't know if anybody caught it. He didn't read it.
I caught that shit.
If
He
y'all
said,
go
Pinky.
read
I was
that,
like, go ahead.
yeah, oh, I'm about to go get it for him right now. Go ahead.
He said, Pinky. I'm like, who you mean? Pliny the Younger? Pliny the Younger don't, to my knowledge, Pliny the Younger don't say Jesus. He says the Christ. That don't mean he necessarily talking about Jesus. So I don't know what that man was talking about. And I don't think Pliny the Younger even really liked Christianity in the first place. I'm pretty sure I got
Yeah, most of them didn't.
you got Pliny the Younger. What's this other dude? Philo.
Philo, yeah, both Philos. There's more than one Philo.
All we know
You got the
about one.
Philo, yeah, the Philo from the one who from the Hellenistic period. And then you have another Philo after him. Who else?
Oh, another. I don't. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me know
Polycarp.
if he come back
Polycarp.
in here. Let me know. I don't think he's coming back. I don't think he was ready. But listen, whenever y'all talk to somebody and you ask them, do they have any historical account for Jesus? And the first thing they run to is Josephus, that means they're not well studied.
Red flag.
They can't use Josephus because Josephus came after Jesus had already passed. So he's not a reliable source. We need a contemporary writing. That means we need somebody from 10 BC to 33 AD writing about this man. And I don't know where they're going to get it from. Because then if they don't use Josephus, they use, what's his name?
Tacitus.
Tacitus. Is that who they use?
They,
I think it's
yep,
Tacitus.
Tacitus. He's too far.
And said,
He's too far.
when is Tacitus is after that, right? He
Yep.
after Jesus, right?
Second century.
Yep. Tacitus is using accounts he heard from people that were basically,
Pliny the Younger too.
yeah,
Pliny the
on
Younger
the scene
is some shit
after
he heard.
Jesus had passed. Oh, I thought, no, that's Philo's first century, right?
No, Philo is BC.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you got you got two. So you got one. You got one that's in AD times, but you have another one that's at BC time.
All right.
Yeah, so yeah,
I
it's
got to
both.
look at which one I got on my phone.
He was the scholar for the Phoenicians. He has the most documented records for the Phoenician belief system. That's where they founded Israel. Remember that Jacob, his name didn't change to Israel. Before Jacob exists, there's already an Israel. So it's like they didn't create that at that time. Israel already exists, along with the sacrifice with the story of Abraham that happens with the Phoenician mythology first. But this nigga did not read no damn Josephus. That's complete crap.
You know, it's sad. I mean, for this person to be this huge of a historical figure, we don't have no historical to contemporary writing. Hell, we're going to keep it 100. We ain't got no contemporary writings for majority of the key players in the book. You ain't got no writings for Abraham, for Moses, for Jesus. Where they at? Hell, you ain't got shit for Solomon. they found some stuff for David. So I think after David, that's when they start finding contemporary writings and shit. And then you just got a period where ain't no kings there. Oh, yeah, Josephus. That's what we still on that. When you go into the writings of Josephus, you gotta look at what they saying, and I think they deem Josephus' writings as pseudepigraphy anyway.
Yeah, I mean the oldest version is actually in Arabic.
We can barely
Like,
hear you. What you say?
oh shit.
Take this off. Mama paid for it, but we were at self checkout, so they never took it off. And if you pull it, the only thing it does is like basically grip it.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna be back in a second. Hold on, y'all.
All right. Yes, well, it's very, very well. We don't have that much information historically about this Jesus cat. Now there is what's his name? Alexander Jannaeus. They say that they got writings stating that Jesus was crucified during his time. And that will put it at what, 40, I think 40 something AD. So that's way past 33. They won't, Lily. They're not gonna wake up. They're gonna die on the sword. That is Jesus stuff. And that's sad. But like a lot of religions, they die off. I don't know if y'all know this, but religions do die off. I don't think the reason why, and because Buck touched on this, because I said this before, we weren't meant to have this book. Remember, the only people who had the book were the people that was preaching it. It was outlawed. They couldn't print it and give it to the people. That came with what the fuck? What is that dude's name? I don't think I think it was somebody before Martin Luther. What is the dude's name? Damn, I forgot dude's name. It might have been Martin Luther. Oh, I got a text. Hold on. Who texted me? Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Lily. Damn, I forgot the dude's name. 'Cause you had Gutenberg, and you had somebody before that. Okay, so I think Martin Luther translated. I'm just spitballing. I think Martin Luther translated a Bible from Greek to English or Latin to English. Let's find out. Yeah, it's just saying he knew Greek, Latin, Hebrew, and he translated it. William Tyndale. I think that's who it is. Let me look him up. I think that's who I'm talking about. Okay. He had a published house in I don't know. I'm looking into it. It says King James version of the Bible grew extensively from William Tyndale's original work and other translations that descended from his one's estimates suggest. But one of them got put to death. Yes, little man. What?
Yeah, that's Tyndale.
Who has the what boy? Who has the best meme? Neil. I don't know what you mean, son. Son, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, okay, so it was William Tyndale. William Tyndale he translated it, and I guess he went to the translation, and I'm guessing he was handing it out to people because remember, the Bible, only people who was reading the Bible, they was giving sermons to the people. The Lorenzo, those are mine. Yeah, I ate y'all snacks. So like I was saying, they the only people who were reading the Bible was the act like the priests, preachers, and stuff that were reading it to the people. The people weren't even allowed to see what was in the book. A lot of these people can't even read at the time, and what they would do is that needs to go in the trash. They would only give you the sermons that they wanted you to hear. They wouldn't read all of the sermons like they do today. When you go to church, they give you the feel good versions of the Bible. They don't give you the nasty, gruesome stuff. So they was picking and choosing. And what he wanted to do, William Tyndale wanted to do, was get the book in the hand of the common man, so everybody could see. And then I think he got put to death for it. Oh boy! So we weren't supposed to have the book. I touched on this. I want to say I'm probably 2 years ago. We weren't supposed to have the book, and the reason why is because look at us today. We're questioning it. They didn't want you to question it. They wanted you to just be a loyal subject. But hey, and that's how it be. Now, if we can go out and just this is just, we can read some literature Yeah, a loyal believer. And we can read some literature and we can actually find out that there was a Jesus. Then I am all for it. But my information has led me because first I thought it was Titus. Is it Titus? Yeah, Titus. I don't think it's him. I don't think it's him. What I think, and this is just my personal belief, is that they idolized one person so much that they turned that man into the version of the Jesus Christ that we have now.
I'm back.
If you line up the similarities between the emperor and Jesus, y'all gonna see what I'm talking about. Can't fake it.
Damn, what was I doing?
And then what?
Josephus.
No, I'm talking about Jesus and Caesar.
I know. I was just trying to remember what I was, the reference I was
Oh,
trying to give him.
you went to go get the book.
No, I already had the book. My daughter came in and was trying to get me to do something, so I just got back. I was trying
Yeah.
to remember where I was at, what I was doing.
She ain't messed the car up, did she?
Nah, that's her third time driving it. She ain't never mess it up. I just be wondering why she don't take her mama car. Like, they just keep trying to take my whip for her.
Bro, I be scared of them people drive my shit.
Yeah,
I,
like I
I,
ain't
wa-
never. My
I was
record is
leaving work
good, nigga.
one day, bro, and I got this little like paint missing on my bumper. I asked my wife, I said, "Did you hear something in my car?" She's like, "Yeah, I did that last week." I'm like, "What the fuck you mean you did that last week?" I said, "You just wasn't gonna tell me you scratched my bumper?" Yo, oh shit. She was like, "It ain't even noticeable." I said, "That ain't even a point." She was like, "Hey, babe, I accidentally scratched." This is what she told me. She said she thought she hit the brake, but she stepped on the gas. I was like, yo, oh shit. It happens. I might be getting a used charger next year after I pay off this truck.
I don't let nobody drive my car.
Yeah, I don't like nobody dropping my too.
She got lucky because she learning. I don't like getting in the way of learning, so I was like, fuck it, gotta do it.
Got an old ass truck, but shit, I still don't want nobody to drive that shit. Yeah, y'all gotta really like take a deep dive into this religion though, and y'all gonna see a lot of the stuff we be talking about. Like, if they look into the works of Josephus, what's that? The complete works of Josephus, right?
Yep,
And you look
that's what
into
I'm in right now.
what he got the complete works of Josephus, and then you got what the War of the Jews? Is that the name of it? That is that in there too?
Yep.
All right. So all
Yeah,
y'all
that's
need
what
to
it's the complete. It's some if some of the books are separated, it has like Josephus, the War of the Jews, the iniquity of the Jews, and all of that shit. Like it's separated, but if you get the complete works, it puts it all in one book.
okay. So that's why y'all need to get the complete works of Josephus. I think it's $33 on Amazon. Let me check.
Oh yeah, Damnius. Okay, here we go. Ananias is another one though. That's what you see how bad that shit is. I'm pointing at Jesus of Damnius, and Ananias is one too.
What Ananias you talking about? Jesus?
There's a yeah,
Ananias? Okay.
it's
Yep.
Jesus of Ananias. Yeah, there's more than one. So I thought I was wrong, and I was right because that's how many in there. Which one of them is the guy from the Bible though? Ananias. Therefore, Ananias was the disposition.
Okay,
But he thought he had now the proper
they got
opportunity to
75
exercise.
sellers. So y'all can get it for as low as $12. The complete works of Josephus.
See, so he assembled the Sanhedrin of judges and brought before them the brother of Jesus, who was called the Christ, whose name was James, and some others for some of his companions. And when he had formed an accusation against them as breakers of the law, he delivered them to be stoned. And this is Anonymous. So I'm not even at Damnius yet. So now we go down here and we got the second source. So that's wait, hold on, that's page. If you got the complete works, that would be page 538. 535 is when it talks about Jesus, the son of Damnius. Then you have Jesus, the son of Gamaliel. That's on page 671 of Josephus, the complete works. See, there's multiple. There's more than one. So it's like, which one are you saying is the Jesus? James is the one that's killed.
Right.
James is the one that gets sacrificed. And if you know anything about the works of, let me see if I got that over here too. What's his name? Robert Eisman. Robert Eisenman. Yeah, if you look at the works of Robert Eisenman, you'll see that Josephus' works actually aligns with the idea that James was the person that was persecuted.
I heard that before. I ain't looked into it though.
Yeah, so James was a really important person. Jesus is this other character that's created, and it's stealing some of the story from James. And that person is documented. It ain't like he's not fake. The James is a real dude. He just didn't do no magical shit. He don't have no magic. He didn't walk on water. He didn't come back from the dead. He just stood up. He was a revolutionary and got whacked. And that was it. So no one cares about that story. They want the Jesus one. He came back and he's going to come back again. And he was God. And so you falling for the damn Kool-Aid. That's the bullshit version of the story. The real version is we stand up and we just get knocked the fuck off. Like, that's what happens still to this day. What's the most likely outcome of a revolution? The one that really get buck and buck the system and shit. Yeah, you gonna get clapped. That's what the fuck happened. Who comes back though? Who the fuck comes back from it? Nobody comes back. It's just the next revolutionary steps up. And that's how they used to see it back then. They knew that I'm going to be a martyr. And then if you see that something is important in my mission enough to put your life on the line, then you would do the same thing. That's what it was. They were never even planning on, at the time that these things are going on, they weren't planning on coming back from the dead and doing it. Like, that was something that was going to be the ultimate truth of the world. They didn't need to put it in the New Testament. The Jews believed that showdown that was going to happen was going to be something that was presented to the whole world, and it was going to be undeniable. You wouldn't have to believe in it. All the nations of the world were going to bow to the new king and confess that he is the Lord God. There's no need for you to write it down in a book. You're just going to see it happen. So that whole Jesus coming back and shit, and he died on the cross and resurrected, like, that's a whole hoax. That's not something that's from their time. If those people were alive today, they'd be like, that's not what the fuck we believe. We believe that we should all stand up and also do the same thing that he did and die Death before dishonor. Like before we go in
Y'all
as
really gotta
slaves.
look into Josephus' works because some scholars are saying that the resurrection and Jesus getting spirit, in the spirit destiny, all that shit comes from Josephus. This is what they're saying. That shit wasn't in the original writing. And it was put in there because Josephus had friends. I think well, one or two of them might have been on the cross, and then he petitioned for the leader to take them off the cross, and he did. And I think was it out of the three friends, only one of them survived or some shit.
Right.
Because when you
Yeah, the
go
two
into the earlier versions,
the
go ahead.
other two had died. The other two had died. And they just assumed everybody was dead. But they were taking them down. They thought they were too late, but one of them had survived. They didn't all die at the same time. But since most of them were dead, they just assumed that dude was dead. So then when you see him again, that did create that illusion like, oh, dude, this dude's still alive. The same thing happens with Yosef ben Zakkai. He faked his death and pretended like he was dead, and then they seen him again and thought he was a Messiah. Like that has happened multiple times throughout the story, but none of them were a son of God. It was no magical shit that had happened. It's all explained within their story.
I gotta look at. Don't let these people fool y'all. They
And
always think
Josephus said, he said that that's what he believed multiple times. Multiple times in his book, he said, that's what I believe, or this is what this person believed. He's not even saying it's a fact, so you can't even use it as a like a source to prove the Bible when they're speculating themselves.
y'all see it. They see it. They don't want to see it. The believers just they want it to be true, so they overlook certain shit. And they just Josephus, 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 Josephus. Everybody that we talk to reference Josephus. All the Bible believers we talk to, like when we tell them to prove Jesus was a historical person, they go to Josephus. They run to him. I'm like, yo, you shouldn't do that. Give me some Pontius Pilate. Give me some Sanhedrin. Where's these writings at about this Jesus cat? You don't see it. You see it in Josephus's writing. As you had Pontius Pilate and somebody else. I forgot who it was. Because Pontius Pilate had he talked to Jesus. Then he sent Jesus to go near. No, it was what is his name? What the fuck is his name? It'll hit me in a moment. Hold on, y'all.
Who you trying to remember?
Was the dude that was looking to kill him?
Herod.
Herod. Yep. Pontius Pilate sent Jesus. This is in Josephus' writing. He sent him to go see Herod, and Herod sent him back. Yo. But it's not the same Herod, though.
Right, but either way, that's the son.
Yeah.
You can't he's trying to get the hell away. This nigga running to other towns, other cities because he's trying to get the hell away from the Herods. The Herods are a whole fucking family of people. So if
Mm-hmm.
any of them find you, they're going to turn your ass in because you're supposed to be destroying their empire. There's a threat out saying that there's this king, this Messiah guy that's out here and he's going to come and destroy us. If any of the Herods catch your ass, they're going to bring you in. And how are you old enough to get sent to him anyway? He's supposed to be looking for you when you a baby, so the timeline is also off. That part don't make no damn sense.
It's
Gotta
just,
use your
it's,
thinking cap.
We were looking, listen, y'all, we was looking through this shit, right? I think me and Mo was on the phone and we was like, 4 BC. I was like, I mean, if they're trying to say he was born 1 AD, and so he can't be because, oh boy, died, what, 4 BC? And then
Yeah,
Mo was like, Mo looked it up and that shit said, what, 6 to 10 BC?
yeah, they moved it.
I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding
Yeah.
me.
So when we catch on, because of course that's not something we like. We didn't come up with it. Somebody was already stating that from doing their research, and we caught that. But by the time we went to go check and see if that person was correct, they already fixed the date. And
Yep.
they moved it up to 6. And then, matter of fact, no, it wasn't 6 to 10. They moved it to 6, and then after that, they moved it to 8.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they moved it to 8, and now they're moving it again to 10 because they're trying to push him back to just BC. I think they want the whole thing in BC because there's more proof. There's more proof of a John. If you go back before, if you try to go into the time where
Yeah,
they
they
say he
trying to line
existed
it up with
in
Simon of
90,
Perea.
right? Those people don't exist. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't. But it's going to be hard for them to do it because they got the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Dead Sea Scrolls are talking about a completely different group of people, and if they pull it back to that time, they're going to match up with the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then people are going to say, "Well, hold on. If the New Testament happened, and you're saying that it was closer to this time, then why don't we just use the Dead Sea Scrolls?" The Dead Sea Scrolls now are not looking like an Old Testament work. It's going to look like it's closer to the New Testament. So that's going to push that storyline up, and it's going to mess up the whole timeline. There's no way to fix it.
The Genesis account and the Dead Sea Scroll, I think you got like different. I think you got like 20 different variations of Genesis, and it depends on what Dead Sea Scrolls like. The authentic shit. I don't think they're gonna be able to use that. And then you got Kip Davis. They're gonna have to shut him up. Then they're gonna have to shut him the fuck up. If
Yeah,
they're trying to do
literally.
what you just said, they're gonna have to shut Kip Davis up because he's breaking down the Dead Sea Scroll and how the King James version of the Bible edited a lot of shit and
Yeah.
it's not lining up.
They don't even, those people were a completely different group that don't even fuck with Christianity. They not even down with that shit. And they already have messiahs. They knew what line their genealogy for the Messiah is different. He's supposed to come from here and go through. No, he's just supposed to come from Levi. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Messiah comes from Levi, and he's just one of many messiahs. It's a different. There's ranks of messiahs, so you can have multiple messiahs, but then there's an ultimate Messiah who comes when everything is just supposed to go down and shit. So he doesn't come and get killed either. You don't kill the Messiah in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Those apocalyptic texts that you find in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Messiah doesn't lose. In our text, he died. Those people, if they was alive, they're gonna be like, what? Y'all got a story where it say he pulled up and y'all killed him? These people would laugh their ass off.
Right?
How you gonna kill the Messiah?
Oh, but I can see them. I can see them doing that shit. They can pull it off. They just gonna have to move a lot of shit around. That means they gonna have to throw out Paul unless they gonna move. They gonna have to move Paul to BC too. I don't see how you gonna do that. So they just gonna say all his letters is fake then,
Most of them are. They ain't really
right? Because
actual.
it went from 7 authentic. I think it's 4 or 3 now.
Yep. Hanging on by a thread.
Bro, this shit. When you think about it, through all the years of them altering, editing, that shit, it can be done. They're gonna have to throw all Paul shit in the trash.
Yeah, they gonna come out with a new mix. They're gonna remix it. They definitely will remix it. They're gonna correct it and make it make sense. That's why people gotta really start researching and see what's going on and know the truth before they switch it. That way you don't fall for the okie doke, and you can help your kids see what's going on too, so that they don't fall for it. Because they will fix it. They're going to fix it just like they have done before. People have questioned things and then they fix it, and then people don't ask that question no more because they have already resolved it. That's why most of them be thinking they got the Holy Spirit. They're like, oh yeah, see, I know this because I know the Holy Spirit. No, you know it because people back then have already questioned it in the 4th century, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th century and shit, and then you corrected it. So now the mistake is not there. So now the explanation is inside the book, and they're gonna do it again. They're gonna update it. As a matter of fact, they're doing it before your eyes. If you just go to Bible Hub and type in any scripture you want, especially the ones people argue about, look at how many different variations of that one passage there is. Then look up that those people who did the translation and why they say that theirs is the most accurate. They all think they have the most accurate translation. You just pick which one you want. I like this one.
And they spell Jesus' name wrong. I think when you get into Latin, they spell his name like 3 different fucking ways. And they're like, there's no way you could have that. You can't spell this man's name 3 different fucking ways in Latin. Now I don't know
That's
if it's in the Latin Vulgate. It might be in there, but I know they spell that shit 3 different fucking ways.
I wouldn't even be surprised.
It's damaging, bro. This whole religion shit is damaging. And our people fell for the okie doke. And then you got some Christians that will agree. They will agree. No, Christianity was brought into Africa. And they still follow the shit. Well, I think
It
that's my
saved
wife.
our lives.
Yeah, that shit is strange. My grandma. Hey, my grandma, she I don't know what my grandma believes in. I know she believes in God. I just don't know, like, what the fuck she is. I don't know if she's a Christian. I thought she was a fucking Mormon for a minute. Yeah, I don't think that's the
My
case. I don't,
grandmother was Muslim, but she didn't push it though. I figured out that she was a Muslim because I just was like, oh, that's probably she would say certain things that Muslims say, and she would share like stuff from Farrakhan and Arabic scriptures and shit like on Facebook and stuff. So I figured it out that she was a Muslim later. Throughout her life, that was after she passed. Like she never pushed it. She never said, "Look, Islam." Nothing. She never ever talked about it. She spoke about shit in the black community and slavery and all of that shit, but she ain't never say nothing about no damn religion. I just figured it out from her little quotes and shit she would share, and then the little things she said when I started listening to when I got out of the Christianity shit and started going into Islam and the more shit. I was like, oh shit, that's what my grandmother was talking about. That's the shit she was saying. But she never talked about Islam. It was just the same knowledge that they had. So that's, I mean, you can still pass knowledge. That's why I be telling people, you ain't got to stop believing what you believe. You just got
yeah.
to use the knowledge that works, and it won't matter what the fuck you believe. When y'all go with this whole Gabriel told Muhammad, and Muhammad told the writers, and the writers told us, and this is all the word of God, and it's perfect, and He created the universe. Now you're going too far.
No, Kenya, we rocking out, man. It's the Mo Sutin show.
What happened?
Now she said I won't let her up. It's just the Mo Sutin show today. Unless somebody want to come in here and push.
Bring one of them niggas that called us out with you, then you can come up.
Yeah, what you mean? Like recently?
I don't care. I'm just tired of like why all the women step up. One of them need to come up. They called us out and then ducked off, and the women come up and get their shit pushed in. Like, what the fuck is that?
Them niggas ain't fucking with me. I'm on David,
I want some coins. Trying to knock some fillings out.
right? Dr. Suitin is in. DDS and shit. Nigga, look on your root canal and fix your shit. I'm never gonna let that shit go. That man said he's gonna pull the rug from underneath us. So hey, until you do that, bro, unless you will come and apologize.
Y'all can't be letting people get away with that type of activity. It'd be stuff. I got the knockout blow for that. The Mofax guy and the suiting guy. I'm gonna pull the rug from under them. You just watch. They all like, yeah, yeah, get that nigga, David, yeah. He agrees to the debate. We give him the date. He has 4 days to prepare. He said he already has the sources. Then he don't pull up. I pull up to
Don't
the live. Hey, what happened, bro? We just finished the presentation. We was up there for like 8 hours. You ain't pull up. You agreed to it. What happened? I just didn't want to go. That's it. I just didn't want to go.
yeah, he was live last night, Lily. He would have got. He gonna get that work. Don't worry. He gonna find something that he think he gonna stump us on. He gonna pull up. Hey guys, guess what? I'm like, all right. Guess what?
I found Noah's Ark in my bathtub.
That man said that shit was in Alaska. We looked at that shit was in like the early night, like
Yeah.
1912.
1912. Yep. The whole first 20 years of the 1900s, there was a whole bunch of hoaxes of people finding Noah's Ark all over the place. He was one of many people that did it. He just switched it up and said, oh, the natives to Alaska found it in Alaska, so it must be over here. His shit was fake. The natives didn't even know what the fuck he was talking about. They went over there and interviewed those people. They never found no goddamn ark. Shit was fake. He was capping and then came out and apologized for it. He said, but does it matter? This is what some of them claim. They said, does it matter if we're lying, if we're doing it for God? That's their excuse. The people who confess, they said, look, we're trying to bring people into the faith. We know that God is real. Y'all agree that God is real and that Noah's Ark is real. So why does it matter if we lied that Noah's Ark is real? If all of these scientists are trying to find it and we just say, hey, we found it. And it's a lie, but doesn't it get all of these atheists and scientific people to believe it? And it saves their lives? And people start agreeing with it. They're like, yeah, you know what? We can lie because we're saving souls. Like, no, nigga, you're just lying. Like, the soul part is fake too. You saving my soul, Noah's Ark. That we need the truth to make the whole damn story real. From the God to all of the people he interacted with. You can't go, well, the Ark may be fake, but I'm gonna lie and say that we really found it to make you believe in a God. No, that means the whole story is not making sense. We can't find not a lick of evidence for people in
Right.
the Old Testament. We get close to evidence of people in the New Testament, but it's still scarce. But we ain't got shit for anybody in the Old Testament that matters. Like you can find Xerxes. He don't fucking matter. So we can find Xerxes. We can't find the people that say they fucked Xerxes up and they were living amongst him and they people wrote text amongst his people and none of them know about it. They have no documentation of the text. But you were over there with those people in Chronicles for a long time. And we don't have no evidence of it. Like, that's not going to work.
I think it's in what they
Yeah, you do, Vanta. DNA ties in as well. You have to apply the knowledge you know to religion. Because if you study the DNA of the people in the Levant, you would see that those people didn't get scattered and people came in and God gave them the land. No, those people remain in that area. They didn't go too far. They traveled around a little bit, but most of those people stayed in that area. And DNA tells that story because the God in the Joshua conquest said he wiped them out. If you wipe them out, why do they still exist there and they still holding their culture that goes before you even get a Joshua conquest and after? Some of them never moved. And DNA helped expose that shit.
right.
She said, let Kenya up. This ain't your
Kenya got
live
it.
Nova. It's not.
Kenya got, she gonna have to bring some people with her that said they was
It's
gonna
not your
pull the plug from
live.
underneath her.
I can't even tell him to do that.
I
He
want the
say what
smoke.
he said what he gonna do. That's what the fuck he gonna do. That's
Look,
what it
but
is.
I'm gonna be 100% with y'all. We got biblical scholarly work. Who that want to play with? Y'all want James C. Valiant, Joshua Bowen, Richard Hess? What do y'all want? What do y'all want to play with? Because I'm pretty sure David ain't read no book on no scholarly work. Robert Price. What do they want? They want what's her name? Um what's her name? Robin Faith Walsh.
Ooh.
Who do they want, bro? I don't know what do they want? What they want to play with?
What it do?
You good now, bro?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, yeah, I had a lot going on, but also just sitting back analyzing stuff too.
Nah,
Analyzing
she
me
want to
every
come
minute.
up here. She got to go get her buddy she kicked it with. I ain't gonna. It ain't nothing personal, but we get tired of talking to the same people all the time. She kicked it with the people that said they're gonna push our shit in. So just go get them real quick. Go get like two of them. Look, this is how you know how real it is, right? I showed a book when God was a woman, right? And I was like, I don't know if she's a biblical scholar. Mo looked her up. He was like, yeah, she a biblical scholar. That, that's how wild it is. We just get books and don't even know if they're biblical scholars, and they turn out to be biblical scholars. They're not ready. Kenneth Humphreys. I mean, what do they? Joshua Bowen. What do they want to play with? Man, oh,
Hey, Rev, Rev. It said they utterly destroyed them. I don't know what text you read, and you might have to go look at the Hebrew or some shit. And the Joshua conquest, he utterly
you talking
destroyed
about
the towns.
entire Tyree, whatever it's called?
He destroyed the Anakites, the Amalekites. Oh, he destroyed a whole bunch of people, but they also destroyed the people of Canaan. Utterly, completely.
What up, Empress? Yeah,
But
she's joining the
even
squad.
even if we give you an invasion, this is the issue. If we give you an invasion of these people and they got destroyed for the most part, we still don't see that in history. That still is not happening at the time. The African held their foothold in that area for a long ass time, and it took a while for them to come over there and take that area over. That area was ran by the Egyptians as well, so there's no way that you couldn't even get. You got to get past Egypt to get to Canaan. You can't just go over there fucking with them. That's their territory.
You said some of them they what left and made deals with and were punished for.
Yeah, that was in the middle though. That wasn't that before he hung them up to dry, facing the sun.
Oh Lord.
When they were mixing and they were basically it was kind of like a treaty thing going on, but they still deceived their well, allegedly deceived their people, and they was worshiping their gods and having relationships with heathens and shit, and they was destroying their people, the Israelites and them, the people they was messing with, the Moabites, all of them. Yeah, so if he destroyed those people utterly, completely, obliterate, depending on which version you read, right? That doesn't make sense. And if he destroyed most of them, it doesn't make sense. None of it is corroborated by actual human history in the Levant area. Those people held their ground because you have to defeat Egypt before you fuck with Canaan. You can't just go fucking with Canaan because Egypt gonna come and fuck you up. You need to fuck up the big brother first. You know the big brother gonna come and knock you out. These people knew not to just attack part of their territory, and that's just training ground. That's not even the army. You just over there messing with an extension of their empire. Those people were directly attacking Egypt at the time, and that timeline still doesn't make any damn sense because we don't have the characters in the story existing at the time that they would have went in there and took over Canaan.
How many
The
cities?
characters don't exist. They're crossing. Joshua would come before Moses.
Right.
If you put him on, if you put it on an actual timeline, Joshua would come before Moses, and they destroyed everybody with an army that came from heaven, and nobody wrote about these people that came down. They're supposed to be these other beings that come down there. The ground, he opens the ground and swallows hundreds of people, and then closes it back up. Angels come down or whatever beings come down and help Joshua destroy multiple nations. He destroyed some of them giant people. He destroyed the regular human beings. He destroyed every. God had to keep the sun up. He said, I'm going to leave the sun shining longer so that you can keep killing all of these people. And
That
none
man
of it is documented.
destroyed over like what 300 cities, 300 towns or some shit, and they find evidence of like two. That's about it. 'Cause when they go into the city of Ai, they don't see no battle. They don't see no destruction. When they go to the main cities where these battles were supposed to be fought, they don't see no destruction, bro. Yeah, but
Okay,
it's
so
fun to believe.
Rev, go to Joshua 11:22. If you go to Joshua 11:22, it tells you the only people who survived. So if it tells you the only people that survived in that region, then throughout that territory where they all stay, where they were, going to war with those people, if their name is not on the list of the only ones that survived, then everybody else is gone.
Yeah, it says none of them was left in the land of the children of Israel. Only Giza and Gath in Ashdod remained. So he wiped them out. Wipe out. Wipe out. Wipe out. Right, man. We're gonna get you right, bro. We're gonna get you right. I don't know. It don't even matter because even if we're gonna say that this Joshua shit happened, the Egyptians still was ruling the land. There ain't no getting around
Yeah, where? Who do you think the Philistines are?
that. Who, me?
Rev. He said they still got a problem with him to this day. To this day. Y'all not listen. The reason why y'all probably don't understand what the hell we saying is because you won't go look. You keep looking at the claim. You have the claim down pat, but you have to go look at the historical record. Canaan is a place that exists and it has history, and the people are there. Their writing is there. They're writing before Moses. The people before Moses even meets Yahweh, the Edomites, the land of Edom, that's a real thing. There's some Edomites that exist. The people of Esau. They
That's
are
crazy.
talking about the God before Moses is talking about the God. So it's like the whole thing is out of whack. It don't even make any sense. How did Moses meet his God and the Edomites already know who it is? Like, he's still saying El Shaddai. They talking about some El Shaddai, and the Edomites already know Yahweh. So God tricked his people and said, well, I'm gonna let you call me El Shaddai, but the person that I hate, I'm going to tell him my real name. And then after Moses comes, I'm going to tell Moses what my real name is. Your forefathers knew me as El Shaddai, but to you, my name is Yahweh. I'm going to tell you what my real name is. They don't know what my name really was. Edomites are descendants of Esau, and God don't fuck with him. So why would the Edomites in real history, in human history, why would they already know about Yahweh before Moses? If we use the biblical timeline, Moses goes up on the mountain and he finds out that his forefathers, El Shaddai, is really this guy Yahweh, but the Edomites already know Yahweh. How
You,
did that
you,
happen?
you want to know how, young Rev? Because when you read your Bible, where does it say God comes from?
He comes from Teman. I am the Lord your God from the land of Teman. And when you look up Teman, that's Edomite territory.
Yep. It's all right, bro. We're going to get you right.
You're
I've
correct.
been
Eastern
Bible
Egypt.
studying my whole life, and I don't know nothing. grew up, grew up in the church, and I don't remember nothing, bro. All that stuff used to go over my head when they used to be naming all them people. I'm like, who are these? Like, did they ever find? You know how they start off in the beginning? They start naming all them people. Have they ever even found any of them people?
Bro, the only thing they have found are characters in the book that are not important. They're not finding the patriarchs.
Okay.
There are no patriarchs. The patriarchs are the important people in the story. Of course, you're going to say Jesus smacked Titus in the face. Yeah, we know Titus exists. He's a regular person. And then God smacked him in the face. But we don't have no proof of the God. We just have Titus sitting there, and he's not important. So if when you write yourself into history, the first thing you need to do, even if you're not even trying to lie, right? The liar who's trying to lie in history, they would need to use what? Real people, correct?
Mm-hmm.
They would have to say they interacted with real people because they're injecting themselves into the reality of the human history. But even in novels, for us to be familiar with a story, when we read it, they have to say, so on a cold night in New York City, the Big Apple, the city of dreams, there was lights flashing. Yeah, I can relate to that because that's an actual place that exists. That's even how you write a story. You need to relate to the reader. I just don't understand how the
Yeah,
hell
that's
we be
fair.
missing this shit. Like, we can find real characters in history, but the ones who have all the magical powers, we can't find them. Because it's a story. The same thing happens when you look at the Spider-Man movie. They use real people, real places, but the ones with the magical powers who can spin web and do all that crazy shit, they really don't exist. But the presidents within the movie exist, right? The cities within the movie exist. The actors that may be famous in the story exist. All of that exists. But the Spider-Man actual character, he's not real. There's nobody shooting web out their fingers, swinging around the city of New York trying to save the president's daughter. But the president and his daughter in New York City are real. Come on, we adults. We don't get how are we not catching on to this?
Yeah.
They wrote themselves in history because their history didn't go back as far as the people they claiming that they're older than. This is facts.
Right?
Don't worry, Rev. We're going to get you right, bro. Come to death row. We leave the light on for you.
He trying to shoot the light out.
Right?
I wonder if he
That
would actually
also
let us run
reminds me of
astray.
boys be tweaking in church where they be speaking in tongues and catching the Holy Ghost and all that. And then I'd be like,
So
bro, where it say where
All
people be doing that in the Bible? Like, it don't it don't never say that. And then people try to give you scriptures and they be like, nah, that's not what that's saying, bro.
right? Was nobody doing that shit.
Like, bro, I was like, I never felt it.
On the,
And then they be like,
you
you're
know,
gonna
and if
feel it
you,
one day.
Bro,
yup,
look,
same shit.
we thought we had a good one. We thought young Phenom was gonna get it. We thought he was gonna turn a new leaf, and that man never came back.
Wait, that don't mean, well, you give up on people too quick. He got his ego. That's just his ego. You really think? Come on, in reality, Susan, he
Uh-huh.
going that you know how damaging that book is, right? That we gave him,
Oh, bro,
and
it's
we
yeah,
only read what we read, like what 4 paragraphs out of it.
yeah, yeah.
He
You
gonna
right.
read the rest of the book, and he just gonna come back and go, "Hey guys, I was completely wrong about all the epistles
Yeah, because
of
he did
Paul."
it
Like,
before. He's came to apologize to us before.
right, but just what to the extent of allegory,
Yeah,
he admitted to allegory in Genesis.
he won't let that shit go, bro. Oh, for real.
He gave us a little bit, just a little bit. But I think it's going
Hey,
to take
you,
him a
you
longer period of time to come back and say, "Oh shit, that's a Greek text that they're sourcing and for Paul's work." Like it's going to take a while. He can't just come out and say that shit.
you
Go
know
ahead, my
y'all
bad.
my favorite. You know y'all my favorite guys on TikTok, man. Hey, listen, man, listen. I love y'all. My wife told me. She said, you need to quit listening to that shit.
We gonna get your ass in trouble.
uh, no, man. Like I said, man. First of all, it's a faith-based religion, bro. So it's not meant to be proven. You know, that's why Jesus said, "Blessed are those who believe and have not seen." Right. So it's a
Right.
faith. It's a faith-based religion. So I can't. I can't prove the existence of God. I can't prove the existence of Jesus. I can't prove the existence of any of the prominent biblical figures like you was talking about earlier, Mo. The ones that count, except for maybe the later ones like uh 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 Paul, Peter, and them. Maybe some of them. But I will just say when they crossed over into Canaan, the issue they ran into with is that they weren't obedient. God told them to kill everything from the men, the women, the children, the dogs, the animals, the everything. But we know from the text that they didn't do it. They didn't do it, so that they made deals with some of those folks. As far as and to answer your question, as far as why do the Edomites have a knowledge of God? We know Moses uh, went into the wilderness and he met Jethro and Jethro already had a knowledge of who God was. Well, it's because they're all cousins. They're all related in a sense. They're all from the same people. They're all from the same family. Moses just falls from that line that the Bible tells us that God chose. He chose the line of Jacob. He didn't choose the line of Ishmael. He didn't choose the line of Esau. He chose the line of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So they hold to Judaism, and the rest of them they just have a knowledge of who God is. So of course their beliefs are going to be similar. That's not strange for me that their beliefs are similar. Yeah. So I just wanted to get on there and say that. Uh, yeah, and then you have to repeat your question again, Mo. The second question.
Yeah, which one? The utterly, where he utterly destroyed them,
Well,
or
I just talked about that when you asked something after that, but I had to run around trying to get my charger and stuff and get to where I could talk to y'all because
He
everybody in
got
my
this.
house
He
asleep.
got to sneak
oh,
away
the
from his wife.
with the writing of the story, where okay, when we don't find patriarchs, right? It shouldn't be too surprising if we're just reading a story. Because when we look at Spider-Man, Spider-Man is a real being. In the show, he's real. But to relate to us outside, because it's not actually real, they used the president's daughter was on a school bus to go to a field trip, but somebody wanted to take her ransom so that they can extort the president to release a terrorist and all this shit. And Spider-Man comes in and swoops in and all. a lot of characters in the story of Spider-Man can be real. Presidents, senators, different food places, and it can be real. The cities can be real, right? But the character is not. It's just being written into the story, and it's using something familiar to human history so that you can allow it to exist in your mind. And the same thing happens in religion, but we so deeply into it, we never consider that. We know it with novels and cartoons and movies and TV shows. But when it comes to this, it's like, no, this story is real. So we just ignore that we can't find none of these characters in history, and they made the biggest impressions in history. Nobody can compete with that. None of our revolutionaries, nobody. None of the people that's their contemporaries can match the amount of presence and the things that they did when someone would see it. They see these things that these people are doing and nobody's documenting it. That's hard to believe. Like, to me, I'm just going to stay at the default and go, well, clearly this person just made that shit up. Because I can find the character you're interacting with, but I can't find you. Every single time, that's what happens. They're interacting with real characters, but we can't find them.
Well, my understanding is that a lot of the first, for instance, I'll just deal with the first 5 books of the Bible because that's attributed to Moses. My understanding that a lot of that is oral history that was recorded later. Uh, so so I do understand that the Israelites in the beginning, they were a nomadic people. So I'm not sure how much they actually recorded. You know what I mean? That a lot of it is just passed down from oral tradition, and then you get to a point where somebody decided to start writing things down. But I will say that, when you talk about Joshua's conquest, uh, uh, as recorded in the Bible, they left a lot of those people there. When you look at that early history of the Israelites, those early books, you always find that the Israelites, man, they always did it halfway. They never did it quite the way they were supposed to do it. So when they were supposed to go in and kill everything, they didn't kill everything. So a lot of those people remain, and and that's why they had so many problems later, according to the biblical text. That's why they had so many problems later with the other gods, the gods of Baal, the gods of this, the gods of that, because
Okay.
they were tasked to
So
go in.
so you agree that God said wipe them out, right?
I agree. I agree with that. God said wipe them
Right, he
out. He
did.
said kill
And
everything.
okay.
Bro, you can't say the
And
K word. You gotta put them on the T.
You can't say what? I didn't hear you, Sue.
The K word.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, he told them to unalive everything. Uh, but we know from reading the accounts that have been
that
recorded
they
in the
didn't do it.
biblical text that they didn't do it.
Okay, so now
Sometimes they were told to destroy everything, like even the silver and the gold, and we know that they kept some of the silver and the gold. They kept some of the goats. They kept, you know what I mean? Like they you always find that the Israelites were always disobedient to a certain point. That they never quite did what they were supposed to do. They always only did it
okay.
to a certain point.
Okay, so here it is. This is we're gonna start at 11, Joshua 11, because I'll put you at 22. But I gotta stop you in a couple places leading up to 22, so you can understand why I'm coming to that conclusion. So in Joshua 11:13, he's saying, "Yet Israel did not burn any of the cities built on their mounds except Hazor, which Joshua burned." Right? Then it says the Israelites carried off for themselves all the plunder and livestock of these cities, but all of the people they put to the sword until they completely destroyed them, not sparing anyone that breathed. As the Lord commanded his servant Moses, so Moses commanded Joshua, and Joshua did it. He left nothing undone of all that the Lord commanded Moses. So he did everything.
You have to continue. You got to continue reading, and then you find in Joshua points where they were disobedient. You find in Judges points where they were disobedient. You find all through the narrative that there were points where they were disobedient, and they you know, the Bible tells us that that God was upset with them. So that's also all through the text. So it may be referring to a certain I don't know if tribe is the first, if tribe is the right terminology, but we find that as they continue to conquer and continue to have success, that was certain groups that they didn't utterly destroy.
Yeah, but
So those
he it says that the land that this is the land, we're already in chapter 11, so this is the land that he's given them. This is the land he's telling them to attack. And this is the land that Moses is not going to see, and Joshua is picking up from where he left off. And he's utterly destroying people. It keeps using this type of language, utterly destroyed. None of them were left. Everybody that had breath. And then it also says everyone except for three different groups. I don't know the exact name, but I got to go back to it.
and I would have to go back to it too because I haven't.
No Anakites were left in Israelite territory, only Gaza, Gath, and Ashad.
So Gaza, that's the Philistine group, Gaza. Uh, I'm just all I'm saying is because I haven't been in Joshua in a long time to where I just remember it verbatim or you know everything that happened, but I just remember that one of the significant things that happened early on is that not everybody got destroyed as they were told to. That they kept falling into the situation where God had told them to destroy
Yeah,
everything
but
and they
but but
didn't.
you gotta understand. So if we have to place ourselves on the land. So if we are in Canaan, we're in Canaan, and all of these places are being destroyed. There's different kings in Canaan. There's different providences in Canaan and all of that shit, outposts and different trade posts and all that shit. Is all of that stuff is in Canaan, and it's telling you he destroyed everything there besides Gaza, which is like you said, the Philistine area. What was the other one? Hazor or some shit like that. It named three places. Those are the only three places that survived out of the whole Canaan. Those were the only ones that were left. Everybody else is
Gaza,
gone.
Gaza, Goth, and Assad.
And so what you're saying is that historically some of those people that the Bible says were completely destroyed. That you're saying that evidence survived that they weren't utterly destroyed. Is that what I'm understanding you
No,
saying?
it's impossible for them to be utterly destroyed because Philistia was set up by the Egyptians. The people of Philistia, Canaan already exists, right? Canaan
Right.
is there. Those people pulled up there and they tried to attack Canaan and they got their asses handed to them. And they tamed those people and said, look, we're going to set up a place for you guys to stay right here along the water. We don't know what happened to you, why you so thirsty to come over here and attack us. But look, we ain't going to completely fuck you up. We're going to let you live. And they named the place Philistia. They gave them their own territory to stay in. So it conveniently names three people that actually exist, but it destroyed other people who are supposedly the Canaanites, the actual people who inhabited that territory before you get these newer places. But if they were destroyed, why do they still exist? We already know the Philistines are a branch of people who broke off from the Greeks that come from the Crete harbor, that area on a water over there. They broke up with those people, drifted off, tried to find their own way, and then ended up coming back around and trying to take over somebody else's territory. They're not Canaanites. Those are foreigners who got set up there. They used to be prisoners, and then they let them go live there, you know, as a like just a peace treaty, I guess, whatever. They weren't a threat. They tamed them, beat them, and then they said, look, y'all can go live over here. So these are people who are not Canaanites that exist. Gaza, Gath, Ashad. These aren't actually Canaanites. The Canaanites are everybody else that got wiped out all through that land, not the people who were in a war. They're prisoners of war, or they're just foreigners that are in that land or off the coast.
What
we
Well, me
still
too.
have the Canaanites. The Canaanite people who he supposedly destroyed are still there. That's not the Philistines.
Again, well, I'd have to look into the history of the Philistines, so I can't answer that question. My understanding was that they were told to kill everybody. First of all, that area that they moved in, the Bible refers to that whole area as the land of Canaan. That whole area. So it doesn't the Bible doesn't get into where those other people come from, because again, when you're dealing with the historical narrative that exists in that Old Testament, it's only the historical narrative as it pertains to the Israelites. So it doesn't talk about where other folks came from. We know that some of the names, we know that, like for instance the Edomites, we know that they came from when we don't know, but the Bible says that they came from Esau. We know that the Ishmaelites, we know that they had an area that was over there, but it doesn't break off into to giving us their history. So I never studied the history of specific peoples over there. But my only thing that I'm saying to you is that I know that now, a lot of the people that they were told to utterly destroy, they didn't utterly destroy, and that brought them problems later. We see David when David comes on the scene, for instance, we see that they're having a lot of problems with the Philistines. We see that uh, uh, they continue to have wars. When you get to after the book of Joshua, when you go into the book of Judges, it starts to really refer to the Philistines and talk about, that's where the story of Samuel comes. We know Deborah had to fight some battles, and these are all people that they were told to utterly destroy, but they didn't. So they ended up having problems with later. So I would have to go. Me personally, I would have to go back and look at the history those said people that you're asking about, because I don't know their
Yeah,
history.
you
I
can go
just know
back to
what
the. If you
I
go
just know
look
what the
up
Bible
the,
says.
you look at the historical record of Ramses, you're gonna find the Philistines. They call them like the Pelestines. The H ain't gonna be there. Some is like the Peliset or Pelopines or some shit like that. It's spelt different, but you're gonna see who it is, and it's gonna give you a reference to it because they connected those people to the same people that they got to be referring to in the Bible. But the problem is, the Philistines are being like they didn't pull up into that area until like between 6 and 800 BCE, and Abraham is already talking to them supposedly back in 2000 BCE. You see what I'm saying? The Philistines don't exist. They didn't even pull up to the land to fight the Egyptians. And it's on their record. When the Philistines pulled up, they fought them. They tamed them, held them prisoner, and then released them and gave them their own territory off the coast of Canaan, in southern Canaan, and Philistia, where they got their name, the Philistines. They're the ones who even named them. Like, that wasn't even their original name. You see what I'm saying? So we have the people who even named them telling you when they met them, when they fought them, how they got their name and how they got their land. And then we have Abraham talking to them at a time where they don't even exist yet. That shows you that the person wrote it later after the Egyptians already had fought with the Philistines.
And
That's 900 years after Abraham exists.
that's what I was saying. That a lot, like for instance, that history that is recorded in the Bible, a lot of that is oral tradition that was recorded later. Like all of it. Moses never talked to Abraham. He's too many generations removed from Abraham. Just according to when you start lining up genealogies and things like that, like Moses is too far removed from Abraham, so he couldn't have, and all the first are attributed to him. So if there's a record of it, if there's a written record of it, it's somebody transcribing oral tradition. So that would be my
But
that
here's
would be my
here's another
argument.
problem. Here's another problem. Moses, they put him at 1200 to 1400 BCE, right? So he is still not supposed to be talking about the Philistines because the Philistines come after him too. That's why I be trying to tell y'all this shit is super cap. The
See, I don't.
Philistines don't even exist from Moses. Abraham, I was just being nice, like that's crazy. But then it even gets worse because Moses, if he's writing down all of this shit, he shouldn't be talking about Philistines because they do not exist yet. They did not attack the Egyptians during Ramses III's ruling for them to become the enemy and to be even called the Philistines after they give them the land of Philistia. It doesn't exist yet. Now the Bible makes the claim. I'll give you that much. It does make the claim, but we should find it in history. That's the issue. We can't. The only thing I give it is Hezekiah. Hezekiah, like he's in there, but the reason why Hezekiah doesn't matter too much is because he's not powerful. He's not like he don't have no magical powers. My bad. He is powerful, but he doesn't have magical powers. So it's like it's really nothing.
Going
It
back
doesn't help him
back
hold too much
to
water because
TV.
it's like, okay, Hezekiah, he was a bad king. Nobody liked him. They felt he turned against God, and they marked him off bad on the king's list. But when it gets to something like somebody obliterating people and the sun staying up, they crossing waters and going into the territories of the Egyptians who have army bases over there and outposts and shit, and they just terrorize everybody. The sun stays out so he can keep killing people. He opens the ground and swallows people up and closes it back up. They turn in brass into snakes. Like there's a lot of stuff going on. A angelic army coming down to help Joshua fight, and we don't see none of this documentation. Then when we actually look at the dates where we try to place Moses and Abraham, they're talking to people that don't exist yet, bro. That's like somebody talking to African Americans in 800 BC. Or no, let me be very specific. So we in 2020. So let's go back. That's like somebody talking about African Americans in
12.
1100 AD.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any damn sense. We don't exist yet. That
Oh,
term does not exist. If somebody's talking about African Americans and they say the text goes back to 1100 AD, you gonna call cap.
well, I'm saying I don't. Well, first, I don't remember Moses ever talking about the Philistines. I don't remember Moses ever talking about them. I remember him talking about the
Mo,
Amorites and the
well,
Amalekites
well,
and
well,
all of the kites.
well, this is
Uh,
why Moses, remember, Moses is the author of the first five books. So by
and I don't.
default, Moses is already talking about the Philistines just as well because he's telling the story of Abraham. How can Moses be talking about the Philistines when he's getting oral tradition? Even if we say he's just getting oral tradition from somebody else, well, how is that person that he's listening to when he wrote it down, which is supposed to be God, if I'm correct? Moses went away with God to write that down. So technically, he's listening to God, and shit, is God lying? They're talking about Philistines before the Philistines existed.
The only thing Moses got from God that he wrote down were the commandments, the Ten Commandments. That's the only thing that the Bible records that Moses got from God to write down, to transcribe. The first time it says that God wrote with his finger in the stone, and it says that
Right.
that when Moses came down from the mountain, he
He
saw that
broke it because he
that
was
they were
mad.
worship right. So that he had to go back up there, and then he transcribed them. He's transcribed the 10 again himself. But it was
Just the
only the
10.
10 Commandments, just the 10 Commandments, just the 10.
Okay, I don't believe that, but off the top of my head, I'm not going to attack with anything yet. But I'm gonna dig into it in a second. But what I want to understand is, so if we saying that orally, this story was just given, so this makes even more sense. So I'll give you God is more correct because he's saying, like, from a divinity standpoint, oh, don't kill, don't steal. He's talking about something important, and then man is over here making up bullshit stories. Is that better?
So okay,
I'm trying to compromise with you.
listen, I'm not, you two, I will never try to convince to ever believe anything that you don't believe.
No, but you're not saying
Because
that's the word of God anyway. You saying the
what
word of God is the Ten Commandments, right?
well, I'm saying that the whole Bible is the word of God. That it's the inspired word of God, to be accurate. That's what Christians believe, that it's the
But
inspired
it says
word
all
of God.
scripture. It said all
All,
scripture.
all scripture,
That's even the
all
stuff they
scripture.
left out.
No, I don't believe the stuff that they left out. Because I just believe that if it was, I just believe, because see, a lot of the stuff that they left out because it wasn't there earlier. So when you get to a lot of those apocrypha texts, those, for instance, I believe the number is 35. It's 35 books that they attribute, that they call apocrypha gospels or whatever.
Oh
Those are
no, hold up. I do remember.
those
He
are
said,
those are
"Here are
books
the
that
things you're to write down and say to the
those
Israelites." Okay, you're technically right. You're technically right. He didn't tell him to write it. He said, "Here are the things that you are to say to the Israelites." So
right, and we
there's
know that
different, right?
we
So we
but
have
the
the
only
Ten
thing that was
Commandments.
written on the only thing that was written after they crossed the Red Sea was the when he went up there on Mount Sinai, was he only came down with the 10 Commandments. Now we know that by the time we get to Deuteronomy, that there's 613 laws and statutes for the Israelites to follow.
Okay, and
That
who did those come from? This is dangerous ground, Rev.
those came from Moses. That's what the Bible attributes them
They
to.
came from Moses.
They came from
So
Moses. So
since and look, this doesn't do anything to my point because I don't think the God exists. That's the danger in the area I'm in. I don't even think the God exists. So when you remove him out the picture and just go, well, Moses wrote that shit, God didn't do. That's what I'm saying. I'm only talking about men anyway. They're sitting here talking about Philistines that don't exist, and now you're saying that God didn't even tell them to write it, but you just
no, no, no.
believe it's the word of God.
Well, I believe that God told him to communicate the law and the statutes to the Israel. I just believe that
He
he
right,
only
but
came
he did
down
he.
with the ten commandments were written on stone. At least that's what the Bible says. The Bible says he only came down with 10 commandments. And the 10 Commandments were, the 10. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not blah, 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 blah. Sorry about that word. I keep forgetting. I got to still get used to being on TikTok Live. Thou shalt not unallow whatever, bear false witness, keep God first, all of those things. That he came down from the mountain with those 10. But by the time we get to Deuteronomy, there's a total of 613 laws and statutes. But we know from watching the life of Moses that Moses was in continuous uh, uh, was in continuous communication with God. So that's what I believe, and that's what the Bible records, that he was in continuous communication with God, that he would continue to go up on the mountain and he would continue to go down. At one point, it even says that he would hide his face because he would have this glow on him that he didn't want the people to see. That he didn't want the people to see, so he would cover his face every time he came down from the mountain because he would have this glory on him. That's what the Bible calls it, this glory on him. But that's just what I'm saying, that number one, that I don't remember in the Pentateuch where Moses ever talks about the Philistines. I believe that that's a term
Okay,
that comes
so
later.
hold on. Where do you think Abraham's story exists at?
So Abraham's story only exists in Genesis, in the book of
Right.
Genesis.
And who wrote Genesis?
That book's attributed to Moses, the first book of the
That's what
Bible.
I'm saying. So Moses is writing a story in his time. And even in his time, from 1200 to 1400 BCE, the Philistines don't exist. But he's writing a story about Abraham that exists in 2000 to 2400 BCE. And the Philistines definitely don't exist back then. They don't even exist in Moses' time. So that's what I'm saying. If he's the author, he can't talk about the people in the story in the past knowing the Philistines because he don't even know them. They don't
So you're
exist yet.
So you're saying that the Philistines are mentioned in the book of Genesis?
Yes. Abraham talks to the Philistines. In the book of Genesis, it's crazy as shit because they don't exist. That's why this shit is so wild to even, and the people that I learned, I didn't figure it out myself. I'm not taking credit for it. Biblical scholars, the people who still believe it, are the ones who exposed that. They exposed it. This doesn't even come from atheists and skeptics. It's biblical scholars, the people who still believe it and have churches and teach all over the world. They're just being honest about it. That makes no sense. But the way they look at it, they're saying we just need to figure out a different way to teach it. We don't even have to teach it from a historical point because, like you said, it's a belief. It's not something that's supposed to be proven in the first place. It's just a belief. But I don't know why people are trying to say that this is historical or this is actually real because this goes back to the 1700s when they discovered that these dates didn't line up. So it's like this is a brand new thing where it's like, oh, I could prove to you that my belief is real. Well, then it wouldn't be a belief. And somebody before us, not saying that we can't discover new things, because there's some things I've discovered in credit of the Bible and shit, but at this point, like people have already ran through the Exodus. Those are the key points. It's like Genesis, the Garden of Eden, Exodus. What else you got? Babylonia, everything that happened in Babylonia, the development of Judaism coming out of Yahwism. Those are key points when you get Josiah and Hezekiah, Zechariah, all of them. Those are key points in the story. When they're interacting with Xerxes and shit like that, the Philistines with the giants and all of these are key moments in history. So they went directly to these areas to try to find a documentation. And sometimes they find out that these people they were never invaded, defeated, or wiped out or anything. It's not just Canaan. There's other people that the book claims to wipe out and they just sitting there chilling. They not gone. The same way we got the people over here saying, yeah, the Mayans, they tricked us. Those people are still there. Like we see it happen before our faces. People be trying to delete people who still exist right here in front of us. But because they not in those temples and I guess guarding those grave sites and shit no more, that like people think that it's fake. Like these people still exist. They here and we can't say their story is fake because we got this book that was written way after by their enemies.
Well, I have to. Like I said, that's the first time. That's like I said, that's the first time I've really heard that. So I have to go back and look. But I have an answer for you though soon. I sure will,
Well,
brother.
it's the reason why it's complicated, Rev, is because when you think about Abraham, you place Abraham by himself on a timeline, and we forget that Moses is the writer. So Moses, since he's writing, it's not necessarily the person Abraham, it's the writer who's talking about Abraham and something that's going on in the past, 900 years before. But if something didn't happen 900 years, if something didn't happen in your time, then it definitely didn't happen 900 years before.
Well,
But
and
it
it,
does seem
and
like it's separate. It took me a while to catch it too. I was like, well, Moses is different. I used to say the same shit. Abraham is over here. You over here talking about Moses. He's over here. But Moses is the writer. So now we're stuck. We're stuck with him writing on the paper.
it,
Like there is no
it,
actual Abraham. It's just Moses writing about Abraham. So now he has to explain how he knows about Philistines and they don't exist in his time.
and then it could be that the the text that survived today, it could be that it was transcribed even later after Moses. So they're referring to the people of a specific area, and they're referencing them in the time of their day. Does that make sense? And again, I haven't looked at that. I
Yeah.
haven't ever looked at that. So that's something that I have to go back and look at. But I'll have to go back and look at that. But I'm just saying it could be that as well. That maybe the 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 text that survived uh to I don't want to say modern history because again it's 2000
Yeah, I
2000
get what
years
you're saying.
Christ but but it could be that the scribes who were
They
scribing
were
what
trying to make
Moses
it relate
supposedly
to
I
that
mean, right,
time,
right,
right? And
right. So the
and they would
so the
have to because they didn't have the ability to write yet, which makes it more illogical because God had to leave it orally because the Egyptians didn't come out with the papyrus yet. You see what I was like? It could have been
okay,
written at the time of Abraham. It was just orally because the Egyptians didn't create the paper. That don't
right.
make sense. God could have created the paper. He's the one that creates writing. He's the one that writes first, right? It's pun intended. That should be the case. But how does God have to wait and let everybody teach things orally because the Egyptians didn't make paper yet?
Well, he's all, but you know, God in a sense has always left man to his own devices.
Come on, bro,
Like,
man. I'm
oh,
trying to
well, I
wake
mean,
your ass up, bro.
no, 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 no,
You're not trying to
that,
wake up.
well,
Get
that
up, nigga. Wake
whether
up.
whether 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 you agree with the religion or not, just based on when I look at what goes on in the world, God has always left man to his own devices. Like
No,
he
he
knew it was hard to
interfered the
hold.
whole time.
Hold
Yep.
on. Listen, what I'm saying is like he knew that he knew that it was faster to travel by horse, but man still had to learn husbandry, right? They still had to learn how to tame animals. They still had to learn, right? They still had to learn all these things. So it's not like God just did everything for man. It's not like there's no example in the Bible. At least the biblical God has never did everything for man. He has let man discover stuff. He has let man fail. He has let man succeed. He's always left man to their own devices. So I'm just saying like yeah, like so that's not a, when you say well he could have created paper, yeah, well he could have created steamships, but he didn't,
Okay,
right?
well, let's go back into let's go back let's go back into the logic though. This theme. Look, who wrote before Moses then? Is there anybody writing anything down before that instance where he goes up and it's talking about God writing with his finger? Is somebody else writing? The
I believe
Midianites,
I
the
believe the Egyptians
Moabites?
were writing.
No, but no, according to the text. Of course, we know they writing. They writing before Adam and Eve. But I'm talking about
Well,
in the Bible. Who's
well,
writing in the Bible before Moses?
apparently, well, nobody. If he wrote the first five books of the Bible, I'm assuming nobody. I would have to
But
assume nobody was nobody from Israel was writing anything until Moses decided to transcribe whatever he transcribed. Uh, even some of the Psalms are attributed to Moses. A lot of people don't know that. I think David wrote that whole book, but even some of the Psalms they attribute to Moses. Even some of the Psalms are older than what they are. Perfect example is like Job. Job exists outside
yeah, Job is the
of the
oldest book
Hebrew.
in the Bible.
Right. So
Yeah.
again, so that's what I'm going with. Like is I'm I'm sure that I'm sure that he's not the first writer, but maybe he's the first one to actually organize Israelite thought to be transcribed. Because before this, they're nomadic people. They have no nation. They're literally like one family walking around the desert, and then they get to Egypt, and then they spend 400 years in bondage in Egypt, and then they make that mass exodus, and now the first five books of the Bible is really just nation building. Really, well, one, let me see, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges. So the first seven books of the Bible are all nation. It's all nation building, and then you don't get the first king until the book of First King, which is Saul. So I mean, it's all nation building. So you have this nomadic people who don't have a nation becoming a nation in the first seven books of the Bible,
Right. And
so
they're nomadic. They're wandering around. They're interacting with people that do exist, but they're not telling the truth. They are wandering around around from one person to the next. Some of them they're getting kicked out of the land. Some of them they kind of beat the people up a little bit. Some of them they amalgamate, but their story that they ended up with was not true. Their records do not. You mean to tell me that only these people involved in this text told the truth about what happened in history, and everybody else is wrong?
No, I don't believe that. I believe that was that people writing their history as they perceived it. Uh, I like we're Christians. We don't. Most of us don't get into actual digging into all of those peoples. We kind of look at the lessons and the even like when you get to the Ten Commandments, it really just tells you how to interact with people and how to interact with God. And from the Old
Bro,
Testament, we see
are
how
you
God deals with people.
a psychopath or something?
Am I a psychopath?
Yeah, a psychopath, a sociopath, or like what?
Well, I would hope not. I would hope I
Right.
got
Well,
some sense.
I don't think so either. I could be wrong. What? You don't need that shit. You
Well, I
know what you doing,
well
bro.
me
You sound like the type, right? That you kind of a realist. I don't know how you became religious because you can, if you able to sit
because
here
I
and keep having a conversation with us and you still ain't getting out of pocket. You know how to keep your cool, how to deal with reality, and
Hold
understand
on,
that
wait.
this
And
is.
I gotta tell you something, Mo. It wasn't always
Go ahead.
like that. Me and him used to go back and forth at work, and that shit got heated.
Yeah, but I mean, it do get heated. But I'm saying he's not losing his cool to the point where it's like the whole shit is awkward and we just ain't fucking with each other. Like it ain't to that point.
No, he
We can
never
still have
did.
a,
He never got like that though.
yeah, we can still do it. So
I
so
love
that
my
I'm
people, so I'm like I've always told Susan, Marcus Garvey is one of my favorite people in history, and one of the things I always point out that he says is he tells black people leave your religion at the door, let's nation build. So I needed it. Whether you know it or not, I needed the Bible. I really did. I really did. It did a lot. It did a lot, and it's still doing a lot for my life. It keeps me grounded. Now, some other people may be able to live their life, and they don't. They can live their life in the abstract, and they don't need a God, and they don't need a goal post in a direction to follow. But I do, because I'll get lost out here.
I do too, bro. Listen, I bet you if you could quote me something and say like, would you agree with this? I bet you everybody, including Suiton and everybody in the live, would agree with it if it's righteous and it's something that seems like a good principle or moral, right? We would agree with it. It don't matter what book it came from. We just talking about the lies that are being spewed and it's fucking up history. Like it's unfair. Like we're
It's
not
not a
even
his.
allowed to learn. We're not even allowed to learn the truth because like you can have the principles and the things, the wisdom and stuff that helps you become a better person and put good thoughts in your head and gives you a better outlook of life and more confidence and hope and all of that. But we don't have to lie about history for that. You can say that Abraham did not speak to the Philistines and still keep all your morals. I don't know why they lied about it. Maybe they were stealing land from somebody or they got into their ego or something. They're maniacs or megalomaniacs or narcissists or whatever the fuck. Or they're psychopaths and sociopaths. Who knows? But you don't have to get rid of your morals and principles and everything that helped you out because they lied and said Abraham talked to the Philistines that didn't even exist yet.
And again, like
They just lied. We caught them in a lie.
for me myself, this is my first time even hearing that. That's the first time that's ever even been brought to my attention. Because I don't get caught up in all the people that they were destroying, in the names of them, because really it's too many to remember. Like it's so many different names that they got. I can't remember Amalekites and Amorites and Hezekites, and like I don't like, even when you go to church they laugh about it. Like they just call them the ites. You know what I mean? Because it's a lot of names to remember. I just remember the principles that's going on, and what we learn from the Old Testament is we see how God deals with His people, how He interacts with His people, and we see that yeah, God is a jealous God. We see that God is a loving God. We see that God demands righteousness. We see that God demands obedience, and that's what the Christians focus on. That's what the Jews, or the people that practice Judaism, that's what they focus on. I don't think that most believers get caught up in the history, because we're looking for the lesson. I don't need the
Right.
I don't need necessarily
That's
the
what I'm
history.
saying.
I
So
just need
like,
the lesson.
so you gonna get on your game. You gonna be out teaching people like, look, we just need to focus on the lessons and the wisdom, man.
What
Why are they
what I
coming at us like we capping about what's going on in history? You don't even need it. We don't need Abraham to talk to no Philistines to know that we shouldn't steal and we shouldn't kill and we should love our neighbor. We don't need it. That can open up another avenue for us to learn things in history, and people wouldn't be so distracted. Like we literally have children learning history that they think is fake just to get a good grade when their family is like deeply rooted in the Christian religion, the Christian doctrine, and they think that, well, this is the real story of what happened with the Philistines and everything that happened in Canaan and the Levant area around the Mediterranean and southern like they think like that's real. But I'm in school and these people are all deceived about history because the devil is confusing the world, so I gotta tell this story on the paper and write a paper about it just to get a good grade, but it's fake. When it's actually real history. That's the real history, and they think the one in the Bible is real. But it doesn't mean that since Abraham didn't talk to the Philistines that you got to go rob people and sleep with your brother's wife and unalive people. Like, it don't mean that. It just means that you caught man in his lie. You don't even have to leave the God alone, because we didn't see God tell Moses to write any of that shit. We didn't even see Moses write it. So we don't need that, but we can all agree on righteous things and then let that door stay open for people to study history and what's going on in that area. And if it doesn't line up, it don't line up. Now, if you think we're going to find a stone that says God actually said you should steal from people, and we just going to believe it just because the historians went to Canaan or went to the area where Moses was and they found the tablet and it says, you shall steal from people, you shall unalive people. You think we're going to follow it? No, we're going to say, I don't care who wrote that or if it matches the Bible timeline. That's cap, because we all agree on principles to the point it's in
Well,
our laws.
but you have to remember that this book has been around for a while. Like, even when you go to the Old Testament, it's been around for a while. So we can't say what's common sense today was common sense 6,000 years ago. You know what I mean? Because 6,000 years ago, people was taking babies to the altar to sacrifice, and today we would say that was horrible. But 6,000 years ago, in some society, they're gonna say that, well, that's normal operations. You don't even
Shit.
got to go back. You don't even
You're
got to
going to
go
have
back
to
six
see,
thousand years
man,
ago.
you're going to have to show me who.
Well, for instance, if you go, if you don't, like, again, like, you don't even have to go back 6,000 years ago. Go back to the Aztecs. We know that they practice human sacrifice. We
Yeah,
would say
and
that that's
people, and
atrocity
that's
today.
the Aztecs got their ass kicked for those practices.
But it was at one point, it was, what I'm saying is, at one point that was common. That was the normal.
It was
It it
common that
it
the
it, it, it,
Aztec that
it
some no hold on. It was common that some of the Aztec people practiced that and they were powerful, but the people still didn't agree with it. They spoke against it. They didn't agree with that shit.
but
It
how
was
long did
those
it?
people were just in power.
But how long? My question would then, because I don't know their history. I just know that that's some of the stuff they did. My question would be, well, how long did it come before somebody said, "Hey, that ain't right"?
Well, I don't
Right?
know the inception. I don't know how long it was, but I know from what I've studied with the Aztecs and even the Olmecs, there was bloodletting and sacrifices, but they weren't like we think that it was the whole civilization that was in agreement with it. There's people who ran away and escaped and went off into the woods somewhere and starved and shit. Like, people were trying to get the hell away from that shit. They didn't agree with it. They were just
But
very powerful people. The
But
same
what
thing happened to our people. We didn't commit all the crimes they say we committed. They just wanted to see us in an electric chair. We didn't really do it. They just was putting on a show. Like, oh, look, you slept with my wife and grab you
No,
and do,
nigga.
and they was putting on a show. They were just in power. We didn't
I just
agree with it though.
all I'm saying
Our
is
babies
I
were
can't
tossed to
I can't just
alligators. You
I
think
can't just
what,
say I
wasn't it
can't
common
just
for them to toss us to alligators in the
Yep.
South?
oh yeah, oh no
Right,
question, they
but
was
we didn't
wicked.
agree with it. They were just in power.
But
Same
I'm
thing.
just saying that I'm just saying that for some societies, especially the further you go back, like that's just their normal practices. Like when you look at, for instance, let's pull up Sparta. It was normal that if they have a deformed baby, a baby with a deformity, take them to the cliff and throw him or her over the cliff. That was their society. That was normal for their society.
But they
That
were,
hey,
but
you got this baby that look messed up.
Sparta was an army, unfortunately, that was controlled by our people of people of a foreign land. They were prisoners at first, and we turned them into warriors. So that don't really count because they weren't really a civilization. Those were people. They were powerful. They grew in ranks and shit, but they started off with us just kind of making them. I know our people are not gonna like it, but that's what we did. We used them as muscle. So that was common for them. That wasn't a common. You couldn't just do that shit to anybody because some people who were melanated at the time had power. So that's what they did.
But I'm just saying for the civilization of Sparta, though, the Sparta that I learned about, that was normal for them. That was their practice. That was normal. So that's all I'm saying is we can't
It's
transcribe today's values on nations that existed thousands of years ago because they'll never all the way match
we
up.
we
They'll,
can't. You're correct. You're correct. We shouldn't do that because that's how people thought the people of Sparta. Remember when that shit came out and they was like, "Oh no, the Spartans are actually black," and we jumped too quick, and then we found that we actually had those people. The Spartans were people of other nations that weren't melanated like us, and we were connected to them, but they were just our military, basically. They was like a branch of our military. But still, my point is,
See, I
you're
didn't even
correct
know
with
that. I just learned
humans.
that today, so
Yeah,
I didn't even know
yep,
that. So
that's how it is. I mean, we gotta be honest about it. But you're right about it. Humans do make that mistake. But we're talking about the word of God. That's where it completely separates it. Humans shouldn't be doing that because we got to study more and make sure we're careful because there's different time periods. But this is the God that has prophets that are filled with the Holy Spirit or filled with the power. He's telling them, directing them. He's writing some of the shit down himself. He's telling them what to say. He's leading. He's sending angels down to talk to him. Like this shouldn't be the same. If it's just man over here making his mistakes, and then a God over here, we should look at these texts and we should see things that God is correcting in human history. We're looking at things that humans are correcting in God's word and finding out that it's not actually history at all. That's backwards. But to me, I'm not really trying to blame it on no God because I'm literal. I'm a realist. It's just man. Man is making you think that a God wrote it. So now when you see a mistake, you kind of like don't want to say that God made a mistake. But God never wrote anything. Like this is a man who convinced you of it. And that's why it's hard to accept some shit because if it happened in Islam, if we see this mistake in Islam, we're gonna catch that. How the hell you writing this book in Latin and it's supposed to come around when the Arabic language is written? Like you gonna catch that shit and call it out. The dates don't match up. The Arabic language don't exist and it's written. It's in
Yep.
Italian, and this is leading back to the wrong people. Like how that makes sense? A Christian would say that shit quick to a Muslim. But then if it's something that don't make sense in their text and the timeline don't make sense and the people ain't supposed to meet yet or the language ain't lining up, then it's like, well, and then we make an excuse. You don't have to go steal from nobody, Rev. You don't need to abandon your morals
well, I
to
mean,
correct human history.
but it's a reason. It's a reason why they make laws. So they obviously make laws because somebody don't know that's right. cause somebody doing it. So they gotta make a law to say, hey, that ain't right. You can't do that. That's why they make a law about it. So now you know, hey, listen, in our society, that don't fly. You can't do that. And so that's all I'm saying is again, I never looked at that. So I got to go back. I'll go back and look at that, and I'll tell you what all the scholars say and what they say about it, because I don't know. I haven't. I again, I didn't even look at that. I didn't even look at the histories of all those groups of peoples. All I know is when I look at the Old Testament, I just know that those Israelites was a hard head, stiff necked people that did not ever do what they were supposed to do according to the God that they supposedly worshipped and adored or whatever. That they always got away. They always got away from them. You know what I mean? So that's how I read the text, because I don't read the text from a point where I'm trying to. It's not a history book for me. It's, you know what I mean? I don't look at it as a history book. It's a book that tell me how to live. It's a book that shows me how to live, and it's a book that gives me my morals. It's a book that that shows me how I'm supposed to treat people, and how people are supposed to treat me. That's how I look at that book. So I don't look at that book to know history. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a history book for me. It may be a
Yeah.
history book to a person who's not religious, or a person who is just you know, to a person who doesn't believe, it may be something else. But to a person who believes, it's not a history book. It
I would disagree because not because of what you saying, because that's literally what it is. I thought you thought it was a history book. I ain't gonna cap, but most people do think it's a history book. I don't know if you teach, right?
I I teach, but if you go to church, they teach the lessons, Mo. That's what they're teaching.
But I'm saying, Rev, hold on, hold
You
on, hold on,
never
hold on. Wait,
go
wait, wait,
ahead,
wait. If you teach,
go ahead.
do you think everybody that you teaching, or when you know, and you got a congregation, you got a group of people that's listening to you, do you think they think it's a history book?
No, I don't. I really don't.
All of
I
them?
really don't. I'm not saying I can never say all, but I would say the majority of people that are active, that are active in their religion, that know it's not a history book. It's not. It's really not. It's a book of faith. It's a book that we go to that it's our book that tells us how to live. That's exactly what it is. It's our book that tells us how to live, how to operate on earth to be in right standing with God. That's what that book is for
Okay, so
Christians.
what's the
It's not a
mission?
history book.
What is
That's
the mission?
interesting. I didn't know that.
You say, what is the mission for a Christian?
Yes.
The mission for a Christian is to chase righteousness, to chase the Jesus attributes, to be like Christ. That's the mission of a Christian.
So it's not to spread the word.
Well, that's a part of it. We were told to spread the word, but individually, for the individual,
Uh
that
huh.
book tells us how to live like Jesus. You got to understand what, for a Christian, not for a Hebrew or a Muslim, but for a Christian, our whole goal is to look like Jesus, to not look like him, but to live like him, to be perfect as he was perfect.
But he wasn't
That
perfect though.
Well, Jesus was perfect. Jesus never committed a sin. He never sinned, not
Man, he
one
put
time.
people on a T. What you talking about?
He did what?
He put people on a T.
On a Say that again.
Jesus put people on a T.
On a T.
Yeah, the T-shirt.
What do you mean by that? You got to explain that. You lost me. I'm lost now. What are you
He
talking
said it.
about?
Come on, bro.
It's a different word for the K word.
He unalived
Oh,
them. He put them on a T-shirt.
who did he unalive?
His teacher, a kid.
That's not in the Bible, bro.
I
So
Anymore.
didn't think it was.
that's not in the Bible. So
Yeah, I mean they took it out his story
I don't
because
believe that.
they took
I
it.
don't believe he did that.
You wouldn't.
I,
You why the fuck would you believe that?
well, but I'm gonna tell you why I don't believe that, because when you get to talking about those apocryphal gospels, a lot of those don't show up to the third and fourth century. They
And
don't
guess
exist
how
for the first.
old and guess how old the
Oh,
oldest
shit.
manuscripts of the Bible are.
The oldest manuscripts of the Bible is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Well,
And it's
not the
from
old
what time?
of the New Testament. It's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And
Yeah, but
my
we're talking
understanding
about
and what
we're
and
still talking about Jesus. So what's
so
the
talking
oldest?
so talking about Jesus, Jesus exists in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So if you're going by uh
Third and
what
fourth
all of the
century.
scholars say, when those books were written in from between AD 60 and AD 95.
Yes. And why do they say that? We just went over it. What happened with Abraham when he was talking to the Philistines when we tried to find it in history? The Philistines don't exist yet. So someone from an earlier time was writing the past and using things that they knew from that time. The same thing happened with the New Testament.
So
They're
I'll give you
telling
the
you they're
context.
telling you that because the people that they mention, like when they mention Theophilus or they mention Pontius Pilate, they're saying the names of characters that exist at the time, but it doesn't mean that the story was actually written at that time.
But
That's how they
that's
date it. The actual manuscript is from the third, fourth, and fifth century
Yep.
of the New Testament. It's the same thing. The church was in so much control at the time. They was like, that's pseudepigrapha because it comes from the third century. And nobody knew that the scholars were dating it according to the story that was told about a character. If it's mentioned, then it must be from 50 AD and 30 AD and 10 AD or 5 BCE when he was born. They're using assumptions from the story. If you're talking about Herod the Great, the father of the sons of Herod, then it must be over here at 4 BCE or before because that's when he died, right? That's an assumption. The actual manuscript that was written only goes back to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th century. Actually, I'm saying that wrong. It's the 4th, 5th, and 6th century because I'm looking at
That's some of them put it
but
3.
300 AD is actually the 4th century. So I said that wrong. My bad. It's the 4th, 5th, and 6th century. So some of the
but
pseudepigrapha texts that people are talking about shouldn't be in the Bible is older than the Bible text of the
but
New
some of
Testament
but these texts aren't in any of the biblical texts.
because
They're
they
not in.
rejected them
They're,
because it
they're
made
not
him
even.
look bad.
So, for instance, like when you get the Coptic Bible, they have the Book of Enoch. They have the Book of Enoch. So I'll and then Enoch is quoted in the New Testament. The the first book of Enoch is quoted in the New Testament. So I'll give that some credence. But nobody else refers to any of these. Nobody else teaches from any of these books. Nobody else teaches from these books.
Because they already agreed that they were trying to make Jesus a perfect person. He can't kill anybody in the story. He's perfect. You got to take it out. If God
What?
was the only person who was in the beginning with the creation, then you have to take out all these other beings that are there talking about they're helping create people and helping the human and all this. You got to get them out of there. That's why you got to get rid of Enoch. You got to get rid of the first book of Adam and Eve. You got to get rid of Baalzebub, all of his stories. You got to get rid of it because it's just supposed to be God by himself in the beginning. And then he makes the earth and all of this stuff. He goes through the days and all that. If they wanted to fit that narrative where it leads up to this guy coming through to save humanity, and he's perfect and he never did anything, you have to remove all of that when you're building the Bible. The Bible's being built. It wasn't though. There's more text. They just said we're not taking that one. We're not taking that one. They built the story.
You know this dude in the chat?
Who?
I don't know this dude.
What? Craig?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been ignoring the chat because they been calling me all kind of names. That's all right. Because again, like I don't know. For me, Jesus is
He
perfect.
good.
He
He
the,
can
he
come
the
up too.
perfect he the
He
perfect
ain't got enough.
example of he the perfect example. And again, like when I look at, well, I always tell you guys, when I look at the Christian doctrine, I don't see anything in there that's detrimental to man. When I love your neighbor, as you do to others, as you would do unto yourself, and then the whole ideal of Jesus is a propitiation. Is the idea of Jesus that God loved you so much that He would do anything to get you back in right standing with Him. Like that is the gospel. That's the gospel. That 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 you asked me a long time ago. Why did I choose
Okay,
Christianity? I'm
I
gonna
gotta
tell
block
you
this
because
dude, bro.
when I was when I was
Why?
sitting in when I was sitting in
He
prison
talking about your
and I'm
brother.
and I'm
What?
listening to the
So wait, but
Muslims try to
hold
get
on. Rev, my bad. Why would I have to? Why we got? I mean, shit, it is a lot.
That's
But
disrespectful,
why you
bro.
gotta block him?
That's disrespectful.
How? The boy, listen. If you block him, what got him feeling this way, where he would disrespect my brother who's not here no more, right? He would do that because of how sharp I am. He need to stay here. Why would we save him and block him and then he don't get to hear how I'm stabbing this shit in his head? It's fucking with him to the point he can't just give me some knowledge. Rev is up here, we talking back and forth with knowledge and he giving me his logic and his sources and we just talking back and forth. He's so hurt that he got to talk about my brother who not alive. You see what I'm saying? That's what, like, he need to stay here because it's obviously
He
doing
sees
something
the
to him. I'm
world
not trying to
totally
save him.
different.
He need to stay here and keep feeling it. I like
see
what
they
it's doing to him.
see I think they look at you guys, man, and
It's
they
cool.
develop some type of hatred. With me, I
It's
always come
cool.
in love. Like I love y'all whether y'all agree with me or not. You know what I mean? Like I wish that y'all find whatever truth it is y'all looking for, whatever it is y'all looking for down here. I wish y'all much success. You know what? And like I tell all the people, the benefit of being a Christian is if I'm wrong and you guys are right, I'm okay. I'm okay. Like there's nothing gonna happen to me. There's nothing gonna happen to me. I'm good. If I'm wrong, I'm still good. But if I'm right, I'm even better.
No, you not.
So yeah, I mean if I'm right, I'm even better. Like if
No,
I'm right
if you
about
right and this dude exists, he over here lying. If this is really the word of God and he set all of this up and he told them to put all these books in here and he made them say that he obliterated people that he didn't obliterate and he's talking to people that don't exist yet and the ark ain't found and there's no trees that are uprooted that's just sitting out all over the place, like none of this stuff is proven, and he just capped about it and he's real and he pulls up one day and says, yeah, I told them to write all that shit. I inspired
listen
them to write all that. Then
what
that
I'm
would
saying
be bad because he would be a liar.
but what I'm saying is I'm good in
If
the
I'm
sense
right, hold on,
where
wait, one more thing. If I'm right, only man is a liar, and you still have hope of a creator. If you're right, then your God's lying.
what but I'm again if I'm right, I'm not forget all of the history and all of the errors and all. If what I'm saying is, if I'm right according to my doctrine, I'm going to heaven. If I'm wrong, Mo, then nothing happens to me. I'm just wrong, and I was down here following the law,
That's what you
right?
think. Yeah,
No,
but that's what you think.
but my soul's not in jeopardy because if you're
But
right and there's no God, then when I die, I'm just dead. So the
no,
man came and he
no,
died.
nah, Rev, you ain't never heard us talk about that. We don't.
What
Saying you don't know is different from pointing out that somebody is a liar. When we catch a lie, we just catch a lie. I don't
But
need to
the
talk about the afterlife because I never been there. Why would I be commenting on that?
but
You
but,
can
but,
still have your afterlife.
but pause
That's a
though. Check this
possibility,
out.
but I can't
And
talk about something that I don't know about. I'm on Earth and I have human history. We have bones, we have DNA, we got LIDAR testing, we got different people who wrote in history outside the Bible. We got all types of stuff to look at on Earth. So I can comment on that and point out where people lying at. Now, the afterlife, I don't need to use what I found out on Earth to say ain't no afterlife.
no, no,
I
no.
don't need to do that. Like that,
But
that's not even necessary.
what I'm saying is, even if I'm wrong, Mo, if I'm wrong, and I've been following a lot, right? And I'm wrong, and I've been following a lot. It's it still got my life right. That law fixed my life. That law got me out of them cars with the gang members. That law helped me put the guns down and quit selling dope to my people. That law did that. Not anybody else. It was that law that I was following that took me out of all of that. It
It's
was that
yeah.
law that made me that made me decide, hey, listen, brother, you can't be out here hustling. You need to get a job and work, and that, you know what I mean? Like, it was that law that saved my life, so I'm good.
Yeah,
And
that's
we
why I
can and
tread
we can and
softly.
we can
But
fix
then,
we
but
can
then,
fix
bro,
whatever.
I'm
But,
looking at potential. I just
but
see greater, and like I see greater. Like you'll do the same thing with your, not trying to say you my child, you know what I'm saying, but in somebody that you see potential in, you would tell them the truth. You're not going to, you like, yeah, you put it through your legs and did all that, but look, if you just do this and adjust this, you like, yeah, it does work.
but
There's a
what did
lot of
it?
things. People, yo, bro, people talk to trees. People have said that they just walked up and touched a tree and talked to it, and they just had a whole epiphany and changed their life. But what could that person have been doing with their life other than telling people this story and going around having these big seminars with 300, 400, sometimes over 1,000 people in different venues, and they telling them about how they had this experience with a tree and we should have this nirvana experience and open
But
our
let me.
third eye and align our chakras. It helped them, but there's other things humans could be doing rather than talking to
But,
trees and sitting down with their eyes closed and shit. Like, come on, man.
but what I'm saying though, Mo, is the way I was living, the way I was living before I got saved. I wouldn't have gave a damn about nothing y'all talking about. You know why? Because guess what? It was some Crip dudes that just got shot this weekend in my city. And guess where I would have been, Mo? Guess where I would have been? Now, I don't know where nobody else would have been. I know where I would have been, though. It would have been somebody else that got to pay for that. You know what I mean? And then instead of me telling your son that, look, hey, you got to love your brother, I'd have been telling him, nah, bro, you got to pick up that gun and go smoke your brother. So that's why I'm telling you, like, I'm good. And then if it's a lie, then we can fix whatever the lie you say, whatever the lie y'all think toe up in me, we can address that later once it comes to fruition that it's a lie. We can fix that. But all I'm saying is I'm good in the sense where it snatched me onto a different life path. I'm good. I'm good. Like, I have empathy now. When I look at my community, I keep it a buck with you. When I look at my community and the brothers that's really doing the work out here with these lost people that's out here killing and robbing and selling dope and doing all of that, they all believe what I believe, Mo. They all believe what I believe. All the people at the forefront, when I'm in the meetings talking to the police and talking to the city council, they all believe what I believe. I don't see nobody that's atheist in there concerned about what's going on with their community. I don't see none of the Muslim brothers
Bro, hey
in there.
man, hold on. Wait a minute.
I'm talking
God
about
damn,
in
he
my
making that
case.
shit sound real good.
I'm
You
talking in
gotta
my
understand
case.
statistics though. Hold on. We not that deep. I don't know why. Y'all have to look up the statistics of how many people are just non-believers. We're not talking about people who don't believe the Bible the same way you do, and they still believe it. They just twist it and make it mean something else. We're not talking about them. We talking about people who just do not believe this shit at all. Our numbers are low. We're not everywhere. We have a presence, but it's not that big. Being a skeptic is dangerous.
Mo,
I don't know anybody else that's a non-believer.
Mo, how many people you look?
My father just became a non-believer. So I think it's me, him, and my cousin Nicole. We're the only ones non-believers out of all of the hundreds of people in my family and all my friends. Everybody else is a believer.
But
We
what
have
I'm
small numbers when you look at the statistics.
But Mo, what I'm saying is, when I'm in those meetings, I don't see one atheist.
Why would you?
Why wouldn't I? Aren't atheists don't be concerned about their community?
No, I'm saying every
Okay,
person who's in a
we
community.
were shown we
Yeah,
were showing off to all these meetings in 2015, 16, and 17.
I've been going to them, bro. Listen, I've been going through them since 2011. I don't see no atheists down there at the jail. I don't see
Yeah,
no
okay, what
Muslims
we
down there
okay,
at the
you're right.
juvenile.
We were not at the jail. We were at the
no,
youth center.
no,
I
That's
no,
where we
don't
were.
no.
see
We
them.
are, we
I
are,
don't see
No,
them.
I'm just talking about my
we
group.
are.
When I was with
Yeah,
I'm
there
just
are.
talking.
ICCRBG, we were at the youth center. We were at the youth jail. That's where we were at. 15, 16, and 17.
I'm just telling you, me,
No,
man. I don't,
so
I don't see them.
we. Yeah,
So,
you
so
don't. But there are some, but our numbers are not as deep as yours. So you're most likely going to see pastors. I mean, they've been bringing pastors and priests and reverends and rabbis into the jail for the longest time.
listen, but
Like
what
that's
listen,
not
what I'm
it.
telling you.
A skeptic is
Listen,
not like they would say that's the reason why people skeptics used to be able to like you could lock them up.
listen,
You
what
can
I'm saying,
imprison a
Mo.
person who's a heretic. You get what I'm saying?
Listen,
Why
what
the
I'm
hell would we
saying,
be in
Mo. Because
there?
this is not an attack
We
on the
just
it's not an attack on the atheist.
no, I know it's
This
not
is
an
not,
attack. I just want you to
but
understand
but I'm
statistics.
telling you, I don't see the Jewish leaders. I don't see the Black Hebrew Israelites there. I see a few people from his RBG group. Like for instance, that the brother he don't like, what's his name?
That's
Don't do
yeah.
that.
That's
That's
what I
my
was saying.
cousin.
That's exactly what I
That's
was
my
about to tell you.
cousin, bro.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean. The one you used to have all the friction with. I'm sorry
Yeah,
if I say
we
you don't
cool now.
like him,
We made up.
but I I see him and maybe a small circle he be with, but everybody else I don't see him, Mo. I don't see
Right,
him.
but I'm saying you're not supposed to if you look at our numbers.
Nah, Mo, you gotta see him, Mo. You gotta see him, Mo. You gotta see him, Mo. Cause guess
Yes, you
what? When
do.
I'm
Yo,
down
okay,
there,
so
when I'm down there, Mo, I'm not just fighting for the Christian baby. I'm not just fighting for the Christian baby. I'm fighting for all these babies out here. Cause all these babies out here is lost. They lost, Mo. They lost. They lost. I'm telling you, they lost. They lost. And I'm not talking about lost in the sense of they don't believe in the Christian doctrine. No, they lost in the sense that they don't believe in their own life. Because they'll throw
Yeah,
it away for a street
but
they
that's what I'm
own.
saying, bro. Like when we was out there, I don't know what they doing now because I'm not part of the group. When we was out there, we didn't stop the brothers that was preaching religion. That we weren't trying to stop them to talk to the youth about that. But I know for a fact that when we were out there talking to the youth, a lot of the religious people were trying to stop us from talking to the youth because I didn't believe in their religion.
Were they older?
We got the emails to prove it.
Were they older?
Yes. No,
They were.
some of them were my age,
Oh well, yeah. I
and
don't.
they were leading the
I
church.
don't know. I'm just telling you, Mo and Sue, that I don't see him. I don't see him, bro. I'ma
you're
just
not
be honest. I
supposed
don't
to.
see him. And I've been doing this. I've been a youth pastor, young adult pastor for the last decade, bro. And I don't see them. I don't see them. And I always ask them where they at. Where the black men? Forget what you believe. Where the black men at? Where they at?
You.
But it seems like it seems like the ones that believe what I believe, they have a little empathy to want to give back. They want to touch something. And
Give
we
us
ain't all
hey,
trying,
I'm
okay,
and
not
we
okay,
ain't
look,
all
Rev.
down there trying to convert them. We ain't trying to
shit.
convert them, Mo.
That's cat.
Man, get
That
the
is
fuck out
No,
of
no, no,
here,
cat.
no,
bro.
no, 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 no.
Nah, I know you lying.
I
because you
promise
got
you.
your tech. I can tell by your technique, like when you be saying the shit you saying, you can relate to people and shit. Like you ain't down there just saying like, let me tell you something. Now this is my experience, man. You be hitting them with the extra sugar in the Kool-Aid.
No, I don't. No, I do not,
Well,
Mo. I
we
keep it
listen,
funky
bro.
with
Cause
it.
you
I've
appealing,
been
bro.
there.
I keep
You
it
appealing.
raw
You
with
say
it.
that the gang banging shit and it's gonna resonate with them, and
I
they gonna
keep
look
it,
at it
and
as a way out. They
I
barred
keep it
up. They ain't got
so.
no other way out. And this black man talking to me that he was where I was at, and now look at him. They gonna see that like a way out,
You you
and
know
it
what I
could
preach?
help them. I'm not gonna say it
You know
couldn't
what I
help them,
preach?
right?
I'm gonna tell
But
you what I preach to my
what
young
could they
people.
do if they knew that that was bullshit and that their
I preach
community needs more
education.
help?
I
We don't
preach
need hope.
education and a love of self. And I try to pull off the blinders of their eyes. You know what I spend my time down there telling them niggas? That your homies don't love you like that. LUV ain't LOVE. That's what I be down. That's my message to the young folks. LUV love is not LOVE. Straight up. That's what I tell them. That you ought to love your life more than you love your block, bro. Cause a big
Okay,
homie that
that's
really love
you.
you ain't gonna put the gun in your
That's
hand. Homie
you.
gonna
But
put a
my
put a
son
book
was
in
in
your
the
hand.
shit. My son got locked up. He went to the youth correctional facility and shit because he did some shit he wasn't supposed to do. And they had people coming there teaching him about religion, passing him pamphlets, books, all types of shit,
And you want
just
me
to
to
help
keep
you
it
get on
buck?
the right
Hey,
path.
listen,
So just because
them
you
white
weren't
folks,
doing it,
them white
uh,
folks, they don't have no. When they go down there, bro, I'm gonna keep it a buck, bro. I keep it 1,000 with you. When they go down there, bro, they don't have nobody come to see them. No, nobody come see them, bro. They all come to see me, bro. They all come to see me. Every single one of them. I have a line, bro. They be mad. They changed the rules on me, bro. I had to have the chief of police send a voucher to the sheriff to vouch for me, bro, so I could go back down there, bro. Because they changed the rules because I wasn't a part of their little whatever they call it. I don't even know what they call it. But listen, I wasn't a part of that. I was coming down there on my own accord, bro. And everybody lined up to see me. They want to see me. They don't want to see nobody else. Where Pastor A at? That's what they call me. Where Pastor A at? Where's Pastor A? We want Pastor A.
so
So I went from having one day a week.
you
I
just
went from
took
having
the
one
words
day a
right
week.
out of my mouth. They want to see pastor,
But that's how
not the.
I'm
They
a
don't want to
pastor,
see.
bro. So that I
They don't want to see. They don't want to see young Rev. They want to see Pastor Rev.
yeah, because Pastor Young Rev is a pastor. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
so when
I'm a
you
pastor.
listen. When you go down there, you're not going down there as you. You're going down there representing Pastor.
No, no, no. I'm coming down there as me,
Then
Pastor
why they
A,
want to
bro.
see
That's who I
Pastor Rev
am.
then?
They want us that because that's my name, bro. I'm a pastor. Like I ain't gonna deny that. I'm a pastor. But you said I be down there trying to convert them. That I don't.
You just said they want to see Pastor Rev.
They want to see Pastor A. That's who they want to see, Pastor A, bro.
That Pastor A.
They
Instead of
want to
just,
see
hey,
Pastor A. You know why?
where,
Because they don't
where's
get
Rev at?
get
Where's young
converted.
Rev? Where's
They
young
don't
Rev?
get converted. They get that dude in there who I know who God is for me. I know who God is for me. But they get that dude that's down there that's so real, raw, and authentic with them, homie, that tell them the truth, bro. I'm telling them the truth.
And
That life you
you
in
don't
don't
push
love
your
you.
religion.
No, 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 no. I don't. No, I don't. Man, I don't be down there trying to convert them dudes.
I call
And
cat.
I tell them, man, listen, it ain't my job to convince you or nothing, bro. I just want you to
Right.
think about
Right.
your life. Cause I listen. If you get your life right, bro, and you don't never say thank you, Jesus, I'm okay with that. You know why? Because listen, you ain't on that cycle of jail and death. You off of that. And that's my only goal down there is to get you to think before you get in that damn car and that nigga trying to put that gun in your hand to go shoot at somebody that listen, his experience is almost identical to yours. Cause that's what I'm down there on. And that's why they kicked me out.
Okay.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you.
Okay. And you know why I wouldn't fit? Why I couldn't be down there? Even though I got the means to do it, I got a different path I'm walking. Because I don't have no problem with people hopping in the car and passing the tool to the left so they can unscrew the nuggets. They just pulling up to the wrong block.
Mm.
That's my problem. You get what I'm saying? I just see like our whole army is gone. That's what's going on because they got tricked into turning. Somebody blew some damn lavender poison, belladonna leaf or some shit into the air, and all of the people on our field start turning on each other. That's what happened. There's a block to pull up on. There's people to protect. There's product to move that doesn't destroy your community. There's codes to keep. There's handshakes to have. All of that shit is real. There's flags to wear.
But the
It's
whole
real.
thing,
We just
the
doing it
whole
for the
thing,
wrong shit. And I feel like, look, let me say this last part. I just feel like where you and everybody else is going, where in a religious realm, is we are taking that militant mind away from people and making them too humble. I think our brothers are still supposed to be gangster. They just not supposed to be doing it the way they doing it. So it's going to turn them off. And then our people still left out here butt naked when all our brothers were doing were aiming in the wrong direction.
but
Their
Mo, if you
anger
go,
was fueled, but
but
it
Mo,
was released in the wrong direction. That's the only
Mo,
issue.
if they go down there and unalive 5 people on the right block, and they spend their life away from their family, what good did it do them?
Because
It
it
didn't do
would be
them no
worth it if they're
good.
protecting it. No, you don't run out and do. It's not. It's the militant mind. So, and if they shift and they do it the right way, they would be protecting our community. So they
Mo, I'm
wouldn't.
just,
They don't have to. They don't have to pull up nowhere and do nothing. You need to say, bro, your militant mind is cool. That's straight, but there's brothers being pulled over. They can unify and create an alliance with all these different people running around with their heads chopped off, basically destroying the community. They can create an alliance where as soon as you get pulled over and you know you in a crooked town and your police is messed up and the system is corrupt and we can't expose it so that these people are in power walking around with a badge, you could hit a button and your people pull up to give you assistance and make sure everything goes down right. You see what I'm saying? They still
Mo,
need to be out there on the field, but they
Mo,
just on the field in the wrong area.
Mo. How can you teach a person to love his community when he don't love himself? He don't love himself,
I
bro.
love my community. I'm not concerned about myself.
But if you don't love you, but you love
Bro,
yourself. You love your,
I have completely sacrificed my entire life. The only thing I'm focused on is my community.
listen what I'm
I'm not
saying though.
concerned. I got all types of dreams and wishes and things I care about and all, and I ignore it and I sacrifice it for my community. I'm leaving myself out of it. If I was myself, bro, I would be on a boat somewhere throwing a fishing pole in the water, listening to my music.
No, listen what I'm saying though. You got
Forget
enough love
myself.
for you got enough love for yourself though to keep yourself out here though. Keep yourself out here so you can teach whatever it is you teaching. Whatever it is, whatever mission you on, you love yourself enough to stay true to it to so that you can be available to be a teacher to somebody. These brothers don't love themselves. You don't
No,
love
bro,
yourself.
no, that can't be. Well, I'm not speaking for them. No, take me away from, let me backtrack. I'm talking about the part for me. I am thinking about my community. I'm thinking about other people. Most of my decisions that I've made, important projects I have in my target, in my 5 year projection of my plans in life, are not for me. They're for my people. So it is, I care about my people more than myself.
Me too. I do too. But what I'm saying is
To the
you
point people
still
be
love
telling
your
me,
you
fuck
still
them. People in my
you
family,
love
my friends, they be like, man, fuck that shit, man. Just do this. You could just do that, leave that shit alone. Like,
you
I don't
are
care
you
about that.
you love you love your family
Yep.
and you stay out here to make sure that you're able to provide for your family and be here for your family, right?
Hmm.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like they don't even have that. They don't have that. Because listen, as a person who started selling dope at 13 years old and then stopped till he was 28 years old, bro, listen, I thought I loved my family, but I kept leaving my family, so I didn't love them. I didn't love them because I kept leaving them. Because guess what? A father gonna make sure that he there with his kids. Period. Period. He gonna make sure he can come home and be a present in his house. He gonna be a presence in his house. Community start at home. If you can't be at home and you keep putting yourself in a predicament where you going to prison and you subject to die and you know what I mean? You subject to have a short life. Come on, bro. You don't love yourself, homie. You gotta love yourself first. I gotta love me first. That's why I'm telling you. Like these brothers don't love they self, homie. Like they have no love for they self because if they really truly love they self, homie, the things that we put ourselves in, the situations we put ourselves in, we gonna make sure that it's the best situation that we can put ourselves in. We ain't gonna be out here dying for a street that grandma got a house that she rent on. She don't even own her house on that street, but you ready to die over it. And when the landlord come in and say, "Hey, grandma, get the hell up out of here," because guess what? I'm selling it to WSU so they can knock it down and build a basketball court. Come on, bruh. Come on, bruh. You gotta love yourself first. You gotta have some love of self first. And that's what I'm down there. That's what I'm down there telling them. That's what I'm down there preaching, and I give it to them real raw and authentic. I
Okay,
give it to them
when you go
real
down
raw.
there, who you got with you?
I'm down there by myself, bro.
Now, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. The youth respects the youth.
The
So if
youth
you ain't
respect the
got
youth.
nobody that's around these kids' age, that's on the same mindset as you,
Mm.
they gonna listen. But that don't mean that they are about to change their lives because Pastor A said something to me. The revolution starts with
The
the
youth,
youth.
the youth
It's
respect
always
real,
started with the
bro.
youth.
The youth respect real. They respect real, homie. That's what they respect. Because
Okay,
all them dudes you
keep
talking
thinking
about,
that.
listen,
Keep
all
thinking
them
that,
dudes you
bro.
talking about, they following behind somebody your age, bro. Cause I used to be that dude. I'm telling, man, I started gang banging at
You make
13.
it seem like you the only dude that was out there in the
I'm not
street, bro.
saying I'm the only dude. I'm just saying that you said that the youth respect youth, and I'm telling you that that ain't true, bro. They
All
they they
right.
got they got so-called big homies, bro. That's my age and older.
A big homie is not the same thing. A big homie is gonna tell the little homies what they need to do. But if they got a
Well,
little homie that's out there telling them, don't listen to what the big homie saying because he's sending you on a crash dummy mission. Come over here and do this. See, you only can go out there when you can spend a couple of
you been
a couple of hours out of your day. You see what I'm
you been
saying? We
you
got
been a
youth,
gang
right?
member? You
Hold
been a
on, brother.
gang member?
Let me get it out. Well, you got youth that can go down there and kick it with these kids. You just educate one to be on the same thing you is instead of you taking time out your day because sometimes you have to find time to go down there. You can have a kid right there where they at, plant the seed in him so the youth will respect the youth because he's kicking the same thing that Pastor A told him to kick. When you can't make it down there, you hit him, hey man, I'm gonna need you to start it up because I'm gonna be late. Or I ain't gonna be able to make it today, so I need you to do it for me. He'll be like, all right, say less, I got you.
Listen. When 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 for instance it's a big incident that go on, you think I'm calling somebody that's young, telling them, hey bro, y'all sit down this weekend? You think I'm calling somebody young, bro? You think I'm calling somebody that's their age, telling them to sit down? He don't got no juice. He don't got
I'm
no
talking about,
juice, bro. He
bro,
don't
I'm
got no
talking about
juice.
the people in the joint, the little kids
I'm
that's in the youth center.
you you think that's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you, listen, when you hear about the gang violence, most of them dudes is shooting they young, bro. When I need all of them guys to sit down for a weekend or whatever, you think I'm calling somebody their age? I ain't calling nobody their age, bro. Cause they ain't got the juice. I'm calling somebody they idolize, bro. I'm calling somebody they look up to that they want to be
I
like.
don't
Like,
know,
hey
bro. I
man,
think that might.
tell
I
your little
think it
homies,
might.
tell your little homies to sit down, bro,
Bro,
this
when I was a
weekend.
little
I
homie, I
think it
didn't
might.
idolize the big homie.
Yeah, I think it may depend on the area
The only
because
reason
my
why I did what the big homies told me to do, because they could whoop my motherfucking ass. I don't respect them niggas like that. They was just the big homies of the block and they could fuck me up. And I knew I
I
can
don't
whoop
know
their
what
ass. That's
and
the
that's
only
why
reason
I don't
why I
know what
did what
kind
the
of.
fuck they said. I
and
respected the
that's
niggas that I grew up with more than I respected the big homie. So who the fuck? He's just a nigga that can whoop my ass and he can chin check me with the rest of the big homies because it's an intimidation factor.
Yeah, and that's why
Well, I don't.
that's
I
why.
don't
And look,
know.
hold on, Rep. This is why I'm gonna say it's different in different areas, because in my environment, like niggas didn't even fuck with me. So it was like other people would have to do shit I ain't got to do. They just said, I'm the OG. They didn't. They was confused about the situation. Like so, it was, and I was a young person. But my demeanor and my approach and shit is like I'm a different type of breed. So they wasn't even fucking with me like that. You got to do this here, take this gun, go do this, get in a circle, get knocked out. No, I'm sitting there ready to do shit, and nobody else ready to do it. You know what I'm saying? So I ended up in a different position, and I did. I was a young person who had people older than me and younger than me listening to me.
But I'm telling. But I
They
guarantee
didn't
you,
have
Mo.
no fucking pull. They wasn't
But,
doing shit. They
but
was just
Mo,
setting
you.
up people to go do stupid shit.
Well,
That's all they
I
was
don't
doing.
know. I
And
don't know how it is. I don't know how
I
it
was
is where
I
you're
was
from.
peeping all that shit.
But
It
I
didn't
know
work.
here. I know here in Wichita. I know if it's an issue with the Pyrus, I know who to call. If it's an issue with the Crips, I know who I can call. If it's an issue with the GDs, I know who I can call. Like it's and they older, bruh. They older, homie. I'm telling you, they older, bruh. Because the young dudes, even if you say, because I was one of the young dudes that was the face of the gang, bruh. I had the juice as a young dude. I could turn up all my homies that's my age. But guess what, homie? It was a big homie I'm looking to too.
Nah, man, I
That's
don't
showing
know,
me how to. It,
bro. They kind of
it,
faded back. That's what I said. We in different environments. You know what I'm saying? I'm in Maryland and Virginia and shit. So it's different. We in different
My
environments. It
homeboy
didn't
got
work.
caught.
I guess we had some different old heads. They wasn't on the type of shit we was on. So they just kind of like they kind of got the fuck up out of there and just left it alone.
in
You know what I'm
Wichita,
saying? And it was like that. It was kind of like they was trying to use people for flunkies and shit. Like hold this pack and hold nigga, that's your shit. No, we wasn't even worried about that. We ain't even moving. We moved completely different. Like they was
I
on
say
some
something.
old school shit. We wasn't even listening to what the fuck they was talking about. They was just on some old fashioned shit. And they tried us and shit, and we stood our shit, and they just peeled the fuck off and left it alone. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I can't speak on
in
where
your
you at.
area, it may be different, and you can just
I can speak.
contact the head honcho, and then he can get. But then, why is he not doing that in the first place? If you gotta talk to him, what type of old head is he? If he can't, you
Cause
gotta
he
tell
might.
him to get.
Cause
He already.
he
Look,
went to school
hold
too.
up, look, check it out, check the logic. He already don't have him in check if they buck wild. Me and Sutin just trying to tell you that we was just already going against the shit anyway. That's why it's out of order. You thinking that they still got some type of power? Them young boys
It
is
ain't.
not listening. That's
Right.
why
It
you
ain't
gotta
power.
go to them and say, hey, look, you gotta go check them and say, hey, what's going on with the people under you? They not listening. That's exactly what we telling
It,
you. That's why you gotta go to them.
I don't. I don't know nobody else culture, but I can speak in depth of the Crip culture. And in the Crip culture in Wichita, Kansas, it's about a body, bro. It's about a body. That's what it's about. It's about catching a body. That's what it's about. And they get that because guess what? They big homies and caught bodies.
You're right,
They
but
get
guess what? One of the
got
big
the juice.
homies, one of y'all big homies. And I'm not saying yo big homie, but he's still locked up. He tried to keep me away from the shit, and I was a little homie, and I didn't want to hear nothing he had to say because I don't respect him because he used to beat me up when I was a little kid. And we sat on the same block. His name is Jason Tisdale. He said right across the street from me. He's in
I
jail.
know.
Yeah, that's my homeboy. He was one of my closest friends growing up, but he used to kick my ass growing up. He was one of the niggas that told me stay out this shit, and I said I stay out of when you stay out. He said, nigga, I'm in too deep. I said, well, if you in too deep, I want to be in too deep. And he tried to whoop my ass that same night. And the only reason why he didn't fuck me up because my sister Roberta got in the way, and he said, nah, I'm just gonna go over there and talk to the little nigga. And I didn't want to hear shit he had to say. Why you got that blue rag in your pocket, nigga? You need to go to school and don't be like me. I said, you don't be like you then. And he had to sit there and tell me, hey man, this ain't what you want to do. Go ahead. But I'm a fucking knucklehead. I was a knucklehead growing up. I said, all right. I said, I'm gonna go to school. I'm gonna get on the right path, but I'm not gonna take this flag out my pocket. He said,
I
just
get
don't
it.
follow my path.
I get it, and I understand. But that's change. That's
I
what you
know
talking
who. I
about,
know.
right?
I wasn't trying to say his name. I know who he is. I still talk to his sister and everything.
Now, check it. That's one dude, right? That's one dude. But I can guarantee you wasn't out here like that with the Crips.
No, I was not, and it's
Okay,
because of him I wasn't.
that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like they got the influence. That's all I'm saying. Like whether you liked him or not, you still took heed to his influence.
Oh, I
No, he
still
Whether
like
didn't.
he
whether
was.
you was mad at him or not, you
No, he
respected him
didn't.
enough
Yes,
He just
because
said he
hold on.
didn't.
He sat me down, but remember, before he sat me down, my sister got in the way so he wouldn't whoop my
Yeah,
ass.
but bro,
So he
if you
had to
still
try a
did it
he
different
did.
anyway,
approach.
you still no, you still got. You probably couldn't be around him, but if he told you not to do it, and you still was doing the shit anyway on any level, you ran into
No,
some shit.
I wasn't doing it how he was doing it.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you show any type of affiliation, you gonna run into something. If it's if it's
Yeah,
happening in
okay,
that
yeah,
area,
yeah.
yeah, you gonna run into something. Something you yeah, you put
Of course,
yourself in
you can't.
something.
You
Yeah.
you can't you can't stop it all. But what I'm
But see, my
saying
now
is like
see,
these
but
is
that's
the
different.
dudes. These
That's
is the
different though.
dudes that got the. These are the dudes that got the influence. Like that's the dude. Like when you had that when you was banging that flag in your pocket. Like bro, you was looking at him like man, they got the juice, cause bro, they was turned up. Bro, I know all the
I
170.
didn't,
I
I
know
didn't know,
all the
I didn't
North
know,
Side.
hold on. I didn't know none of that, bro. But
But
he wasn't the dude I looked up to. The dude I looked up to was an insane, and he passed. He had a brain aneurysm.
I'm
And
just
he told me the same. He tried to tell me the same shit Jason told me, bro.
I'm just telling you that
We was young, but you want
they
to know
got
who
the
was the
juice.
people I did listen to?
He
Was the
wasn't
same
listening.
people that was around the same age as me.
But who can all I'm saying is this, man. Like that's them is the ones that can grab them. They can grab them, homie, and put something in their ear. Because sometimes they'll hear it better from them than they'll hear it from me. Cause I'm a
Okay, well,
square
go.
now.
You got to go grab them, bro, and take them with you. If you feel
You
like the big homies is the ones with the most influence and they can change the young dudes, then go on Facebook, start a group, and then one day y'all just all go down there as a unit, bro.
see. I don't. This is what I'm telling you, bro. Like my name for this for that crib shit down here. It's like it's a bell ringer, bro. So I don't gotta go with them because I got the name already. You see what I'm saying? Like how you was looking at Jason. That's how some of them young dudes be looking at me. You see what I'm saying? Like that's how they be looking at me. That's how they be looking
But
at
he
my
just said
brother.
he wasn't listening.
But he did listen
He
because he
didn't.
don't got nobody. He don't got
He
nobody. I didn't see him at
No,
none of the
I do not.
queues.
we don't
I
we
do
I mean
not.
nobody got no bodies. Who the fuck gonna
Listen,
get
no,
up here and say they
what
got a
I'm
body?
telling you, listen to
Nobody
what
got
I'm
no
telling you.
bodies.
What I'm
What are
telling
you
you
talking
is
about?
I didn't see Sue at none of the Crip queues. When the Rico came, his name I got Rico with all of the older Crips. I was the youngest dude on the Rico case. I was the
I
youngest
didn't.
one. The youngest one. That's why I'm telling you, like, I was the youngest one. So I'm telling you, like, I don't gotta go down there with them because I got the juice. And then when it's something
Bro,
out,
It's
when
not
you
about
got
that,
caught though.
bro.
You got
It's
caught.
not about having the juice.
it
If
is
you got
about
more
having the
people,
juice.
hold on, listen. That's what I'm saying. The pit is bigger than you, bro.
Of
If
course
you
it
go
is.
down there with more OGs that think like you, that can get this you, they gonna be like, oh, it's more people. It's more than just him trying to get me on the right path. I'm listening to other OGs. If the other OGs got the same mindset as you and they come down there, bro, that's a bigger impact than you
No
just going down there
question.
because you got the juice.
But they ain't come, man. You
When
active
the
gang
nation
members
move,
to go.
listen, bro, when the nation move, they move as a unit. When the Hebrew Israelites move, they move as a unit. When y'all have your religious functions, when y'all out there with the people, y'all moving as a unit. So you need to do the same thing. That's all I'm saying, bro.
No,
Just switch it up. Just try
I
switching it
get
up
what
once.
I get what you saying, but you telling me to tell active Crips and active Bloods to come down to the jail. They ain't coming. They ain't
No,
coming.
no, 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 no. I'm just talking about the youth, bro.
They ain't coming, bro. They ain't coming. I'm
Listen,
telling you, they
you
ain't coming.
and you don't
They
have to get
they
active.
still out there.
Hold on,
They
look,
still
bro,
out
hear me
there.
out, hear me out. You ain't gotta get active. Get the ones that ain't active. They still OGs. That's all I'm saying. Just switch it up one time. If it don't
I
work,
hear what
you can play, hey, bro, I tried it. It didn't work.
I hear what you saying, bro. Yeah, I hear what you saying. That's why I make them phone calls. That's why I be making them phone calls. That's what I do. I make them phone calls, bro. I make them phone calls, and I go to the back channels. That's what I do. But I'm just telling you. Only reason I said all of that is to say because you said they only respect the youth, and I'm telling you that ain't the truth. They respect they big homies. They respect
Oh,
them,
they
homie.
fear they big homies more than they respect them. I was a little homie, I know.
Not all the time, bro. Not all
It's
the
different in
the
different
one.
areas.
Yeah, the ones I want, bro. The ones I be going, nah, bro, like, nah, bro, they got love for them dudes, homie. I ain't saying that. There's some that's probably scared of they big homies. I guarantee you it is. But,
I'm trying
but,
to. I could because look, hold on. I can't see it in my area, right? We just had to. It was a certain age where you had to realize like who the other neighborhood was and what they gonna do. Like sometimes you just end up there. You just at the basketball court. You 8, 9, 10 years old. You see something happen. Oh, they just fighting. You don't know it's two neighborhoods fighting and it's a gang beef. Then you get 11, 12, 13, and then next thing you know that now you big enough. You grew up and shit, and you look like you could fight or some shit. You look like a threat. Now they coming after you. Then the older people tell you what's going on. It didn't even start off like for me with you got to do this and wear it. Like it's you just part of it. You just already in it, and they got to explain to you why the fuck those people pulling up on you. Why they drove by and did that shit. Like they got to explain it to you, and we got to protect ourselves. And then you just jump. You just in there. Now from that point, certain people go to a certain extent. Like we had in our neighborhoods, we had two people come together. They both was leaders. Like you said, you can hit up whoever is the one that's the head honcho or whatever. And they came to an agreement and squashed it, and it still kept going. We didn't stop, and we knew it was cap. We knew it was bullshit. We didn't have our guard down for nothing. Like, yeah, everything cool, peaceful, everybody chilling, yeah, take shots, and yeah, we partying together. We already knew. As soon as we get back, these OGs going back with they two strikes and everything, wherever they going with their wife and children and shit, and we about this, we know they coming. It's going to keep on going. And because we had our guard up, it did look like, oh yeah, y'all not listening. We just told y'all that shit is over with. It was not going to stop. The shit done went too damn far. With them, the older people, they was talking about people robbing each other and fucking each other's girls. People already, they dumping its bodies everywhere. We don't have the same type of issues they had. So they did.
I don't,
It just
go
took
ahead.
over. It ain't even really, in my area. It's not like you scared or nothing. It was just they just were on something else different. They were trying to. I'm not gonna say they was on what you was on, but it was close to it. They were kind of moving differently. And it's just we weren't on that type of shit because it was other things going on. They didn't even understand the type of drugs we was dealing with. They was moving things different when they hustling. Like it was, we dealing with a whole different type of chemicals. People's mindsets is completely different. So it's like they not catching it. So we just left it alone. It wasn't really disrespect. It was just like you in a way, and you gonna get us. You gonna have people off guard because you over here shaking hands talking about something. It's a truce, and then we know they about to pull up again. Like so, we just gonna keep the shit moving. It ain't being hard headed. So depending
All I'm
on what
saying is
area
when I
you
go,
in and how you get entered into it, it ain't really hard headed people, but we still see that it's a common action for the youth to rebel against the elders.
no
That's common.
question. But so I go down, but I'm just saying I go down there, man, and I just try to create a love for oneself and get one thinking about oneself. Because I can get you to love yourself. I can get you to think about your actions. And if you think about your actions, life will take over. Life will take over. Because once you get to thinking about your life and thinking that maybe there is a possibility for tomorrow, that'll start changing how you move. So I'm just telling you that I don't go down there with the intent to convert nobody. That is not my
Okay,
job.
You the
passed that,
pastor
bro.
already.
Yeah, yeah,
We
yeah.
passed that.
You the
I just
pastor
was telling
already.
you.
I was just telling him
Just
that
like you see
you
the Crip walking around, he ain't really gotta say too much. He Crip, the blood walking around blood, he ain't gotta say too much. He blooded out. You passed it out. You ain't gotta really say too much. You gotta talk your shit from what set you standing on. It's a different area. You still banging it.
I just gotta get them young fellas to love themselves, man. That's it.
Well, I'm
That's
not, but
all
I'm
I.
just saying,
That's my mission. That's
just
my
bring some
mission in
help.
life.
Bring some help with you when you go down there. Just do it one time for your boy. And if it don't work, hit me up. Like, hey, it didn't work, bro. I'm like, all right, well, you gave it a shot.
Wait, what you telling them to do?
Bring some extra people with him that got the same mindset. That's OGs. That's not active.
I don't know none,
And
bro.
you doing more than what I can say about other people. I got DDs that live right where I live, and they waiting for a nigga that got out of jail, thinking that's gonna solve their problem.
I don't know none, bro. I don't know none, bro. Like I don't know none, bro. You know what I mean? I don't know none. I know all the real ones. I know all the ones your boy ran with. Like I know all the real ones, homie. Like I don't. They out here still. They still out here, homie. Like I don't know none. So I was just saying that it ain't just the youth that they respect, man. They. It ain't that they listen to the extent like it's the army and they follow orders, but they influence, homie, and they big homies can tell them like, man, you can, hey, sit down tonight, we chilling. You know what I mean? Like they got that influence over them, bro. They do. You know what I mean? It don't stop everything, but if I can drop it from 10 shootings to 9, hey, thank God, praise God. Like that's really how I feel. That's it. That's how. If there's one dude out of 10 that decide not to get in that car tonight, praise God. That's literally my goal, bro. That's literally what I do all day long. Think it's tomorrow. Can't just think about today. It's tomorrow. The world is. I remember one time I just took a globe down there, bro. I took a globe. Like man, point. Look, this is Wichita on the map. Now look how much bigger the world is in Wichita, Kansas, bro. We like a flea on a gnat on a camel's ass. Like, come on, bro. Like.
No, but what I'm saying though,
I hear
like,
what you saying. I'm just telling
what
you
if
I
it's
don't
a
know.
day, bro? What if it's a day you can't make it and somebody down there really needs you? You see what I'm
Um,
saying? You got somebody
yeah,
that's ready to take your spot. When you can't get there, you call another person like, hey, I ain't gonna be able to make it, bro. I really got something to do, and such and such down there really need some help. So go ahead and do that for me.
yeah, I wish it was
He
that
still
easy.
gotta fight.
I really do, bro. I wish it was that easy. Cause you
It's a
know,
matter of who
it's
the fuck
hard.
gonna do it.
Yeah, yeah,
You
it's
saying
that.
every last one you got a connection with said no?
I'm saying they active, bro. Like they not getting ready to come to no juvenile, bro. They not. Like they not. They
Yeah,
still
all right. Well,
active.
you ain't gotta say all that. Just say they said no. Just say no.
Man, listen, I be working, bro. I be
Well, shit. I
working,
mean,
you
we ain't
know.
gonna take nothing from you. I mean, you got it.
My
We
boy,
just it.
though, you got just hit him up. Y'all hella besties and shit. Tone ago,
Yeah, Tone might now. Yeah, Tone might
yeah, I
now.
know he will.
That my big brother. You know, that's who
That's my
raised me.
boy. That's my boy.
I'm gonna have to go. I didn't know you was out here.
Yeah, that's who
Yeah.
raised me, homie. Like,
I'm gonna have to
man,
go
bro.
see what you talking about. Don't switch
Listen,
up the sermon either, nigga.
no, I don't, bro. I don't, man. Like, you know, they, you know, if they ask me what it took for me, I'ma tell them. You know, for me, man, it was watching what God did in somebody else's life and made me curious about what God could do in my life, and I grabbed hold of it, and I've been winning ever since. Yeah, like no cap. Like whether a person believe the book or not, don't believe the book, whatever. I know what the book did for me, and I know people hate testimonies or whatever, but I just know what the book did for me, bro. And it took me watching what the book did for somebody else that made me grab hold of it. And when I grabbed hold of it, my life got better. So that's why I come with love, and I listen whether I agree or not. I listen because it's informative. No matter how you get around it, it's informative. I like information, so I listen to the information. No question. You know what I mean? But it don't change how I feel about the book because I know what the book did for me. And that's why I keep asking everybody, like, please tell me what's so bad about the Christian doctrine that what's so bad? Like what's what's so bad? It's not destructive. Like you can point to what individuals have done in the name of it. You can point to whatever. You can point to whatever and try to find fault with it. But when you really look at the actual doctrine, like brother can't tell me ain't nothing something wrong with that doctrine. That doctrine tell you to
Right.
love
I mean,
yourself and
what?
treat your neighbor as yourself, and that you know what that is something outside. It's something bigger than you outside of you. You know what I mean? Like I don't, I can't, I can't find it. So whether it's true or not, it saved my life. You know, slave
Yeah.
times two, uh, slavery slavery
A
might have
pimp.
been
You don't think a
endorsed.
pimp?
Slavery might have been endorsed by Christians, but slavery is not Christian doctrine.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
How?
No, it's not.
So what happens in the end?
What you mean? What happens in the end of
In
what?
the end, uh, there's rulers, right? There's people that's going to be serving the other people in the end for what they did to God's chosen people, right? The seals are open, and he puts the mark on all of their heads, and then he recalls the tribes back out, and the people who led them astray, and the people who persecuted them, and all that shit. They're under them now.
Do you understand what the Christian doctrine deals with? What it talks about? It talks about the fall of mankind. So when it talks to the book of Revelation, when it talk about God coming back, it's not God coming back because of people. It's God coming back to deal with the sin problem, the problem that we believe happened in the garden. That's what God is coming to deal. He's coming to judge sin. So this is what that means. That means, Mo, if you was born and you was able to live righteous, whether you claim Christ or not, and you was able to live perfect and never have no sin, guess where you going, Mo? You going to heaven because you never sinned. But the Bible
It don't
says
say
that none
that.
of us have. The Bible says none of us have that ability. None that it says that
Okay,
every man was shaped.
is there servants or
According to
not?
who? Okay, so
Because
go ahead.
I'm lost. Are there servants at the end during the judgment? You got people that's going to be serving other people, or is it not? None of that.
What do you mean serving other people?
The last shall be first, and the first shall be last. Like,
That's talking. That's talking about that's the first shall be last. That's kind of like talking about like when you try to put like favoritism on it, like yeah, like when you try to put like favoritism on it, and you try to make yourself high and mighty, like it's like no, bro, like the last will be first. But if you're talking about the meeting in the air, the dead in Christ shall rise first. That's talking about the people in dead. They the ones that get called before Him first. Uh,
okay,
like it's not slavery. The Bible tells us we're gonna reign with Christ.
okay,
Yeah,
so
but it
that right
still
there.
keeps
When you
insinuating over and over, like he just said that the first shall be last and the last shall be first. Then the one that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. The punishment for the people who led his people astray, he gives them a grace period to repent, and the ones that don't, they become the slaves of other people. That
No, they don't.
everybody
They
doesn't
go
get
to
killed.
hell, bro. They go to hell, bro. Go, they. See, the idea of the Christian doctrine doctrine,
So
man, is
so
if
they're
you didn't
captive.
want
They're captive in hell.
no, like you go like you go to hell. Like if you didn't want God, like you get what you want. You want it. If you wanted a life without God, eternity without God, that's what you gonna get. I mean that's what you're gonna get. But it's not like you like if I'm a slave to righteousness. That's what I'm a slave to. That's what the Bible says I'm a slave to. A slave to righteousness. Like there's nothing there's life is the Christian doctrine is about treating is a when you break down, for instance, just the Ten Commandments. When you really look at the Ten Commandments is how you deal with another person and how you supposed to deal with God. That's it. That's it. God say, love me, put me first, put me above everything, and treat your fellow neighbor right. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that?
A
Like
lot.
there's nothing wrong with like you want somebody to treat you right. You want somebody to treat you right. You want to treat others right. Like that's what you want to do. Like who don't want to do that? You don't want nobody to wrong you. You don't want nobody to do you wrong constantly and lie to you and lie on you. You don't want people trying to steal what you got. You don't want people being hateful towards you. You don't want people trying to unalive you. Like you don't want that. You don't want that. You don't want to do that to other people, and you don't want people to do that to you. Like that's the Christian doctrine. The Christian doctrine is that God loved you so much that he saw that it was a penalty that he put on you, that if you didn't get these right, that this would happen to you. And he knew that his people couldn't do it. They just couldn't do it. So he came down and did it for them. That's what made me fall in love with the Christian doctrine. Honest to God's truth. That's the honest, like the most thing that I preach to believers when I'm standing up in that pulpit on Sunday morning is, listen, God didn't spare nothing when it came to your salvation, to making sure that you had an opportunity to get to heaven, and he won't spare nothing when it come to your walk. Like that's like he give good gifts to his children. He's a good father. He exists to be God for you. When he made people, he put them in a paradise. Like work is a punishment.
You
Like
just gonna leave out all the negative shit that happened.
no, because no,
You know why
that's
though?
why.
Hey,
That's what
look, young. Hey,
I
look.
didn't leave
This
it. I
why.
didn't leave it out.
Hey, look.
I
Look.
didn't.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because there's no way. Our first conversation, we started off talking about all of the war and bloodshed, right? So he knows it's there. It's all through the book. He just believes that these people were actually bad. He thinks that they all deserved it, so he just sees it like, oh, those are just bad people, and you
I
just leave it
don't.
alone.
I
Just
don't
like a
know,
black
Mo.
person looking at another black person in the store, like, oh, they about to get their ass whooped, and it's hey he ha ha. That's child abuse. Like, what are we talking about? You
But
see what I'm
Mo, I
saying? Like,
don't.
but you think they deserve it. So you
I
like,
don't.
yeah, God wiped out all those people. He bombed
No, I
them,
don't.
swallowed them up
I don't. Listen, I don't believe
because they
that they
deserved it.
deserved it. What I believe is that I believe that
So
God
God
is
made a mistake.
sovereign. No, I don't believe he made a mistake. Let me
So
finish. I
they,
believe that God is sovereign and he can do with his creation what he want to do with it. That's just what I believe. Now you can say that's right or wrong, but I believe that the one that created everything can do what he want to do with his creation. That's what I believe. That's what I believe.
yeah, but what if
And
this dude
honest to
don't
God's
exist?
truth, when I look at the world, man, most people are wicked. Most of us are wicked. Most of us. Most
He
of us.
can do
Most of
whatever
us
he
take
wants. So
advantage.
people can be I mean, Job did say that. When people were complaining to Job, there's like, you're a good man and all that stuff. He knew that, but he was like, hey, look, let me tell you some good shit. He can destroy the innocent and the wicked. Who am I to question him, right?
Am I?
So but that don't make sense. That sounds good if the dude actually exists and it was worth the value, like the value balances out that we could just let this thing do whatever it wants to do because every single time he ended up right. We was like, hey, those people didn't deserve what you did, and he goes, okay, well, I'm gonna leave them alone then. Let me stop. And then you see that these people destroy you, and then you're like, hey, God, you were right. And we not interacting with this dude on a personal level. We just know from a story that it's okay for this thing to do whatever it wants, even though it's talking about some gruesome, terroristic, narcissistic bullshit. Like that, we just let it slide. We don't actually know that a God is behind that shit. Those could have been all men in the book who used the God to justify wiping out multiple nations. And we just believe it later and let these evil people slide within history. Because
And listen,
the religion covered their tracks.
Right.
and listen, that's why I said like maybe I might be wrong. I might be wrong. I might be 1,000% wrong, Mo. And it might not be nothing. It might just be humans and you born and you die. And that might be what it is. But for me, I don't I just believe that listen, that it's something out there and I choose to call it God. And God created this earth and he created every person in it, and you know he got the right to do with his creation what he want to do. Whether you call it right, whether you call it wrong, it is what it is. I just believe that that's the case. Hell, people do what they want to do with things that they created. Period.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
And it's not okay.
It's not
We don't agree
okay.
with it.
Now
But who?
let's
Who?
just say, because we majority of the people that look like us was introduced to this doctrination through forms of enslavement, right? So we didn't know nothing about this Christianity God, right? Because when some of us got on those ships, we were still practicing spiritual beliefs of our regions where we were at. There was some of us might have been Islamic, and some of us might have just been practicing the tribal origins of the spirituality where we were taken from. But when we
Right.
got over here, they still let us practice our oral traditions. Then when they saw that our oral traditions was getting in the way of them submissing us and putting us under the thumb and domesticating us, so they want for them to do what we wanted, for us to do what they wanted us to do, they started slowly converting us to Christianity, right? And sometimes
Right.
they have to pull out the whip. Sometimes they didn't, but sometimes they did have to pull out that whip. And then when we were converting, some of us were going to the court system to say, hey, look, since I converted to Christianity, I'm one of y'all, so I should be free. And it was like, yeah. And then it was like, wait a minute. If all of the slaves convert to this religion, then they're saying that they're part of us. They have a right to be free. Oh, we got to change up the rules. So the religion,
Listen. No,
uh,
not the religion, not the religion,
Yes.
but the people. But
you're
the
trying to make
people at
excuses
no,
for
no,
it,
no,
bro.
no, no.
Don't do that.
No,
I'm
no,
not making no, no,
because
no, 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 no,
would
no,
you
no, no,
play
no,
a
no. Because
favorite with
hold
your
on, hold on.
children?
No, no. Watch this. Watch this. Listen, because the same way you could say that, the same way you could say that, I could come back and say, well, that same religion created the abolitionist movement. That same religion caused Nat what's his name, Nat Turner to rebel. That same religion had multiple people who started reading that book for themselves, not what the master was giving them, but when they learned how to read, they started really reading it, and then they like, nah, it's supposed to be something more than this, and it sparked rebellions. That's why they started
Uh-huh.
whooping them,
Uh-huh.
knocking them
Okay.
disciples. So so the
Okay.
so
You're
so
right.
so that same religion, it was a duality to both of it. You had some that practiced it the right way. You had some that practiced it the wrong way. But that same it's the same religion. And so again, like you can't blame the religion. You gotta
Okay.
look at people, man.
Okay.
People
Now,
are
if you,
wicked.
Okay.
now
No.
let me take the wheel real
So
quick.
hold
Let
on.
me let me let me
Go ahead.
line
Go
up.
ahead. Go ahead. Hold on. I'm
Let,
gonna write
let
it
me
down.
line up to try to run this operation in the red zone.
Go on, power
You
I
had you
25 left, whatever.
like Nat Turner did. Like Nat Turner did. He used a religion to rebel, right?
Yes, he did.
Now let's go to Denmark Vesey, who is about to lead the biggest coup when it comes to the slaves, right? He had over 3,000, maybe some say he might had up to 8,000 ready to just put in work because they wanted their freedom. And you know what happened? It rained. It flooded out everything. And you know what they said when they woke up and saw everything was flooded? They took that as a sign from God that they shouldn't rebel and that they should stay in their place because of the slave master. They have to obey their earthly master. So that was a sign. And when you read the slave narratives, it tells you that. So Nat Turner did his thing because of the Bible, and the people that were about to follow the insurrection of Denmark, BC, didn't do it because the Bible, because they feared of the repercussion of their action because they were going against their earthly master, because the Bible told them to obey him.
And they also had slave rebellions that
rebellions,
black people went and
and
told the master, "Hey, master, these
and
niggas is getting ready to act the fool." I understand all that, but all I'm
and
telling
look,
you, man, that does not. That you have to look at the people, man. People are wicked, bro. Like people is wicked,
The
and if you
religion's
get
wicked too.
the religion
yeah,
ain't wicked though. The religion ain't wicked. The religion is not wicked, bro. It's not. It's not
it
wicked.
is.
It's
It
because
is.
you
I'm
can
gonna
look
show
at.
you how it is. So,
I don't know. I'm not following
okay,
y'all.
well, I'm gonna show you. What you're looking at is the results of the root, right? You're looking at the fruit and go, well, this tree and this. You're looking at what happened right here. Like this isn't what it was supposed to be. No, at the roots, it is. This is the fruit that is being produced from this seed. So you may look at it and go, the earth shouldn't be producing this poison. Yes, it should. It's part of the genetics of the tree. You didn't see the seed get planted. You're just a human walking around on the earth disagreeing that this poisonous tree tricked me because it looks like an apple and I bit it, but it's actually a poisonous tree, right? But when we're talking about a God, the God set that whole thing up. He's the root. He's starting off saying, I have a favorite people. Then people are going to start saying, that's me, right? If the book says it, all these people are going to start saying, that's me. Even it's to the point where our people were just in bondage. And we saw what religion did to the whole world almost. The majority of the world, with these people thinking that they were the chosen people of God and they could walk around with this book and do whatever they wanted to do to everybody because they were moving for God, right? Whether you agree with their actions or not, they
But what
started
they
off by thinking that they were the special people. Why do we even have a God saying that somebody is special? One group of humans is special over the other. That's going to start a problem. We don't even do that as parents, even if we do have a favorite, because we
but
know
we
it starts
do.
problems.
We
But I'm
do.
saying we know, even a human being with our carnal minds, we know not to make that like a thing that we do, having a favorite, even though in your head you have a favorite. You don't do it out in the open or expose it, and you try to balance it out because you know it can cause confusion in your family.
He didn't try to
So how
balance
would the
it.
God not know that all of these people would keep saying, I'm the Jew, I'm the Jew, I have the right. No, we're the people of the Bible. You're going to be serving us and we're going to take over and we're going to group together and come on, it's going to keep on going. It's never going to stop.
Do you really
Until
think it
this
was?
dude is not coming out even saying who he was talking about. All of these, everybody's about to be a damn Jew eventually. Because
Was it
everybody
really?
is so many people losing and coming on top, and then they take the same story, spin it. The Arabs got their favorite story. The Native Americans had their favorite chosen story, the chosen people of the sun and the chosen people of the Maya, the people who spin the illusion and all of that. Everybody had it. But
But
who's
all
actually the chosen people of any of these creators? It's fake. And it's starting a fake war amongst humans that don't even exist.
people use especially people in power. They use anything they can use, man.
I'm glad.
Let's
I'm
just
glad.
keep it a
I'm
buck.
glad you said that.
Like they use anything that they can use. You think was Julius Caesar preaching Christ when he marched through Germany and killed 500,000 people? No, hell no, he wasn't. He was preaching Rome. Like you can point to any time in history you gonna find
He was God.
Now
some.
get one. Now watch
No,
this.
Julius Caesar
From
didn't know nothing about no
1935
Christ.
to
Not Julius Caesar.
1945, you had a particular group in Germany, right? You had an organization in Germany that was doing wicked acts, right? Yes, we all can agree on that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So the organization wasn't bad. It was just the people inside of it. That's your logic.
No, no.
No, no,
Your
Yeah,
logic.
so
Your
hold on. How the fuck do we understand it with the Nazis,
no,
but we don't get it with the
there
doctrine
you go. There you
of
go.
no,
the
That's the
Bible? How
point.
does that? See, come
That's the
on now.
point.
That don't work that
no,
way.
no.
It's a
No,
doctrine. It was
no,
that. It was. It
no.
was
But
divine.
their
It can,
doctrine was wicked. That
they just had a
doctrine is
faith. No, they thought they
no
were
no
the
no 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 no
chosen
no no no
people.
no 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 no. Their doctrine was wicked though. Is
Hey,
what I'm
yours
How?
not,
saying.
and Christianity's not. Hey,
How?
God,
Like how? Because
Oh,
Christianity don't tell you to commit mass murder.
yeah, it does. You just
Where?
think the people. Yo,
Where?
hey, Rev, what the
Where?
fuck is going on, bro? They
Where?
do. We were just Joshua. We were just talking about it.
The Christian doctrine is established in Matthew through Revelation. That's where
We're
the
not talking
Christian
about the different sections of the
that
book.
is where the Christian doctrine
We're
is
not.
established
Okay,
though.
okay. So, let me give you the example. Let me give you a perfect example, right? The Germans that were getting involved in the whole genocide and who's special and who's not and who's the chosen race and the advanced people, they were even searching for Atlantis, right? They got that from mythology. They
Which
had a
one?
favorite person in their mythology. They had a special person in their mythology. It wasn't in their newer version of it. It was in their
Well,
mythology. It's the same. People carry out these acts. And it's
people have been.
what I'm trying to tell you is this is what I'm trying to tell you, right? I don't think you're catching the point. Once we start off by saying that God has a favorite, it sets the little fucking carnal mind people who are born into sin to start fighting over crumbs. We like, and he's not even here to say, "Hey, whoa, what y'all fighting for?" I like the Haitians. All of you other people are not my chosen people, so you can be their slaves. The Haitians are correct for slaving the rest of you people. He's not making no correction. So whoever wins the war is the person who dominates the other people, and they make it seem like they're the chosen ones, and you're supposed to be under them. We don't have a God actually telling us who is the favorite, and even if he did, it's not right. It's
Listen, what I'm
wrong
saying.
either way we cut it.
But that is not the Christian doctrine though. That's not the Christian doctrine, bro. That's not. It's just
So who did
not.
Jesus come for then? Who did he come for?
Jesus said plainly that he came for the Jews, and then you know what the lady told him? And then she
Don't
walked
worry about
away
the
blessed.
lady.
No,
What
no,
did Jesus
pause,
say?
pause. I'm gonna tell you the whole story. You gotta hear the whole thing. Jesus said that I came for the Jews, and then what did the lady tell him? She said, "But even the dogs eat the scraps from the master's table."
Right, yeah,
And
the
then she,
crumbs and
and then,
everything. And then he
and then she
blessed her. Yeah,
walked,
he blessed her and
and
sent her on.
he
Yeah,
blessed her. And then what happened?
yeah.
She went back
But
and
what
saved
but
her
you're
whole
missing
household. She went
you're
back and
right,
saved her
but
whole household.
bro, I got that, but you're missing my point. You're missing the whole point. What did he say? So are we saying he was incorrect?
No, it's not. It's not saying that
He
he's
got
incorrect.
adjusted.
I'm
He
telling you
got
that he. I'm telling you that he agreed with her. If
yeah, but
Jesus
why
really,
didn't he just say that from the
if
beginning?
Jesus,
Why did
because
he think
Jesus
so he
always
came
spoke in
for
parables.
he thought in his own mind he can only do what the father said. So she didn't correct Jesus. She corrected God. Am I
She didn't
correct?
correct. She didn't correct nothing.
Cuz he said what we want to read the
She
scripture?
didn't. She didn't correct nothing because of her faith in who she believed he was. She walked away blessed. She refused to walk away with that answer. And Jesus, for her faith, he healed her. If you say Jesus will say, "Oh, well, Jesus only he only loved who," well, why did he heal the Roman
Okay,
centurion's daughter?
so let's just stick with what Jesus said. I'm going to agree
I
with you.
I am.
I agree
I
with you.
am
She corrected
sticking with
him.
what he
Me
said.
and Sutton use this all the time to put people in check. We got you. We on the same page, but we look deeper into things with the logic. He said, "I am not sent but unto the lost tribes of the house of Israel." So he was incorrect. He was sent to her too.
He wasn't incorrect, bro. He wasn't incorrect. He was challenging her faith. That's what I'm telling you. He was challenging her faith. How much do you remember the story of Jacob? Do you remember that the story of Jacob when he wrestled with God?
did he
Yeah,
wrestle with God or did he wrestle with an angel?
Both. He wrestled with a man, an angel, and God. All of it.
He,
They
so
never.
he grabbed
They
that inner
named every
child, right?
single one inside of the goddamn scripture.
I'm just gonna stick to the Bible. Anyway. The only point I was getting away with. I was trying to come away with it says that after he got done wrestling and he figured out who he was wrestling with,
that the Bible says that he grabbed a hold of them and refused to let go till he walked away with a blessing. And
Read
it's the
that.
same principle when Jesus is talking to the woman at the well. If Jesus really hated, if Jesus really hated everybody else, then he would have never healed the Roman centurion's family. He would have never healed Jairus' daughter. He would have never appeared to Paul on the road to Damascus and told him, "Hey, listen, go to the Gentile." He would have never did that. If God really just really chose the Jews, then why did he tell Abraham, "Listen, you're gonna be the father of a many nations"? Like that's why I'm saying, like, you can't, I can't look at people and then cast aspersions on God. Like I can't. Like I can't do that. I
Okay,
can't do
but
that
he was
because when
incorrect. He's going back and forth with her. He's comparing her to dogs and the crumbs. And she's like, yeah, but we eat at the table, the Lord, I'll bow to you. And he's going back and forth. It's not just, I'm sent to the lost tribes of Israel.
he's
He goes,
challenged,
she says something, and then she comes back, and then he says something again, and she's like, oh, okay. So now he's like, oh, okay, you're right. But it's a test.
he's challenging her faith. That's what he's doing. He's
What
challenging it.
what's the
So,
script?
but
What's the verse?
so this is fake. Matthew, it's chapter 15. I don't know exactly. It's 15. Hold on.
It's not fake. I'm telling you that
Well,
the
no, not
whole
fake. I'm
dialogue
saying what he's saying is not real.
between
Like, it's not
between
real. If you're trying to see if your child knows how to put out a fire, I guess, in the kitchen, right? It's supposed to grab some flour and dump that, or get the fire extinguisher if you got that in your house, right? And you just have like it's a fake fire. It's just like some shit. It's like a fan with some orange and red and light blue / dark blue, whatever shit, wiggling around on some strips of paper, and they think it's a fire. And you testing your child. The fire isn't real. It really isn't an emergency, but you just testing somebody. So I'm saying he was not sent, but only to the tribes of Israel. That's not true. So it should not be in the book. That's what I'm saying. If God
he's
doesn't have favorites, it shouldn't be in the book. If he doesn't commit mass genocide, it shouldn't be in the book.
he's
If he
challenging
doesn't if he
all,
does not agree, if he doesn't agree with human sacrifice for some type of ritual or
It's,
ceremony, it
it's
shouldn't be
that
in the book.
it's Matthew 15:22. And behold, a woman of Canaan came out of the same coast, and cried unto him, saying, Have mercy on me, O Lord, thou son of David. My daughter is grievously vexed with a devil. But he answered her not a word. And his disciple came and boast him, whatever that word is, saying, Send her away, for she crieth after us. But he answered and said, Am I not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel? Then came she and worshipped him, saying, Lord, help me. But he answered and said, It is not meet to take the children's bread and to cast it to dogs. And she said, Truth, Lord, yet the dogs eat of the crumbs of which fall from the master's table. Then Jesus answered and said unto her, O woman, great is thy faith, but it unto thee even as thou wilt. And her daughter was made whole from that very hour.
that's why I told you, man. He challenged her faith. I said it 3 times. He was challenging her
Right.
faith.
So
Like
it
that's
was
what
not real. The stuff he was saying was not real.
it's not that it wasn't real because the Messiah did come for the Jews. Like that's the truth. Like he came for the
Yeah,
Jews,
he
but he was
did. But
challenging.
he came for everybody, right?
He did. He
But
was
he said in
challenging
that
her
statement
faith.
that
How
he didn't
bad do
come
you
for
want
anybody
me?
but the. Bro,
How
you're
bad do
missing
you
the
want me?
point.
I
I
understand
showed
what
you.
you're saying.
I
I'm
showed you in the
saying
Old Testament where he's playing favorites, and you use the New Testament. So I showed you there where there's still a favorite statement. If you just take those things out and you only have the story with the woman talking, And you have God talking to everybody, not his chosen people, and that they can slave the other people around them and bequeath them to their family to be slaves forever. And they can take everybody and unalive them and then take the virgins if they still alive or whatever if they're not pregnant. If
Nah,
we take that out, we still have the same principles and everything you agree with. These sentences that are making people use the book the wrong way because you're saying it didn't tell them to do it. They're using these sentences that you see in the text for this shit, and they don't even need to be there.
See,
That's the thing. It's not
that's
like this is the last part. It's not like this is a plant that if and you need to mix the lavender with the lemongrass and the wheatgrass, and when you mix those together it helps cure cancer, right? It's not this type of case. We can take out the lemongrass and the wheatgrass and just keep the lavender because the lavender is the only thing that's helping with the cancer. We don't need the wheatgrass and the lemongrass.
but what
So what
I'm
do we these are the things that create the cults. These are the things that help people do wicked shit because they're going, God does have a favorite. You know, God is,
he
he said we can
does.
slave the
He
other
played with the
nations.
Jews.
But
He
we don't,
favored them.
it's dangerous if he never said it. If it's only a man who wrote it in the text, it is very dangerous to our people. If a God comes out and says it, fine. Let that motherfucker pull up and say this shit himself. If man keeps writing these things in a book and they can get different people to, bro, we got so many people who have used different fragments of this book and it doesn't even need to be there for you to keep the principles. You can teach the book without all of these things that lead to what the cult leaders use. And that's why we point these things out. You don't see us pointing out, look, Rev, I don't think this book is good for our community because it says thou shalt not steal. Now debunk that. You would cook me up real quick, right? You could easily debunk that shit. We're using things that opens doors for weirdos. It don't need to be there. That's the
But what
shit
I'm,
that be getting on my damn nerves. You can
but what
take it
I'm
out and
telling you,
nobody would
but,
lose sleep.
but what I'm telling you is, irregardless of that being in there or not, people would have found a way to do atrocities to other people anyway.
But not in the name
Anyway.
of God.
Anyway, okay, well, in the name of America, in the name of Rome, in the name of Italy, in the name of Germany, in the name of France, in the name of whatever you want to call it, people would have found a way to commit atrocities against other people. There's never been a time in history where people have not committed atrocities against one another. Period. Like, period. Like
Yeah,
people,
but so that means we
what's that?
should never it should
What's that
never
saying?
happen in the name of God. Right? If humans are already doing it, why would God be copying our swag? We got
God
the
ain't cop.
carnal he's
God
copying
is.
the carnal swag.
He's not copying
What is
anything.
that? Like
I
he
don't.
likes our style so much, he gonna copy us. Yeah, I'm gonna
How
come
did
through and I'm
how
gonna
did he
unalive
how did
everybody and
how
I'm
did
gonna
he
rule
copy?
everything. Like that's what humans do. Why is he
Hu-
doing that?
Humans humans can take. That's why I'm saying, like, humans can take anything, man, and convince anybody that this is the right way to do things.
Well, I'm gonna
Like you
challenge
think
you
you
with this, Rev. I want you to get my book. If you can't get it, I'm gonna send it to you for free. And I want you to see if you can take that book and go try to justify doing any type of wrongdoing to anybody. Try it. Get a fuck my book. Get a Dr. Seuss book. I was just getting in the promo bag. Get a Dr. Seuss book and read that book and try. Just do it. Get a Mother Goose book.
you
And
you
well,
un,
shit. No, they got some cap
but
shit in there.
but
But
you know
get
what I'm.
a Scholastic magazine. You know, talking about animals and teaching kids about photosynthesis and all of that. Grab those books. Grab a biology book. Grab a chemistry book. Grab a arithmetic book and go out and try
No,
to
I don't.
see if you can do unaliving and justify and getting political parties together to go target people who look a certain way and say that
Mo,
this is
they've
the
done
word
it.
of God and I'm preaching to God.
They've
You
done
can't
it.
do that.
They've done it with biology books. They've done it with history books. What are
Where?
you saying? What are
Where?
you saying? They tried to use biology books to say that the African's brain was smaller. They tried to use biology books to say that black folks couldn't see at night. That's why it took them so long to let black pilots fly in
Bro, that
World
don't
War
count.
II. Like,
That don't
I'm
count
just
as a That's not an actual biology book though. Those you're talking about You're talking
for them
about.
it
You're. T-
was
yeah. Of
dealing with
course.
disproven. until it was
Exactly.
disproven
Just like the Bible was a history book,
to
right?
to
In the
to.
time of slavery, the Bible was a history book. We didn't have a history book, we had the Bible. They had racist biology books that said dumb shit about us. I'm talking about today when we know what the fuck is going on with all the cap and we just dealing with prokaryote, eukaryote, mitochondrion, the synthesis of your DNA and the ribosome and the different hormones in your body. Like all of that is just what it is. You can't take it and go to war with nobody and say, hey, you guys got to be my slaves because the mitochondrion DNA inside of your blood links up with the amino acids. You can't do that.
And you
The
can't take the
racist people
Bible. You
twisted the
can't
shit up in
take
the
the
past, but you
Bible.
can't. You
You
can't take.
can't take the
Yes, you
Bible
can,
today and do it.
bro. Our people are doing it still today.
Our people are doing what?
We're doing exactly what they did to us with the Bible. Now we're taking it and going, oh, it ain't you who's supposed to be dominating the world and who these angels are coming back to save and destroy and all this shit. It's us. So you need to be our slaves. Our people are using it and pulling up the scriptures to prove it.
But you know what the Bible says about somebody who don't what the Bible says about somebody who don't serve your God. What you're supposed to do? You're supposed to lead them to their own devices, Mo.
Yeah, because we already know when I come
But
into the
but
cafe and I tell you give me 30% of what you
no no
got
no
and
no
you
no no
start
no
acting
no no.
funny and I go upside your head.
No, Mo. This is what I'm saying. Like, when Jesus instructed his disciples to go out and preach, he told them if they don't receive it, shake the dust off your feet, keep moving. Paul later says that, listen, when they don't serve who you serving, hey, don't be judging them. Lead them folks alone, man. They got their own master that they gotta answer to. Like that's what the Bible tells
Right.
us. Like
And it makes
so
sense, don't it? It makes
so
perfect sense, right? Because it's resonating with you, right?
no,
But when
it's
you
not.
look at it,
But
when
that's
you
what.
look at
But
it
all
from a
I'm telling.
person,
But that's
but
what
look
it
at it,
says,
bro,
and
look at it from a person, you're
that's what it
correct.
said
It
then.
that is in there. I could take you to some place where he tell them to chop their head off, but that, I'm gonna agree with you, right? It
In the
does
New
say that. It
Testament,
does say that. Yeah, in the New Testament. But look,
it
it
tells us to
does say
chop
that,
their
right?
heads off if they don't believe.
Yes. Yeah, chop and in front of them. Bring them in front of them and chop their head off. But this is the point, though. I'm gonna agree with what you said
I've
when
never read that. I haven't
right,
read
but I
that
can
one.
go to either one. I can go to the head chopping, or I can agree with what you saying, where it's saying, hey, if these people don't believe it, leave them to their own devices, right? I'll take that one. It's even better than chopping off somebody's head, right? Let's throw away the other scripture and keep the one you said. Why is it that that is so convenient for the person who is violently bringing this shit to you that you're supposed to leave alone, right? But we take it, and now Brother Rev, one of my brothers who's still supposed to keep his militant mind, he's thinking, well, if people don't believe what I believe, I'm gonna just leave them the fuck alone. You believe your people's supposed to be free. You believe your people need to be protected. You believe your community needs more wealth, more establishment, more respect, more free. Right? Come on. And it's disarming you because you thinking in reverse. He's the one who was supposed to leave you alone, and he passed you the book, and now you reading it like, okay, even though he don't believe in my community and all this shit, I'm gonna just sit back and wait for God to get him, and I'm gonna just do right and pray and make sure I'm peaceful. No, this dude need his ass whooped. You got other fights to fight, even if
But
it's not physical. I'm
but
not
we
talking
got
about just physical shit. I'm
but
just
we
saying
have
there's other fights.
but there's also other ways
We just want some humble.
to
You making it all extra humble. The nigga
no
that had the
no
book, he should
no.
listen. The person who walked up to us and put us in this bullshit for over 1,700 years, he should have just read the book his damn self.
But we
What?
have
Why the fuck is he giving me the goddamn book?
Mo, we got examples in history.
You go read it.
We got examples in history of nonviolent movements working.
Yeah, you don't need violence. That's not what I was talking about. I was
Well,
talking about multiple
but I'm just
fights.
saying, like we have real life examples of people trying to get reform done in their countries, and they're doing it in a Christian manner, in a non-violent, a non manner, like turning the other cheek, taking the abuse, and still being persistent
Shit.
in what they want.
It didn't work.
We
Okay,
have
so them other
real
nations. So it worked for
life
black people.
examples.
Okay, so but wait, hold on. Did it work for us?
And that's how the civil rights bill got passed.
By us turning the other cheek, it helped us out.
It did. I mean, that's how it got passed. Martin Luther King was the face of that movement. That's why he the champion of America. They preach them all the way from, they teach them all the way from first grade
Yeah,
all the
we're
way
not.
to.
No, yeah, but we're not talking about asking our oppressor for permission to
They
have rights.
they
I'm
wasn't
saying, did it
asking. They
fix
was
our
demanding.
position?
They they
Did
they
it?
they they was demanding. I now listen.
So they signed the
I
Bill of Rights,
believe.
right? They signed the Bill of Rights. Did we still get lynched?
Yeah, I'm sure there was still some
Did the
lynching.
cops still come to the house and violate our women and our men?
I'm sure there was still some
They
cases
still
of that
flooded our
going
towns,
on.
right? They still
I'm,
kicked us out our houses. We were
but
supposed to be free. They kicked us out our houses and just took over the houses to the point where today you can still see that they our names, black people's names, the descendants of
but it
Africans,
but it
who were
began.
slaves. Their
But it
names are
began.
on these deeds,
But it
and
began.
it's white people who own it because they just kicked us the fuck out of there. So yeah, they signed some papers,
But it
and you're
began.
saying it's because we turned the other cheek, and that's where it got us. We still
Listen,
got robbed and played in the
listen,
end.
listen what I'm saying. I'm saying it began
Our
to
brothers still got locked
it
up for shit they didn't
began
do.
to progress. It began to progress forward. Like you cannot deny that it began to progress forward because now in 2023 it ain't as bad as it was in 1965. So I'm not saying that was I listen. I disagree with the whole integration movement anyway aspect of what Martin Luther King was preaching anyway. I
What you
disagree with
clapping
that.
for then?
I'm just telling you that that's a real life
You just giving
example
it the credit.
of
You just
of,
taking
of
the
people.
okay. The credit is due.
So
That's
so
cool.
I'm just so all I'm saying is like I will never look at a person and say, oh, how you practicing this is especially if they doing some wicked stuff with it, like, oh, okay, well that's the doctrine. No, that's you, brother. David Koresh was all the way wrong, bro. He was all the way
What did he
wrong. Like
use? He didn't use no Bible scriptures.
he did. He used his eloquent speech and all of that. He used
Yeah, but
all of
I'm
that.
saying
He
now.
used
Listen to what
all
I'm
of that,
saying, bro. If he take
that's not a reflection of the doctrine. That's a reflection of the
okay,
people.
bro.
That's a reflection of the people not doing what they were supposed to do, what they're told to do. And I believe it's First Timothy 2:15. Study to show thyself approved, that thou
Prove, yeah.
might become a workman, rightly dividing the word of truth. Like you supposed to do your own study, bro. This
I
pastor
did.
shouldn't be able to send you off.
I did. You just only study in the Bible.
Well, I'm just talking about the religion.
It
That's
didn't
what we're
say
talking about.
study the Bible to show yourself approved.
It
It said
says,
study, and
but it's
I
talking.
studied.
But come on,
I
man. What is
studied
he
where these
talking
texts
about?
came from. At
What
the
is he
time, the
talking
person.
about?
Hey, look. Let me tell you this: the Book of Timothy. At the time, the person wrote the Book of Timothy. There was no Bible. They stuck that in there, so it doesn't mean that that person was telling you to read the Bible. They could have been telling you to
No,
study anything.
no.
Oh, come on.
They had the complete Old
Ah,
Testament. They had the complete Old Testament, and he telling them to study to show thyself approved. Make sure you know what you're talking about. Study this doctrine, brother. Study this doctrine.
there
Study
was
this
no
doctrine.
Bible yet.
But we know
There
we
was
know
no
what he
Bible
was
yet,
talking
bro.
about. Study, bro. We know what he was telling them to study, bro. He was telling them the scriptures that they had available to study that, to make sure you know
Okay.
what you're talking about.
Hey,
Study
so
these letters that have been written already. Study.
that's what
Make
it said.
make sure you know what you
Did you
make
just
sure you
add
know
that,
what
or
you
is
talk.
that what it said?
No, I'm just saying, like that's what it
I
means.
know you
Like
just saying. You're
that's
right. You just
that,
saying.
that's
So now
what it
look.
means.
So now
He
look. Now in other instances, hold on. You just admitted you added that. But let's go to other instances in the Bible where it tells you the specific book that it's talking about. It talks about the book of the law. It talks about the war of the lords. It talks about the book of Jubilees. It's referencing other books when it's telling you to look at it and refer to it. Then we get to this instance and it's like study to show yourself approved. And it wasn't even part of the Bible. The Bible doesn't even exist yet. There's canons that aren't even closed. They didn't pick what books were going in there yet for you to say it was telling you to study this compilation. The compilation don't exist.
But they already had scrolls, Mo. They already had some scrolls, bro.
They
Like
did.
he's not telling them.
Like them
He's
one
not
student
telling
was
them
telling
the
you about
same.
earlier,
No,
where people was knocking noodles back in the classroom.
he ain't
They
telling
was
them
trying
to
to
take
teach him Greek.
letters.
They was
He
trying to
ain't
teach
telling.
him
Yeah.
Greek. He said,
And
"I
he
ain't
got
trying to hear
kicked
that shit. I
off.
already know Greek."
That's he's writing he. What do you mean? He Paul writing to his boy. He writing to his boy. He ain't trying to lead. He not trying to lead him wrong. He talking to his boy. Like so he knew what he was supposed to study, just like we know what we supposed to study. Like that's all I'm saying. Like, man, we can't always just look at the doctrine, man. We gotta look at the people, man. Like, people are wicked, bro. Like, just keep it a buck.
So we
People
can
are
do the
wicked.
same thing with Germany then.
But the Nazis already had a wicked doctrine.
Yeah, but
Their doctrine is already wicked. It's hate filled.
Okay,
It's
so
full of hate.
is the Islamic doctrine wicked?
I don't believe that all it's all the way wicked. Now, I don't know about all that jihad stuff, and I ain't read enough of the Quran to really just give it to you like I can give you the Bible. But uh they instruct their people to do good too, to live
yeah,
right
bro, we
lives
not trying
too.
to. Ain't nobody trying to take no good away from nobody.
No, I wasn't gonna pull an all nighter, but I said fuck it.
I'm just, that's all I'm saying. Like, man, I don't like
I woke his ass up.
I don't I don't I don't attribute, man, people, man, to
But that's all we have is people, bro. I don't know why we going outside of human beings. We could talk about bugs and animals
no.
and plants.
I'm comparing people to
It's
the
just
doctrine,
us.
man, because people are wicked, bro. Like, they didn't need the Bible to be wicked. They ain't need the
Yeah, but
Bible
hold
to
on, wait, because you
they
drifted.
ain't
You
need
kind of drifted. Wait, you drifted away though. When did you think the Bible is compiled? For if you saying that Timothy was just talking in this and he know what he wanted him to study, when did you do you think the Bible was compiled in the first century or some shit?
no, it wasn't compiled in the first.
Right. So I can give you that. Okay, they wrote that in the first century. The Bible is not compiled yet.
No,
You, we're talking about
but they
300
all no,
years.
hold on,
300.
hold on, Mo, because
That's 300 years later.
they already had the books of Moses. They already had the books of poetry. They already had the books of the law and the books of the prophets. Like,
Yes,
they
they
already
did.
had these
They even
scrolls.
had James' book. They had the book of what's the other dude's name? Barnabas. They had his book. They they had all types of books. They had the Nag Hammadi Library. They had the Book of Thomas.
But what I'm
The all
saying,
of these books are available, right?
I don't,
And they said
I
that
don't
these
agree.
books they
I
had
don't
all.
agree all
Listen,
the way
okay,
with you.
look. Hold on. Why would you have to pick what books you're going to accept into the Bible if there's no other books but those books?
I already told you.
Clearly,
I told you where
clearly
you
there were
stand on that.
clearly there were other options. They had a whole bunch of text, and they said we're only going to use this portion. We're not using the rest of those books because at the time they were available. They did this in 300 something AD.
So
The end of
my
300 AD. That's the fourth century. So if they did it at that point, and we had all these texts from the first century, second century, third century into the fourth century, and they only compiled it in the fourth century, then they're picking and choosing what book you put in there. So you can't say that the book of Timothy is only telling you to study the books that they picked in the fourth century.
no no
How
no
are you not getting this?
no. This is what I'm telling you.
Come
I'm telling
on.
you that this is a letter from Paul. This is a letter. This is a letter from Paul to Timothy. Paul is basically a Pharisee, basically. So if Paul is pointing Timothy to study, he has to only be pointing to the Old Testament that was complete. It was already complete. They already got all the scrolls from Genesis to Malachi. Now, not in the order we have them in, but they already have all of these books. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. They already have all of those books. So if Paul is telling him to study to show thyself approved for Timothy, He's telling him to study that's what he's telling him to study, them old scrolls that they already had available. He ain't
Okay.
telling them to grab all this other stuff
All
that's
right. Well, if you want it, so the Septuagint is already compiled, right?
I don't know if the Septuagint is
So
compatible.
what book? Okay, what book is compiled already that Paul is referring to? That where he's saying it's compiled. Study this. Which
They
one is it?
already had man, I don't want to get it wrong, but
Yeah, I know a couple of them. Septuagint, the
Pentuak.
Jerusalem Bible. You got the Samaritan Bible. You have the Peshitta. It's all types of Bibles. But what I'm
Not
telling you
talking
is that
about
there's
those. He's
there's
not
different.
talking about those books. He's not.
We
He's
don't know
talking.
which one he's talking about
He's
because there's multiple books. They didn't put Timothy's.
he's
So
talking
you
about
know.
that
So
Old
hold on, hold on, hold
Testament,
on, hold
bro.
on. We got to be specific. You know what book Paul was reading? I just
Paul was
listed you four. I wasn't even finished. I gave you four different Old Testament works that exist at the time where Paul is supposed to exist, and you telling me you know which one he was telling them to study?
he's telling them to study the the probably the Torah.
Septuagint,
He's telling them,
the Torah,
or well, that's the first five books of the Bible, correct? The Torah, ain't that what? Or the Pentuak? I might got the wrong term.
the Pentateuch. Yeah, the Torah.
The Pentateuch.
Yeah,
He's telling them to
yeah, the Torah,
study
but the
the
Torah is
book,
extended.
and he's telling them to study the books of wisdom, which would be
Uh
the
huh.
books, which
Okay.
what we would call the books of poetry. He's telling them to study the books of the prophets because all of those had been written. So the major and the minor, that's how the Christians break it down, the major and the minor. So you know the Ezekiels, the Daniels, the Jeremiahs, the Amos, the Obadiahs, he's telling them to study, he's telling them to study
Micah,
those,
Habakkuk,
yeah.
Jeremiah. Yeah.
Zechariah, Zephaniah, all of
Zechariah.
those.
Yeah.
He's telling them to
Right. So
study those
the book
books.
of wisdom is where?
Those
Where's the
the
book of
book
wisdom at?
the books of wisdom, those is gonna be your books like Proverbs, Ecclesiastes.
No, 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 no. The book of wisdom is literally the book of wisdom.
No, but I'm telling you, when I say the book of wisdom, I'm not referring to any book you're talking
Did the
about. I'm
Bible
talking
say the
about
book of wisdom?
no the book we
Didn't they take that out?
that's how Christians break it down. That's how Christians break it down, bro. Like Christians don't break it down like the Jews break it down. They break it down like the first five books. We don't call that the Pentateuch. We call those the books of the law. We then you got the books of wisdom. Those gonna be Proverbs, Ecclesiastes. You got the major prophets. Major prophets is Daniel, Jeremiah, Ezekiel. Then you got the minor prophets, them Amoses, them Jonahs, them Obadiah, like like he's telling them to study those books that basically the Pharisees already had. Because when you look at Paul's letters, those are the books that he's quoting from, with the exception of the book of Enoch. He don't quote from no other books. He don't quote from no other books. So of course, when he's talking to Timothy, who he refers to his son in the spirit, his disciple, basically Timothy, he has to be pointing him to the books that he's learned in. So you can't come with all these other books that wasn't in
No, but I
existence
don't
yet.
need to come with any other books. The only thing I need to come with is what book you're telling me that he was reading.
So I just told
That's
you.
it. I want to know how you come to the conclusion as to what books he would read. I can tell you from his time where he existed how many Old Testament versions exist at that time. But you have to tell me, according to whatever your source is, which ones he was referring to. How do we know which one he subscribed to?
Again, I'm gonna say that he's gonna be referring to the books that, as he's writing all of these letters and epistles, that he quotes from. And he don't, I don't know if he quoting from the Septuagint. I don't know if he quoting from the because the Septuagint, that's in Greek. Am I correct, or Latin? The
I mean,
Septuagint
it's the oldest version of the Old Testament we have. So
that we have, that we have. But
That's
that's
all
not.
we have. What
But
you
that's
want me
not
to
what
talk about
he
some
had.
shit we don't have?
Well, that's not. But he had. But you got to understand, Paul is in that time, so he
And how
had
do we determine what he had? How do we know what
because
he had?
I just told you that because when he's writing, it's what 27 books in the New Testament, I believe, and he wrote what he wrote the great majority of them, but 11, I believe it's 11 of them,
No,
and
he didn't.
well
He only has three or four books left.
no, 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 no.
Oh man.
No, Paul wrote Romans. Paul wrote
No, that's
Galatians.
all.
Paul wrote Corinthians. Paul wrote Philippians. Paul wrote Colossians. Paul wrote, did I say Galatians already? I think I said that. He wrote First and Second Thessalonians. He wrote First and Second Timothy. Uh yeah, like Paul got some books that he wrote, man, that we call books, but they letters, they epistles. That's what they are. Like
Yeah.
like
Okay. Do
like
you? Okay. So how do you? I'm not trying to take you down that road. You just got to study that a
But
little bit
but
more. But
all I'm telling you is
there's
he's
a
only
way that they
referring to
determine how they came to the conclusion that he wrote them. It was an assumption that Paul wrote those letters. But just
all the Christian theologians. Those books that I named, you notice the only one I didn't name was Hebrews, uh, Jude. He wrote Philip. I think he wrote Philemon. Yeah, he wrote Philemon. Cause that's the letter. Yeah, that's about yeah. So he wrote him. He wrote that book. Uh, so all the books except Hebrews, they in agreement about what he wrote. Like they pretty much in agreement with about he wrote. Hebrews is the
yes.
only one. They say it sounds Pauline the way it's written, but they don't know if they want to attribute it to Paul or Apollos. They
Okay.
don't
So
know.
so because of how it sounds, they think it's not Paul.
Uh,
That's
I
what I'm
can't.
saying. We have to establish what the method is that they're using to say that Paul wrote it. We can't
But
just go, oh, Hebrews.
they,
If Hebrews is not written by Paul, or if you saying it is, we need to know why. Why are they saying that?
I don't know. I think because
I can
number
tell
one,
you why they not saying it.
it don't say his name. That's one of the only books he don't introduce himself. Uh, it's one of the
He
only
doesn't.
ones that he wrote that he didn't introduce himself. He don't say nothing about his name or nothing, but it sounds Pauline in the way that it was written. But most scholars either attribute to one or two people, either Paul or this guy named Apollos. That's who most scholars attribute it to. But the rest of his letters, man, like it's all the theologians say that he wrote the books
No,
that
they
he wrote.
don't. They don't. Bro, I'm not about to
The-
tell the shit that I'm trying to tell you. It's not coming from me. It's coming from the scholars. I didn't make it up.
I don't know
It
what
was
he.
pointed out. So if you can't, this is how you get tripped up. And this is not something I'm making up. This comes from the scholars. What is the method that they use to determine which book Paul wrote?
I don't know. I have to say I don't
That's
know.
what I'm saying. No one
I
has
don't.
ever, and you're answering truthfully. And this is what scholars have noticed, believers and non believers. The church just said this shit. No one ever actually came up with a method on how do we determine which books Paul wrote and which ones he didn't. So when they started digging into how do we actually prove that he wrote it, how can we do it, they started looking at the text. They're not looking at what he wrote before or anything he wrote outside the Bible because they don't have anything. They're only looking at the book itself, and what they see is that he has a signature. He says, I wrote this in my own hand. And he only says it 3 times throughout the text, and technically 4 because he kind of says it in a different way. He doesn't say I wrote it in my own hand. He says something like a pen or utensil or something weird ass shit, right? So they give him 4. So that's why we keep saying 3 to 4. The rest of them, it's not written that way. It looks Pauline. It sounds like something that this person who signed off saying, this is me, Paul, writing in my own hand. Whenever you see this, you know that I wrote this text. He says it like that. And I didn't say it verbatim. It's paraphrased. And if y'all read any of the epistles by Paul, then you would know what I'm talking about. He has a few signatures in there. But the other ones, none of them have the signature. There's only a few that has it. So when you actually look at it outside of the church pushing it as true, that's the real proof that we have that he signed it. But here's the kicker. Even if it says that I, Paul, wrote this with my own hand, and whenever you see this signature, this is how you know it's me who wrote it, it still doesn't make Paul real. So either way we cut it, we still don't know what Paul wrote or what he didn't write.
Well,
It was an assumption from the beginning.
but regardless of that fact, they're still attributed to Paul. So all I'm saying is, if when I look at that, when I look at 2 Timothy 2:15, I'm assuming that he's gonna tell Timothy to study the books that he's learned in, whatever you want to call them. And for us today, that means that we need to study the Bible that we have, and that's the Bible we got. So the Bible I got from Genesis to Revelation, the Bible instructs me to study to show myself approved. And the only reason I said that is because that way there's not a preacher that can get up, man, to air me off, to send me off. Like, oh, now I gotta drink this Kool-Aid to go to heaven. Nah, bro, you can't get me that way. Can't get me that way. You know why? Because I read my book.
Because you already got that way.
Because I ain't that way. Because I
So you
ain't
don't think
dead.
you're
I
going to
ain't.
heaven?
Do I think I'm
If
going
you
to
do
heaven?
right, yeah, if you do right, you think you're going to like this place and you're going to live forever? There's
Man,
going to be like
hey,
angel dudes flying
that's
around and
my
shit.
goal. That's my goal. I hope the
You
Lord
trying to
say
go
the
to a
same.
place you ain't never been. You losing, see, now you losing your niggerdom. You losing the blackness. We don't
No,
even do stuff like that. Somebody tell us, hey, there's this place over here. We don't believe nobody with that shit. You believe in some shit in the afterlife. I ain't
I
trying to
do.
take the afterlife away from you, but
Well,
I'm
I do.
saying
I do
we
believe in the
you
afterlife. I do. I
no,
do.
I'm saying like that's not the point though. It's that this specific story is telling you that if you do this and this and that and that and that,
That's not
you going to
Christian
live
doctrine.
forever. As if like, bro, if I tell you, look, if you cut my grass, I give you $35, right? You know that's like a realistic thing because it's something that happens. People, humans do other people favors, and people got jobs and skills, and other people pay for skills. Like it's a real thing, right? You never had immortality. We're not
No,
talking about stealing, right? Unaliving. We're not talking about that. Let's set that aside. We're not talking about who created the universe. It's possible something did it. We don't know who it is. Let's just talk about the logic. You never had immortality. How can someone in a book tell you that you're going to live forever if you do this and you never even live forever? Like, what is, I don't
but
understand how we real niggas. What is that?
I
This dude
just
going to
believe.
promise me to live forever. I don't know him, ain't seen him. He talking to me in secret if he do talk to me on a toilet or some shit when I'm closing my eyes or some feeling in my body, some tingles and I got goosebumps or something like. But it's not a real thing. Who's telling us like, yo, I've really been living forever? And
But
even if somebody did, you would only know that they live in a long time, bro. How can you ever prove that you really had immortal life? Something really brought you back, gave you life, and you start living again. How would you ever know that you really an immortal?
see again, bro. Like
You
that's
don't
that's
ever
why.
know because you're supposed to live forever. You can't get to the point and go, oh, it was true. You could die with 700 years. It could be 10,000 years or 10 million. You would never know that. It's a promise for you to believe. The whole thing is belief, all the way down to immortality. Because if
That's
I
what.
give it to you,
That's what I'm
and you
saying.
you would just have to keep living, and then
We.
even on that day, if you pass away, you're gonna be like, oh, it was a trick up, but you gone. You can never get to the day where you go, I really am immortal. You can't, because you have to keep living forever. It's an infinite
But
trick.
but see, that's why I'm saying like it's a faith based religion, bro. Like it's not meant to be proven. It's not meant to be proven.
Because it can't be. It's a trick.
Exactly. But that's why I
No, you're
said
not
like
agreeing with me
I am
100%. Don't say
agreeing with you.
exactly.
Well, I'm saying
It's a
like
trick.
it's
You
I
don't think
don't
it's a
think
trick.
I don't believe it's a trick because I believe in the afterlife. Like I do. I hope it is. I hope it is. Like I hope that it's an afterlife, bro. Like I hope that when I die, that it's something better than this shit down here, bro. Like I do. I hope that there really is a place, bro, where people don't get sick no more, bro. I hope it is a place where people don't get hungry no more, bro. I hope it is a place where people don't go to war no more, bro. Where it's just peace and serene, bro. I do. Well, I ain't watching babies kill each other and mama strung out on dope. I hope it is a place like that, bro. And I don't think there's
But we
nothing
can
wrong with
make
that.
it. But you want that to exist because of what's here. So let me ask you this, right? If you're wrong, remember you kept going into if I'm wrong, well, I'm good anyway, right? But
Yeah.
are you? If you could have been spending your time trying to make those corrections here, where we don't have our babies unaliving each other and all this disease and war and all of this famine and shit like that, right? You could have been spending most of your time trying to fix this because it wasn't anything else. And then
No,
if there is, look, I can flip it in reverse. And if there is something else, you tried to fix this place and you got another place.
but
We
that's what I
taking our attention off of, so it is a
no no
L
no no no
when
no
you
no no
flip
no no
that
no
shit in
no no
reverse.
no because Mo, that's what I spend
If
my
this is
time
the only
doing.
thing there is, people like, oh, I'm going somewhere else, and we needed to fix this paradise. Paradise could be broken right now,
Listen,
and we
Mo,
just ain't fixing it.
listen, Mo, that's what I spend my time doing, man. Trying to solve some of these issues down here. I literally spend my time trying to do that. That's what I spend my time trying to do. That's literally what I spend my time trying to do, trying to get alcoholics to put down the bottle, trying to get dope addicts to leave the drugs alone, trying to get lazy men that don't want to work to get a job, trying to get fathers to build families instead of making babies and then leaving the mama off to her own devices. Like I try to, that's what I spend my time trying to do, Mo. That's what I do. So I'm not wasting my time, whether you agree with whatever doctrine I got behind me, but that's what I actively do. That's what I actively do, man. Try to get people to live better lives. I don't agree with none of this shit. None of us should be killing none of each other. Shouldn't be killing each other. We shouldn't be hurting each other. We should be loving one each other, uplifting one another. It shouldn't matter what race, creed, whatever. It should none of that shit shouldn't matter. Like we all people.
It
We
shouldn't,
but
but it does.
it does exactly down here. It does.
It
That's what I'm
does. No,
saying.
you saying
But
down here like we got other options. I'm saying if we
well,
look
in
at this
my
shit like this is if we look at it like this is all we got, we gonna treat it different. And you got 5 cell phones and
but
20
would
pairs
we?
of sneakers and
But
80
you don't
white
know
tees
that.
and shit. You gonna treat your shirts different. If you only got 2 white tees, 1 pair of shoes, and 1 phone, you gonna treat that shit different.
But Mo,
We're
you
not
don't.
paying a lot of attention to our community because there's like this other realm we go into to believe and disappear from our
But
responsibilities we
Mo,
got.
who's not paying attention to that community? Like who's not? I that's all I do. That's all I do. I literally go to work, come home, and then bro, I'm running. Like I'm running. I'm running from here. I'm running there. That's what
You
I'm
running from
doing.
the truth. You running from the facts.
Well, hey, if that's what you want to call it, but I'm just telling you, like I spend my time actively trying to solve some of these social issues that exist in the world. Like I actively spend my time trying to do that. That's what I do.
I'm not going to take none of that away from you, but I'm gonna use what you said earlier. Didn't you say that they read the book different from how they slave masters read it, and it made them rebel? Right?
Yeah,
You
they
think
did.
you have the same rebellious spirit that your ancestors had before?
Well, I know I got a rebellious spirit.
The same one,
Well, I don't think anything is exactly the
right?
same, but I just,
Right. So now
I just
are we reading it different? Because it's not making us rebel the same way. When they rebelled, they was saying "Merry Christmas, motherfucker." You know, good morning. You know, they
well,
was getting it in.
I mean, a
So
lot
we
of
reading
things.
it. We reading it. You're right. It did make them rebel when they read it for themselves. But now look how we reading it. It's not making us rebel. It's making us like, yeah, brother.
Mo
You
though,
know,
like it's
the Lord
different.
going, everything going to be okay, brother. Just worry about yourself, man. That's
Mo, it's a
all that's
different.
important.
It's a different time,
They
bro.
gonna fuck
You're
us up,
right.
bro.
And
It's a
They gonna fuck us
modern
up.
times call for modern solutions.
it's a different. Just a different time, bro. Like it's different issues. Like I'm not under. You can't say, oh well, you're not rebellious like your great grandpa was. But I don't live in the same conditions he do either.
Yeah,
I don't.
no,
I
no. So,
don't.
but you still rebel in a different way. Like it's a
I
different way you
I
rebel.
I do rebel.
It seems like you too humble. It's like you got that fire in you, but you like trying to fight it. You just need to redirect it.
nah. It's
You
just
got the
I'm not. It's
Kamehameha wave.
nah.
Nah,
It's
but I'm
just
not
not. I'm
going to
not.
use it. You
Nah. It's
going?
like I'm just not. I'm not
I don't.
violent. I'm not violent no more.
It's not
I'm
violence though. It's
like.
there's multiple ways of fighting. It's not just violence.
So I don't
It's
know
the
what you
point that
asking me
we
to do. Like
because
what
I'm not asking you to do anything.
like
I'm saying that our imaginations, when we stay in our imaginations too long, we get lost in this other world. That's why you keep saying down here in my soul, because you're creating this other world and we are here.
that's what I believe in,
You
Mo.
like, yeah, I know, but that's not here, bro. It's not here. And we've been
You
believing
don't.
that shit for the longest time. Think about it. What were we doing so wrong when we were on these plantations from Arabia, East Africa, South Africa, North Africa, all the way over here to the Americas? What were we doing so wrong on these plantations? When we just picking cotton and getting beat and going back in the shack, hiding in there, trying to escape. They hunting us down, bringing us back, cutting our feet off, cutting our tongue out our mouth. What are we doing so wrong in these instances?
I don't think we
We
was
didn't get
doing.
no
We
blessings.
didn't
We
do
did we did
nothing.
more than what we were supposed to do. We just were ragdolled.
We didn't.
We
We
it
didn't.
ain't like we
I
were
don't think we.
disobeying anything. We
No,
were
I
just
don't think.
fucked.
I don't think we did nothing wrong, man. We just fell victim to a world that is dictated by people, man. Like that's it. We were just exposed to the wickedness of man. Like we. That's it. Like
Where
men
did the
are
wicked,
wicked, bro.
where did the wickedness of man come from?
I don't know, bro. It's been in us. It's in us. It's in us. You
Where we
know.
come from?
Well, I believe we was created from the dirt. That's what I believe.
So
It's
the
just
dirt came from the earth. I mean, the
well,
evil came
well,
from the
y'all. Well,
dirt.
come on, man. Y'all know what I believe. Y'all know what I believe. Like,
You gonna say the devil did it,
no, I don't believe the devil make us do
or
nothing.
the
I believe he's an influencer.
no? We're just talking about the origins of evil. Where does it come from?
Man, I think when I believe that when we was exposed to that knowledge of good and evil, man, there's
Uh,
something in us that pulled to that evil side, man.
But
I
hold
don't
on,
know.
hold on. But you got to go back again. You said when we were exposed to the knowledge of good and evil, that means evil already exists. So where did that evil come from that we were exposed to?
I
You got to
just
keep going back.
Well, I just think it's the opposite of good, man. For good to exist, evil gonna exist with it, cause it's the opposite. It's the absence of good.
So
Anything good,
nobody created it. It's just the opposite.
I don't know, cause I don't know everybody who ever existed, so I
Does
don't know.
any does anybody in the Bible that you subscribe to take credit for creating everything?
Yes.
God
But not evil though. He created everything except for evil. Is
I,
there a scripture that says that?
Yes.
that he created evil.
No, that
Yes.
he created no, that he created we already know there's a scripture that says he created evil and good and that he created all things. But
Yeah,
is there a scripture that says that he created everything besides evil?
no, there's not.
So who created evil, Rev?
I think it's the absence of God. That's what I believe. Like it's the absence of good. Like God is everything good, and when you rebel against that good, that's evil. Like that's evil. It's the absence of God. I believe that God has been since the beginning. He's aware of both sides, but I believe that he never acts on the evil intent. Like
Bro,
never.
he said, I create good and I create evil. I create all things.
I've never read that in my book where he said, "I create good, I create evil, I
Yeah.
create all
I
three."
the Lord. He said I the Lord do all these things.
Well, he don't do evil, brother. I don't believe he do evil.
So what you got to reinterpret it? What did he mean by when he said evil? He meant something else? I mean,
I just know in the beginning it was dark. He created light, And he separated the light from the darkness. Like that's just what I believe, man. Like I don't know. Like I
Okay,
don't know.
how about this? Has there been evil done in the city and I've not done it? That's in the book.
Amos, yeah.
Where you at?
Amos, what, 7:9? Amos 7:9, I think. Let me see.
Something to that effect.
Where's my
7.
Is there evil in the city and I have not done it?
Amos 7:9. So that's it for what you see.
I'm looking it up.
Oh wait, that's not it. It might be 3:16 or something like that. 3:16. No.
Doo-doo-doo. Amos 3:6-8.
3:6.
Shall there
Okay.
be evil in a city in the Lord hath not done it? Surely the Lord God will do nothing, but he reveals his secret unto his servants and prophets. The nigga was doing something.
And that's just what, two? Isaiah, he created evil. He does all these things. Amos, shall there be evil in the city, and I have not
If
done
you
it.
have a disobedient
Surely I won't
son,
do nothing.
take him behind the city walls and stone him.
And that's another one.
I mean, I think that's Old Testament, but hey,
You said Amos what?
hold on.
3:6 through
Amos
8.
3:6-8.
Mine says disaster. Mine don't say evil.
You got NIV though.
Yeah, I got NIV.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't have
you know
it.
they fixing it up. That's not the original.
I got
All the NIV Bible does is water down the shit that's in the KJV. That's
no,
all it does.
no, but that's not true.
Bro,
That's not true, bro. It's not true. Like when you dealing with them words, man.
so
Like you
in the
gotta.
KJV they got evil, and in yours they got disaster.
And then in some versions of the Bible, it'll say love, and then in other versions
Calamity
of the
and
Bible,
all type of things.
it'll say charity. So it's you gotta look at how that word is used. Like I remember like when the other day when you was talking about what word was you talking about? Oh,
Exceed.
y'all was talking about exceed. Like I went and looked that word up. I
Did
went
you
to the
look it up in
Strong's.
Hebrew?
I did. I get what I sent you was the Strong's definition. And then I sent you the link where you can go see everywhere that word is used in the Bible and how it's
Uh-huh.
used. And it's never used how you said it's used.
You're right. But you got to use the word in the proper context of the sentence. So
Exactly.
all those other words, when they're doing that act to each other, does it fit?
So 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 for instance, like just using that word that you use because I already read it, so it's on my brain. Uh, it was talking about when it's using exceeded, it was basically saying that David cried the hardest. David cried the hardest because David was getting ready to leave, and it had nothing to do with an erection.
That's
It
what
didn't have
you
nothing to
wanted.
do with that. It had
That's what you
nothing
want
to do
it
with
to
that.
mean, bro.
That's not what I wanted it to mean, because when you look at that word, everywhere else is used, it's
No, listen,
never.
see, if it's gonna say David cried the hardest, it would say David cried the hardest. It said they was naked, hugging, right, and crying, and then it said he exceeded. It don't say, and then he cried the hardest.
No,
They're already crying. So you're putting the word
it's
in
no,
that you want to fit because you
no,
don't want to see the things we
no,
see in the book. I got it,
no,
bro. It's
no,
cool.
no, that's not true. That's not true. What I did was I looked at that word. The word in Hebrew is gadol. The word they translated to exceeded in the King James Version is gadol. And everywhere that word gadol is used in one verse. It says like and he will make your name great. But that word great is gadol. It said in one word, in one time it said and he will magnify something, and that word for magnify that's used is gadol. So that's why I'm saying, like, when I look at that word, like, just like when we get off of here, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna look at the word that they translated into disaster, that your book says is that the King James Version says evil, and I'm gonna look at everywhere that is used and see if it's used, see how it's used, and I'm gonna get the definition of the word, and then that's how I come to my conclusion what that word says. So when I'm looking at that text,
Even if you put the word in there and then you read the verse, you insert the word, and it don't make sense, you still gonna go with the word.
no, it does make sense. It does, because when you, again,
The
like when
word,
you go,
listen, that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. The word is at the end of the sentence.
when the
So
word
it's
that
not he cried the
when
hardest if they're already crying.
it said he cried, it's man, I'm gonna how to pull it up again, but it says, it's talking about him. It's saying David wept, and it said he wept, and then it says exceeded, like it says exceeded, and it's saying that David cried harder than John cried. And the idea there is that David is getting ready to have to leave everything he knows and go on the run, which we know happened to David. He went on the run for the next freaking what? I think what it was 7 years before he became the king of Hebron, and then it was another what I think. I'm getting my numbers wrong.
How did David become king?
What do you mean? How did he become king?
How did he become king?
He became king because God picked him to be the king and anointed him in his father's house. And then it was basically like a civil war about to getting ready to go on.
Oh, so
Like,
the dude that was kicking it with the enemy that the other king was fighting, when that other king died, he left the people that he was fighting against the king, and now he's the king.
no, 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 no.
Where was David
So,
hiding at, bro?
in the caves of Adullam, he was hiding.
He
He
hid
was
there.
all
He
over the
hid there for
place.
11 years.
He was in the cave sometime. Then for a little bit, he went into the camps of the Philistines and was over there for a little bit. He was all over the place,
Who
bro.
was the Philistines fighting at that time?
They was fighting the Hebrews.
Say it one more time.
They was fighting the Hebrews. But he's a man on the run for his life. He on the run, bro. The king trying to kill him. Saul is trying to kill him because Saul has lost his
Yeah.
kingship. What
No,
happened
not.
was
No, no.
they was getting ready to go to battle, and Saul was told to wait on the prophet to come and come and give the blessing for the army. And the prophet was supposed to come in a certain amount of time, and the prophet was slow in showing up. So Saul took it upon himself to give the blessing. And when he gave the blessing, because he didn't wait on Samuel told him, well, look, God, because you did that, he said, God getting ready to strip your kingdom from you. And so then right after that, it talks about God telling Samuel to go to the house of Jesse to anoint one of his sons that's going to be the next king. And then after that, that's when they introduce David into the scene. And then David is loved by Saul because, David killed Goliath or whatever. He's loved by Saul. And then then the Bible shows us that Saul, he would just get these spirits over him, man. And He would get these spirits over him, and he would try to kill David, and David be looking at him and like, man, why you keep trying to kill me? Like, man, I love you, but man,
David knows why the dude was trying to do that to him.
no, I'm telling,
And then this is
I'm telling
well,
you
I'm
the
gonna make it
story.
real sweet for you. You had Jonathan, right? You had Jonathan and David that was chilling in Saul's house, right? And then he looked at him and he gave him his daughter, right? So David married Saul's daughter, right?
Yep, yep.
And then what happened? He left the daughter to go find who?
He didn't. He did. What do you mean he left the daughter?
He
He
didn't leave
was
his wife.
he was he was married to her for a while, bro. Like they fighting wars and
And why
everything.
did he leave her?
What do you mean? Why did he left her one time to go worship in the city, and she got mad at him like, bro, why you dancing butt naked before the why are you dancing all naked and stuff in the middle of the parade? What is wrong with you? Like and he rebuked her like, man, I'm giving God praise. Like he was excited before God, like, but
Did
he was
anybody else do that?
nah, but that was David. Like that's David.
You choose not to see it. It's cool, bro.
No, I don't listen. You won't be able to convince me that David and
I'm not
Jonathan was
trying to
gay.
convince you. I don't need to convince you because you stuck in your ways.
It ain't even about me being stuck. Like I just know that
Okay, so if
story.
you
Like
brought, hold on, let's keep it real. If you brought up what you're talking about with biblical scholars, and I brought up what I brought up with biblical scholars, who are they gonna side with?
me,
Now, guess where I got my information from?
I don't know.
Biblical scholars.
Well, I'm telling you that there's any because I went and looked, bro. I looked for that for
And
a
I looked,
long time,
I
and
looked, and I
the
inserted
only
certain words. Now you got a couple of possibilities that it could be when you read it and you insert other words,
I'm not
right?
inserting anything. Like for instance, I'm gonna give you another example of words. When Jesus said, "I come to fulfill the law," right? Like that the word they use is fulfilled. They could have used ratify. They could have used made complete. It's the idea of the word. Like
Okay, so what's
it's
all
the
the
idea
definitions of the word?
of the word. Like the idea of the word. So
What's all is the definitions when they give you the words and what the words could be is exceed in there and enlarge.
it says I can't pull it up while I'm on the phone. Cause I still got it in this text is where I sent to him. I could read it to him. But
Hold
but I
on,
don't
Nah, it's in there though.
I can't pull up my phone and
hold on, bro, hold on.
I text you the Strong's definition of that word. I texted it to you. I screenshotted it and sent it to you.
It says from an unused root mean to heap up or stack of sheaves by anal, a tomb shock, stack corn. That's what we're talking about, right? Prim, root, prop, to twist, i.e. to be kaus, make, large, in various sense, in as in body, mind, estate, or honor, also in pride, advance, boast, bring up, exceed, excellent, be, come, do, give, make, wax, great, come to, estate. It's basically saying the same stuff I was saying. But you still got
It's not it don't have nothing to do with erection though. That's what I'm telling you. It don't have nothing to do with a body part. It has nothing to do with a body part. That's what I'm telling you. It's like make great, like become. It's like basically like become famous, like become great, like uh 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 uh. uh yeah, it's like it don't have nothing to do with an erection. That's what I was trying to get you to see. Don't have nothing to do with an erection. And the reason I came to that conclusion is because I also, after I looked that word up, I went and looked up erection, looked up the word erection, and seen if it was in the Bible, and the
Okay,
word that they
now, see,
use for erect.
you're stuck on erection. I said enlarge, exceed. I said to me, it seems like that what it would be.
And
But
what I'm
I
telling,
said enlarge and exceed.
but I'm telling you, even if you say, I don't think enlarge fits there anyway. But if the way that word is used is never used in the way you're trying to make it be used. It's always used like make my name great, or magnify something, or something is greater than something, or something is bigger than
Okay, so
something, or more than
what
something, or
word,
more than something.
which one of these definitions are we using?
So I went with I looked at again, because I got my Bible, I got the KJV Bible, bunch of different Bibles, and the way I came away with it was the way the NIV text come away with it, is that basically David just he cried harder than John was crying. He cried greater, like his pain was greater than John's pain, because he got to leave home now. Like it don't have nothing to do with uh it don't have nothing to do with all their hugging and kissing, and he kissed him harder. It don't have nothing to do with that. It's like he's crying harder. He cried the most. He was crying more than Jonathan. He like that's what I came away with. Looking at everything, how that word is used everywhere else in the Bible, like like that's, I don't know, that's how I study, bro. So when I get those words, like that's how I study. If I study a specific word, because you gotta remember, like when I get up and preach in front of somebody, bro, like I
Okay,
don't I don't want to
so
be
I'm
I don't
about to read it. It says, and as soon as the lad was gone, David arose out of a place toward the south, and fell on his face toward the ground, and bowed himself 3 times, and they kissed once. They kissed one another and wept. So cries already out because it's at the end of the sentence. And
and he
wept
wept,
one another until David what?
exceeded.
Cried the hardest? That doesn't make sense.
It does make sense.
Mo,
It
does
it
that
it does
make
it,
sense?
it, it does make sense.
Okay, bro, you see, you just gonna see what you want to see. I got it. It's okay. I'm gonna understand. You're gonna see what you want to see. They're already crying, and then it said, so now they're both weeping, and then David cried the hardest. That don't make no sense, bro. I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but like, each his own. You see something I don't see. I see something you don't see.
I want to go back. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mine says, but David wept the most. That's what mine says. It says they both cried, but David wept the most. So
Mine don't say that because I'm KJV in it.
And then I don't.
You
Well,
got the watered down NIV version.
don't do my Bible, bro. Why you want to do my
Because
Bible, bro?
it is.
How is the
I know. Listen,
KJV? How is it
I used to
watered
think
down?
just like you that the NIV was the shit. And then somebody had to show me that it's a watered down, it's just water, it's watering everything down in the King James.
It
Probably
doesn't.
not everything, but majority of the harsh stuff, they just water it down.
They
I
don't
was like,
water. They don't water it down though, bro. That's why I'm telling you. Like as a person who
okay,
really,
you got yours pulled up?
yeah, but I don't know if you can hear me when
No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna be able to hear you.
yeah
It's all right.
you will have to like call me off of this and we could go through it, bro. Like I'm telling
Are
you,
you?
like
What you doing Saturday?
Saturday I don't got nothing to do. I don't think.
All right, we're
Get
gonna
ready.
take this. We're gonna
Get
take
ready.
it to the YouTube because
See,
last time we went in depth, I got suspended.
yeah, but I'm just all I'm telling you is like, first of all, like you dealing with the ancient Hebrews, bro. Like they
Yeah,
got a
and I know
God.
their practices, bro.
But what I'm telling you is they got a God that say
Have you looked into
homosexuality.
their practices?
Yeah, I have, and I
And
know
you
it's
know
not.
Abraham had a servant, right?
He had a servant
And how
girl.
he made that promise with the servant?
Which you talk about which servant?
He made a promise to a servant, and the servant had to grab his loins.
Man, what are you talking about?
Well, we'll put it up. We'll pull it up on Saturday because I have to go through this. Matter of fact, there's a dude on this app. His name was Albright, and he tried to cuss me out, trying to make it seem like I didn't know what I was talking about.
Well,
It's
I'm not gonna do all of that, but
it was customary for the Jews at that time to make promises or some type of covenant, and they would do the inner thought stuff.
listen, what I'm telling you though, bro. First of all, David is how many generations moved from Abraham?
I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you, 42.
Okay,
Okay,
depends on what. It depends on what
it's 42.
who you going with.
Well, you have to go with the biblical genealogy, and the reason I tell
Okay,
you
but
that,
who are you going with? You going with Matthew? You going with Mark? You going with Luke? Who you going with? Because all of them ain't the same.
but they have genealogies in David's in the Old Testament too, because that's another thing. Like when you're reading the Old Testament, right? So when you get to after they kind of like when you get to about Judges, right? Or not even before that, like when you start like when they, for instance, like when they get to talking about Judah, remember they got the stories about Judah and stuff, and then remember one of the sisters got raped. Do you remember that? Like all these
You can't say
people
that. You
when you
can't say it. You got to say
sorry
great.
sorry sorry but you yeah assaulted or whatever. Can I say that?
Yeah.
Okay, like when one of the sisters got assaulted, then you remember like the story of Ruth, and Boaz, like all of these people, these extra people that they sometimes take off and point to, all these people are in David's lineage. Like all of them, they're all in his like lineage. They all belong to his lineage. Like so I just said that to say like the Old Testament kind of points towards David, right? And then it starts to point towards Jesus, like, and then of course it's like most Christian scholars believe that a lot of the Old Testament
I
is a
can't point towards
foreshadowing of
Jesus
Jesus.
if
But
Jesus' daddy ain't human.
well, they still attribute Jesus to David's lineage. Uh and some even believe that Mary is even of the tribe of Judah. So they still attribute it to he still gets his father's lineage because Joseph is of the tribe of Judah. So they still attribute Jesus to David's lineage. Like basically, like that's David's grandson. But I just said all of that to say that by the time you get to David, like they have a real clear understanding of what to do and what not to do, bro. So I just don't have David. David's not a part of that community. You know what I mean? Like he's
Shit.
just not a
All
part
right,
of that
bro.
community. And I just understand that story. Like when you were talking about he cursed
Now
when he was
you understand that story better than the biblical scholars. I got it.
when he was cursing. Remember when you was like, oh look, he cursing Jonathan because Jonathan was doing some extracurricular stuff. Like
No,
like
he
he
was coming. He was. You talking about the daddy?
yeah, when Saul
The
was
daddy
cussing
was
out
talking to
Jonathan,
David.
but when he was cussing out Jonathan, like why he ain't here? You siding with him? You was obeying
Yeah.
us? Like he's not accusing them of doing nothing like that. He's accusing them of choosing the other. He's choosing David's side, and he's like, bro,
So did
like
you
he gonna
did
take your
did
kingdom.
you read the part where it talked about the mom?
Yeah, he said you a curse to your mother. You a curse of your mother. Like,
See, you got the NIV, bro. You gotta step the game up. Go ahead and just go to the church. Tell me you want the KJV, bro.
bro, you don't just need the KJV. I don't know why people
Tell
think
this,
that.
bro. Come on, man. Stop.
Because no, you know why I say that.
Tell
I'm gonna
me
say
about
that, and
the
I'm gonna let you go because I know
KJV.
it's almost 5 in the morning. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let you go, brother. The reason I say that, man, is because, listen, like you're not the only one I be having all these like discussions with. Because in my estimation, everybody hate Jesus, and that's all
I don't
right with
know. I
me.
don't hate anyone.
Well, not hate. Well, you know what I mean. Like people don't like the Bible. Okay, people don't like the
I
Bible,
never
and
said that.
they all want to disprove it and not want it to be right
No,
and all of that. Whatever,
I
whatever,
don't want
whatever.
to disprove the book.
I'm just,
What I want is for people to look at the book in its historical context and see that it has a lot of flaws in there implemented by man, and God has nothing to do with this book.
but all,
That's
but all,
all I'm doing.
but all I'm saying is,
If
like,
people want
when
to
you
follow the
talk,
book, follow the book.
when you talk to somebody, man, they'd be like, oh, the KJV this, the KJV that, this book version this, like. It's like no matter what version I bring, like somebody gonna have something to say about it. So I don't get caught up in that. Like I just make sure I understand what I'm reading. Like literally, bro. Like just make
Hey,
sure I understand what I'm
if you
reading.
think I'm bad, wait till you go against. Wait, just not go up against, but just wait till you have a conversation with Buck. If you think me and Mo bad,
Nah, it ain't even about nobody being bad or none of that. Like y'all just believe what y'all believe, and I just believe what I believe. But I just like David. That's my God, bro. Like
nah, man,
the way
he
the
one of the most wickedest people in the book. You
he
talk about that's your guy,
what? But nah, what you mean wicked, bro? Like how?
bro.
How? How?
He stole a dude's chick,
He did
right?
that. He did that. He
And then
did
what was
that.
the other dude? He was like, hey man, I'm protecting your flock. What was that dude's name?
I know who you talking about, and then dude didn't want to do right by him, and he went and killed him, yeah, and took his wife.
But you can't. You showed up to where he stay at.
Yeah, but he listen, man. If
But that's a power play, bro. That's like what Mo said. You show up, I show up to your shop, start breaking shit, and you give me 30. If you don't give me 30, I go upside your head. That's what David did. David showed up to this man. Hey, man, we protecting your flock. Pay us. I don't need you to protect this is a shakedown. I'm not paying you nothing.
he
Oh, you ain't
my
gonna
hold
pay, huh?
on, man, my
You ain't
recollection
gonna
of
pay, huh?
that story is
You ain't
dude
gonna pay,
hired
huh?
them to do that though.
Huh?
It's my understanding of that story is dude hired them to do. I have to go read. I ain't read it in
Yeah,
a while,
we gonna look that shit up because
but
I don't
but
think he hired him, bro.
but I thought if I'm not mistaken,
And then
David.
he took another man's wife,
Yeah,
left dude on the
listen,
battlefield.
David did some killing, bro. And I don't excuse David for. I ain't saying David was perfect, but
He
that's not
wicked.
that's not why
How
that's
come
not
you
why.
just can't pick? How come you just can't pick a basic regular person in the book that ain't do nothing?
Who?
Every
But
key player in your book then did something wicked.
but don't that give you hope though?
No, that means
Yeah,
it's wicked.
it give
It's
me hope.
okay. It's okay. Listen, in the book, if all the key players in the game did something wicked and they're still favored by God,
It's
that
not.
means other people are going to look at it as it's okay for them to do something wicked because it's going to be forgiven by God if they perform a good deed or a good act.
No, that's not that
You see that
they
all throughout
okay.
history,
Now
bro. Tell
pause
me I'm
though.
lying.
But
Tell
you
me I'm
all,
lying.
but Paul, I ain't gonna say you lying, but what I will say is though, but you also see great struggle on them too, though, bro. Like for instance, remember when David went? I don't know if you're familiar with this account in the Bible, but David went to build the temple,
Uh huh.
and God was like, "Nah, bro, you got too much blood on your hands." And then if you remember, he also told him like, because you did, like for instance, the thing with Uriah and it's still in Bathsheba. He told him because you did this, man, the sword will never pass. He said the sword will never pass from your house. So David literally spent his whole life fighting. And at one point he was fighting two of his sons. And even on his deathbed, even when he was getting ready to die, man, two of his sons, Solomon and I want to say I can't even remember the oldest boy name, but they was getting ready to go at it. Like he never had no peace, bro. So don't just make it seem like God just blessed them and God just favored them and just loved all on them and just let
Oh,
him do
okay,
whatever he wanted to do.
you're right. But
Cause
now
you,
let me ask you this:
yes, sir.
all the wicked that the key players in the book did, are they in the kingdom of heaven?
I believe David is in heaven.
There you go. So it's not. There's no justification. We're getting judged for the wickedness and the good that we've done on earth, right?
Yes.
But they get a free pass. They
I
get a
don't.
plus one to go to heaven.
Well, I don't
I
think they
should just
got it.
listen. I should just. I should just go. I should just go because I was born in sin. No matter what goes on earth, no matter what I've done, if they get to just go, no matter what they've done on earth, then I get to just go.
But it's a man, it's they say that when Jesus died, man, like he descended into hell, bro, and saved some
Yeah, he was
folks.
in hell
Like,
for like 3 days.
and some folks got saved down there though. So how
Okay,
you know them
but
ain't
that's what I'm saying. Nobody should be in hell at all.
you right though, but hell ain't I keep telling people hell ain't for humans though. It's not for us. We
I
weren't
don't
meant to
know
go
that.
there. We wasn't meant to go there.
It doesn't matter if we weren't meant. Are we going there though? That we're the wicked. Where's the wicked people that's not going to be accepted in the heaven going?
I don't I don't no the wicked people that don't go to heaven go to hell, but it
There
wasn't
you
designed
go.
but it wasn't
None of God's children
it
should be
wasn't
going to a place of eternal damnation. When you have the key players in the game, look, Joshua, he did more wicked than I could ever do. Moses, he wiped out 1/3 of the tribe. I could never do that, right?
he
Then
he he wiped
David
he
was
wiped
going
out a
around
third of the
slaying.
tribe.
Look at Solomon. Solomon was he knocked the pillars down and put people on T-shirts, right? I can never compare to the wickedness that these people have done. So but just off the rip, because I don't know that much about God. And if people aren't believe in him, they're trying to live righteous to the best of their capability, but the temptation is always going to be there. And God knows that we're mortal men and we're going to mess up. So by default, all of his children should just be accepted off the jump if these key
No.
players in the game who did more wickedness than we could ever do are already in the kingdom.
So you asking a Christian this, so you already know what I'm gonna tell you. Like he made salvation available for everybody that want it.
But we're still going to get judged. I shouldn't have to get judged for anything. I should just be, when I pass, or if the rapture comes, I should just go. I don't need to stand in front of you and get judged. None of that. I should just go VIP section. What's up, God? What's up, Jesus? What up, David? What up, Joseph? What's up, Ezekiel? What's up, Lazarus? You know what I'm saying? Let's party. Pass the champagne. Where the big booty bitches at? We should just go. We're his children. We're gonna make mistakes. If they get to go in, we should go in. And they committed more atrocities in the book than we could ever do. So they just let me in. That's what I'm gonna say. If this book is real, if this book is real, and I'm before God, I'm like, hey, don't even judge me. Just let me in. You let all them in. You let all them in. Moses is in. Abraham is in. Right? Joshua's in. David's in. Solomon's in. Hezekiah. Hezekiah's in. I should be able to get in too. Right?
Probably not.
Aaron in. And it's because of Aaron that Moses put people on a t-shirt. Moses went to go get the tablets, and they was mad because he took too long to come back. Who was down there with the people? His brother Aaron. Aaron was the one that caused the insurrection. He erected the golden calf. And what happened when his brother came down? Instead of him putting his brother on the t-shirt for fucking up, what'd he do? Oh, we're going to go and it's okay, Aaron, but step to the side. We're going to put the people that helped you do this on a t-shirt. So there's like 7 people that they in. They in because off the jump because they God's favorite people. I should be God's favorite people because I don't know no better. And I ain't do all that genocide. So I should just go in. Don't even judge me. Just let me in. I should just be able to walk past Jesus and God and just go in. And where's the VIP section of heaven at? Is it heaven 1, 2, or 3? Which one do I need to go in? Off rip. If I can't get guaranteed that, hey, then I don't want it. I don't want it because I'm pretty sure if this book is real, and we got all these killers in heaven, I take my chances with Satan, bro. Who is the devil put on the t-shirt in the book? The devil's the scapegoat. I'm sorry, but that to me that's what he is. He's a scapegoat. All the killers is in heaven chilling, and then it's just the devil. All the evil people gotta go. All the evil humans that ain't God's chosen people gotta go to hell. But all God's chosen people who committed all these wicked atrocities in the book are up there kicking it with him. They his pals and shit. They his group. They his buddies. We gotta suffer eternity because we fucked up and they did more atrocities. Some of them went against they went against God. He still let them in. We go against God, we go to hell. That ain't even right, bro. I'm going to hell with Lucy. This is wild. This is wild. What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
So you know what I'm gonna tell you though. Like he made salvation available for everybody, but when you like everybody go before him to get judged because he's fair. Like he's fair, bro.
No, no,
Like
no, 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 no. That's not fair.
you gotta let me finish. I'm gonna tell you why he's fair. The
Go
reason
ahead.
why everybody go before him and get judged is because when when Satan and all his angels did what they did, like he made a judgment against them, like y'all can't be with me no more. Like y'all did wrong, y'all can't be with me no more. So what apply to them apply to us. But he just went one step further for us and he offers us redemption through Jesus. So now when we die, it's not about our righteousness. We get Jesus' righteousness by believing in his sacrifice. That's the Christian doctrine. Like that's literally the Christian doctrine. Like so when I go before him and I get found guilty, because I'm gonna be found guilty, right? It's somebody already died in my place, so I don't gotta die. He didn't offer that to the angels, but he offered that to people.
That's tough.
And like that's the redemption story. Like, that's the
Hey,
story of redemption. Like, that's what
my
the whole
brothers,
gospel is.
not to cut you off, but we got some problems.
We do,
We got
man.
some no, listen, we got some very big problems. Because I was trying to find the Hebrew, the Greek, the Latin, and just to go through these words and see where they're being used, just like you said you were doing, and go through the book and see where it was at. And I just went off and found some other shit. The book of Samuel is not even it's not in most of the Septuagints. It's not in the three
Nope.
Septuagints I have, like physically, and it's not in the
Hmm.
two that I have on my computer.
So it's a new rendition,
It's
right?
not even in there. So now I need to know, right? When was this accepted into the book in the first place, and if this has any connection to what this is insinuating in the first place? If we, so well, Rev, you probably not gonna get it, but I'm just talking to Suiton. If this lines up with the other stuff that they changed with the pedophilia and they switched it to homosexuality and all that shit, if that's at the same time, then that's gonna show a motive because it's not in
Hmm.
there. Like I'm just that's why I got quiet for so long, and then I walked away and I
Yeah, I
didn't put my
know.
phone
I
on the
already knew
charger.
what was going on.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where the fuck it was at. It's not there. This shit is not even in the book. And that's what I was trying to tell him earlier. How do we determine which book these motherfuckers was reading? Now, who the hell is this David and this Jonathan? And if Paul is referring to this text, does he know David and like who is this? This person is not even in the story. Like this or this version of the story is not there because it still speaks about it in parts of Chronicles and shit. But those details are in Samuel. Those details that sound like that are not in the other books. So that looks sketchy already. That somebody is probably
They
sticking that shit
inserted,
in there.
yeah, they inserted that shit in a later version.
Just
So
pointing that
we
out.
got
I don't
we
know if
got
I
to
gotta
figure
dig
out
into
who
that
put it
shit.
in.
I'm definitely gonna look into that shit. That's tough. I had to go to my other bookshelf. I said, "What the fuck?" I forgot to put my damn phone on the charger. But that shit was crazy. And I'm trying to find other Septuagints and see if what the fuck is going
It's
on.
probably not in there.
The Septuagint I did find it in. It has no title. It doesn't tell you who wrote it, who translated it. It's just on the internet, and it's a Septuagint, and the Book of Samuel is in there. But it don't tell you where that book came from, who did the translation, or nothing. It's just a PDF with the Septuagint that has the Book of Samuel in it. So that's sketchy. But I can't find it in any other books. But it did mention on Google Scholar that it is in two of the Septuagints, but it's not in the other uh, five. The other five Septuagints is not in there. It's a total of seven. But I can't find that other one. I don't know where the fuck they at or what the hell they're called. But that's weird.
I don't know, man. I ain't got all the answers, man. Shoot. I ain't got half of the answers. But I just know this, man. I just know what that book did for me. So I don't know. Call me an experientialist or something. I don't know. I just know, man, it seemed to work when I pray. I get so much favor. I don't know, man. Like, shoot, I be walking into blessings. And the reason I feel like they blessings is because and believe that it's a God out there is because when I try to send somebody the way I came, the door be closed to them. They can't get what I got, but it be open for me. So I don't know how to explain that.
What you got?
Like for instance, when it was time for me to get my CDL, I went to the schools and No, they was like $4,500, man. And I ain't had no money. I'm fresh out of prison, and I was working at Applebee's, like making $700 a month. And I was like, man, I can't be. I gotta do something because I don't want to sell dope. And so I went down to the school again. And I asked the lady. I said, hey, did they give grants? And she was like, no, because it's not a secondary school. And I just went home like, man, I don't know what to do, but this ain't gonna work, like selling dope. And I remember because I was crying on my balcony. I'm talking about crying like snot bubbles, because I've been selling dope since I was 15. Now I'm only making $700 a month, and 200 got to go to child support, and I got a family of 4 to take care of.
He said snot bubbles. God
And
damn.
I was like, man, I was just praying, man, like praying and crying, praying and crying. And the lady called me like 2 days later, and she was like, go down to the workforce center. They paying for CDLs, right? And I went down there. That's how I got my CDL. The same city been locking me up, ended up paying for me to get my CDL. And for the last 10 years, man, everybody I send behind me to go get their CDL the same way, it's always closed. They ain't got the money. The funding is gone. Like everything messed up, bro. Like
Hey,
for some reason they can't
tell him
get it.
come see
Yeah,
me.
because somebody else have already like took the spot.
Yeah,
No, bro.
we got training.
Yeah,
We got
somebody
training.
else took it.
Literally,
If
like
you
when
know
I tell
anybody that
you,
wants a CDL, bro, the job is training niggas to do that shit now.
I'll
You just
tell
got to
them.
do a 2-year commitment.
But I'm just telling you that everybody that I've sent behind me, bro, like they is for
Okay,
some
look,
one
listen.
year,
Now test
one
this
year they
out.
had
Listen,
the
we're gonna
funding,
see.
and then the funding froze. Like they just froze it all of a sudden.
So wait, okay. Well, I was about to tell you to get in contact with the people who put out when those funds are available for the. I think it's the was it the county commissioner? No, it's the
Man,
damn.
I don't even think they do it no more for real. I had to go look. It's probably
What you
been
would
about
do, I'm saying,
a
like,
year
if you
since
want to
I
get
seen
past the
nobody down.
phenomenon, right? If you want to get past, if you really want to know if there's some supernatural shit going on, you would need to see if you're sending these people out as soon as the funds are available. And I know about grants. That's shit I do. And if you don't jump on it quick enough, it will be gone. Sometimes in a matter of hours, depending on how many people know about it. You see what I'm
I,
saying? So you gotta to find out if that's real, but that's not what you would do. I'm saying for me, if I was still spiritual and all into that shit, I'd be like, is this God or is this? I go test shit out to see. Oh, I'm just missing the funding. Like, and if you keep thinking logically like that, you'll probably notice. And I'm not trying to bust your bubble or rain on your
I
parade. I'm
hear you.
saying like
I hear
it
you.
be shit that we just don't see because we so used to losing. A nigga walk up and go, here's $20, brother. You don't get that somebody would actually do something like that for you. See, like, oh
I
my
mean,
God, thank you. I'm
for instance,
hungry. We be so thankful for anything, and we just
like
be missing that. This is just
I give you
how the
another
system
example.
works.
When I first interviewed for Coca-Cola, they shot me down. They shot me down, bro. Like, nah, like I got hired by remember Dan Brown, Sue? Do you
You
remember
talking about
Dan?
the plant supervisor?
Yeah, like the dude that's in Dave Seibel's was in
Yeah,
Dave
yeah,
Seibel's
yeah,
spot.
yeah,
He
yeah.
hired me, bro, and I failed the background check, bro. Like literally failed it. The lady called me back. I think her name is Angie. Is her name Angela or Angie or something? She called me back like probably like 4 or 5 months later, and she said, "Hey, I still got your application or whatever." Where she said, "Have anything changed?" I said, "Nah, ain't nothing changed on my end. Like everything that I had then, I got now. Like everything is the exact same. My motor vehicle report, everything is the exact same, bro." And she was like, she said, well, She's like, well, will you do an interview again? She said, you know, at the worst, they could just say no again. I was like, yeah, that's cool. I'll try it again. The second time I got, hey, let them on in here. Like, I just be having so much favor, bro. Like, I don't even be,
Because I think you just got so much doubt in your damn self. That's what it is.
nah, bro. Like,
Bro, because I
man,
don't take
ask
no
Q
for no
about me,
goddamn
bro.
answer, bro. I don't take no for an answer. And that's
Ask Q
probably
about
why
me,
I don't.
man. I got the probably,
Bro,
I'm probably one of the
so you
most
mean to tell me
cocky,
somebody did
arrogant.
something illegal?
Hey, if it ain't that,
Nah.
then it was God, bro. I don't
No,
know, bro.
if it ain't that, then it gotta be God. That's a false dilemma. You think it's
I'm
one
just,
thing or the other thing. It
hey, I
could be
don't
something
know.
Well, I
else you
know at a
missing in
certain
between.
period of time, they didn't hire felons. And then they stopped that and said, we're going to hire them because our turnover ratio was bad.
I don't know. I just know when it was my time, I got hired, and
Okay, so
they didn't
did you
hire
know that
no
it is
more.
up to the discretion of the company?
What's up to the discretion of the company?
The company, they don't. You can hire a felon.
But what changed
They're
4 months?
specific with the law, but I'm saying with the law, when it comes to a felony, like dealing with the government, where they actually like putting a foot in and a 2 cents in it, it has
Right,
something to do with what type of felony you had
I understand that, but
when you
I'm
had it. You
telling
get what I'm
you,
saying? That's they get
I got
specific, but the
I
company
got
can hire a
hired.
damn felon.
But I got offered the job by the basically like the number two dude up there. He right up under the GM, and I got denied. And the second time I get in and nothing changed. Like the only thing kept me out the first time was my background. It wasn't nothing on Coke is saying yes, but my
Okay,
background
let me
disqualified
ask you
me.
this.
And then
So
4 months later, nothing changed, and I get hired. Like I don't know, bro.
okay, so with all the
I,
success that
I
I
don't
had,
know.
right? I was facing life when I was 15 years old, right? Already awarded a state, everything, turned 16, locked the fuck up with adults, all that shit. I didn't go to juvenile detention. I'm with adults. But the what happened in the end, long story short, the dude did the crime again. He committed the same crime in the same place, and that's how they knew I didn't do it. But all through the whole entire case, they talking about take the deal. My mom talking about some go, you better pray. You better pray because you know you done stuff. So this is nothing. This is just your shit coming back to you because you get away with everything you did. You know you deserve something. You don't have no record at all. You never been caught for nothing, and you know you done shit. And this is why he's saying like you don't get away with nothing. I went back to my cell and I didn't pray to nobody. I said this shit gotta be fake because I didn't do it. This is just complete bullshit. There's no way I'm about to sit here and get on my knees and go, "Hey God, he know I didn't do it. What the fuck am I talking to him for?" That shit is weird. Like whatever he doing, he just gonna do it. So I just left it the fuck alone. I didn't talk to nobody, and I got the fuck up out of there. The next day, I didn't talk to anybody. I went to sleep, woke the fuck up. The next day, the lawyer came back that was trying to force me to take the deal. He was against me, and he my goddamn lawyer. And he said, "You're about to go home." And I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I seen what the fuck you was doing, so I already know you ain't on my side. You over here eating lunch with this motherfucker, drinking scotch on the rocks and shit. And he's like, nah, look, and he slid me the newspaper and showed me the dude did the same thing in the same place with the same outfit on. They got my clothes that they built from my parents' outfit. My stepmother and my father, they built the outfit with their clothes to make me fit the description. So they got that in the evidence. So I couldn't have. So when I got in the court, they like, yo, did he break out, go into the evidence locker, put on his shit, and you know, the lawyer had a field day with the shit. But the point is, that shit worked out for me, and over time, I didn't like just jump out of it right there at the age of 16 and shit. It still took me up to like age 21, 22, where I completely left religion alone, period. But I noticed that I don't need to say nothing. Like from that moment, I was like, I don't need to talk to anybody because he already know what's going on, right? So I left it alone, and now that's that little taste of not praying or not calling out and letting everything be what it is. But I noticed when I got older that it wasn't that I wasn't praying or I was allowing God to do what He wanted to do without me bothering Him. I made so many different excuses. Like it's because I didn't bother God, and I just knew that God already knew what I wanted. I was telling myself already a bunch of dumb shit. But I just completely left it alone. That's what made me focus on what the fuck was important. I knew I didn't do it. I was already thinking of different ways I can prove it, and then that shit just popped up. Cause I was thinking to my damn self like, yo, that dude's still out there. I could make a couple calls and tell people to, instead of calling my mom like and calling my sister like, yo, I love you. I could call him and tell him like, go knock on, go shake some shit up real quick and see who the fuck that was. Cause it gotta be some dude like this dude just knocked on the door and just did some dumb shit with a machete. That ain't nothing no street dude doing. That's somebody that's tweaking. That's a flunky or something. So you can kind of find out who the hell that is, who family member that is or whatever, and go. I already was on a mission. I wasn't praying. I was just using logic. How can I figure out how to get out of this? The lawyer is against me. Boom. And then from that point on, I just kept on dealing with the logic and dealing with reality. And things became real to me, and I just learned how to maneuver in life, just knowing how my reality works. And so I'm still getting blessed. And bro, shit fall in my lap too. It just fall in my lap. I'm not talking to no God. I don't ask for nothing. My life is completely different from how it was 11 years ago. I'm a completely different person. My family said it. My homeboys say it when they meet me again. Yo, what the fuck is going on with this dude? This dude is somebody else. Complete 180. With no God. I was already in a strong religious foundation, and I escaped from that shit. My family, who's still religious, they depend on me. Most of them. And I ain't got nothing to do with none of that shit they talking about. And they wandering around in their imagination and talking about Islam and Jesus and Catholicism and Hebrew Israelite and Christianity and all this shit. And they just lost in their shit. But I left it alone, and then I excelled. I became successful. I'm a way better father than I was, even though I became a father early because I was a teenager. But still, it's way better than what the fuck it would have been if I would have went down a different path. If I would have kept following the leaders of the church that was around me and believing what I was believing, like I would have never even seen the shit that we discussing today. I would have never saw it. I would have been lost somewhere else. But the success is there.
Man, it's just,
And it do be it be feeling like somebody doing it. It be like I used to think it's my brother, my grandmother, they blessing me when I was believing in ancestors. I used to think it was Allah, all types of shit, Jesus, but it's just you. Like when you get your focus right, you can't be stopped. An accident got to happen because you're focused. Something has to accidentally trip you off your track, like something that you can't calculate. But if your mind is straight and you focused on that mission and what your goal is and what you really want in life, you just go for it. For you just think that it's this doctrine that you in. For the Muslim, you think somebody didn't almost join a terrorist group or got in it and then got out and there's no way to get out. They somehow slip away and they somewhere living another life and they go, oh, Allah, and they think that their God saved them. They wanted out. They did not want to be part of that no more. They don't even believe in your God, and your God is the real God, right? They didn't even pray to your God. They prayed to something else and still got out of their situation on the other side of the world. And they straight too, and they feel like shit falling in their lap, and they got a guardian angel and something blessing them. But when you get down to it, it's just us men leaving certain shit alone, and we knocking on different doors. You'll walk down a block and go, ain't nothing over here, and ain't nobody to stick up here, ain't nobody to pitch to here, and you'll try another block and try another block. It wasn't God then. It was just you trying and continuing to try.
I don't know, bro. Like me, I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. Like I tell you, I be walking in favor, man. I don't know how to explain it, bro. Like I know somebody could discount it or whatever, but man, I'm telling you, bro. Like I don't know. Like prayer for me works, bro. Like even to my wife, like for my wife, like I remember I was crushed when I went to prison at 21. Fresh 7 years on me. I'm stressed. My girl, she was out there doing her thing. Basically left a nigga for dead. And I remember I was sitting in that cell and I'll start praying and I used to pray for that, God would fix that situation. But I was like, man, God, just send me a wife. And I just remember, man, I was real specific, like in all the things that I wanted, bro. Like, and the first girl I met when I got out of prison, like everything, bro, like everything I asked for in that prayer, like she got all them qualities, like all of them. Like even can sing. Like that's how specific I was. Like I want her to be able to sing. Like, just man, just so much. Like bro, and I wasn't looking for no wife or none of that, bro. Like I just that's what I ran into 3 months out, 4 months out. Like I don't know, bro. Like I can't explain it. I don't know, man. I just
Is so? Do you think that's just exclusive to you?
I don't want to say it's just exclusive to me, but
Because I
I just
can't
know
tell you
for
something that I don't have other than my community is not unified. I have everything else I want. I'm sitting here in front of 1,000 fucking million books. I got a studio behind me. I got my own book I wrote. I got all my fucking kids. I'm straight. I don't need to worry about what the fuck I'm gonna do. I could die right now and I know my kids good. I left enough shit for them to fuck with. They good. Some of them got their own businesses. I don't want nothing. That's why I can go so hard with what I'm doing, because I don't care if I get clipped. I'm good. And I didn't, this is just a couple of years just straight. Like some of the years in the beginning was, I was slacking. Like maybe it's Hebrew, maybe it's this, maybe I got to read the Bible that way, maybe I got to do this, and maybe I got to crack the code, maybe I got to say the name this way. It was some shit that was lacked, but I've been just maybe 7, 8 years just straight, no capping, no belief, nothing, just full logic, straight on what I need to do and what I know I need to do, and I have never failed. And it does seem like shit it falls into your lap. But I would never take what I just did and go, that's the only way you could do it. I
no, I'm
just
not.
think that I just think that there's more.
I don't think
I
that's
think
the
there's more for people if we don't get stuck in a formula. Like, hey, bro, you gotta just fucking do this shit or your ass ain't gonna make it out. Like, if we make a formula for it, it's not gonna work. But we all see that it's working for everybody: the atheist, the Muslim, the Christian, the Jew, the Hebrew Israelite, the alien believer. Everybody is changing their life. Even the brothers you see us beefing with, if you sit there and listen long enough without being biased and listen to their damn story, they was on some other shit just like we talking about, and they switch and they believing in some shit that we do not agree with, and it still changed them from doing that. I would rather them sit there and believe this weird shit they believe right now than to be doing what they said they were doing 2 years, 3 years, 4 years ago.
yeah. I
So
get it,
we
man.
gotta recognize at some point it's just us. It ain't
Yeah,
there's no way in the world all of us could have a real God. Everybody's God, bless them, even though there's only one real God.
yeah. I don't know, man. I just know for me, that's what to me that's what it was, bro. I'm telling you, because I don't know, man. I don't know. I look at my life. It don't even be hard, bro. I don't even like. I'm talking about. I used to get on jobs, and man, I just think a bad thought, and on the way home, another job calling me, like, hey, we want to hire you here. Like, man, I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. Like, I can't explain it. Everybody got they, like you said, everybody got they belief. Everything worked for somebody, but I don't know. This is what worked for me. And I just really believe, number one, even if it ain't a Christian God, it's gotta be a God. I just believe that. And then I just believe that it's my God, the way that I choose to worship him and pray. And cause my life don't be hard, bro, like at all. Like at all. Like at all. My life used to be hella hard. Like everything was hard and coming and don't come at all. And no favor, and just now I just walk in favor, bro. It just follow me wherever I go. Like can't even mess it up if you want it to. Like, cause it's just favor. It's just so much favor that be on me, bro. Like I don't like
So
yeah.
what is the devil blessing me and God blessing you? What's happening?
Nah, well, I think God bless the just and the unjust alike.
Because I don't fuck with this dude at all.
I don't know, man. Maybe he
You
is.
know what I'm saying? Like
I
I don't
don't
fuck
know.
with him at all.
I don't
Nothing.
know.
There's no. I'm in the negative. There is no way even possible ever. Nothing. I could seal the deal, but I fuck with you. So
I
I'm not
think.
going to do. I'm not going to go all the way down that road. But I just don't fuck with this shit at all. And my life has completely changed. Just like you saying, bro. I'm feeling what you saying.
No, I
But
hear you.
I'm just trying to apply some logic, just being real. How
But
in
I,
the world did this happen for me? We both have that same feeling. I don't
but
think
I
it's
just,
my ancestors, and I'm not picking on you, right? Because
nah,
somebody else could be in here and they could say, I'm spiritual. It's your ancestors, Mo. Your ancestors are helping you out. And I'll tell them, I don't talk to them and I don't believe in none of that ancestor shit. Besides DNA, I got my ancestors through who I am and them fucking and shit like that. But I don't believe that they're talking and floating around and following me. I don't follow none of that.
I
So I
don't,
would disagree with any. I'm trying to figure out how they talking to their ancestors. They align their chakras. My third eye is closed. I
I
eat
don't,
flesh. I don't do none of that. I don't deal with none of that shit nobody's talking about on any type of belief. And we all are still feeling that same feeling like I transform my life. I'm a different person. Things are falling in my lap without an effort. So who is blessing me? Is it the devil? It got to be coming from somewhere if it's effortless.
I don't
Everything ain't
know,
my
man.
effort. Some shit is just a coincidence.
Like I don't even believe in those, man. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I can't speak for you, but I just know me, man. Like this stuff didn't start happening to me until I got in that word and began to line my life up to the way that the Bible says that God says I'm supposed to live. And when I began to live like that good book told me I was supposed to live, like stuff just started happening. So I don't know. I can't speak for nobody else. Like 2014, I got shot in my chest. I got shot in my neck. Like, bro, I was in the hospital for a little bit, like just a little bit. Like I should be dead. Like, man, I don't know, bro. I ain't died so much. Like all my best friend got 30 years. My other best friend, he got life plus 43. Like it all missed me, bro. Like it just all missed me, bro. Like, man, like when I see other people like my friends who trying to, focused on doing the right thing and focused on trying to do what they supposed to do, it be so hard for them, bro. Be hard. They struggle, bro. Like, and they doing it right. They doing it the same way I was doing it. But like all they struggle that they had, like it didn't take me all that to it didn't take all that. Like all
So
that
maybe
just
they should try what I'm doing.
yeah.
You ever tell them like, "Hey, bro, look, you probably don't need Jesus. You probably just, you know what I'm saying? Let me put you on to these dudes I know real quick.
But that's
They
what I'm
gonna get
saying.
you.
Like they
They gonna
don't.
dump your
They
Kool Aid
see
out."
my friends, my day one friends, bro. None of them is Christians, bro. None of them. That's what I'm saying. Like, but they like I got one friend, bro. He works 7 days a week, bro.
So they not
7
doing what you doing.
days a week. Like, but I mean, as far as like being focused on doing the right thing, leaving people alone, uh, you know, trying to align their life on the right path, like, bruh. Like, like they catch so much hell, bro. Like I didn't catch all that hell. Like I'm telling you, bro. Like when I decided, like man, when I asked God to come in my life and do it for me, like fix everything I need Him to fix, bro. Like he been on it, bro. Like I mean, on it, like own it. Like I don't know, like that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't explain it. I can't. I don't know. That's why I say I might just have to be just call me an experientialist because my experiences tell me, man, that the way I've been going, I have to get like I give all glory to God. It's not me, bro, because I see people that's good people, man, good solid dudes. They go to work, they do their best to try to do it right, man, and it's like they catching hell trying to live a right life. You know what I mean? And I don't catch no hell, bro. I don't catch none. You know what I mean? We have minor storms. My life ain't perfect. You know what I mean? I'll never get on here and cap, but bro, like I be dancing underwater, bro, and not getting wet. Like seriously, you know? Like Sue would tell you how I used to diddy bop through work with a smile on my face, loud. You know what I mean? I was there 18 months. Out of everybody, they chose me to be the lead. It be just stuff like that, bro. And I ain't doing nothing different than nobody else, bro. Nothing. I mean, nothing. It's dudes that go help dudes, or some dudes that just come to work and do they garbage and do they job and get on down through there and shoot. But when it was time for a lead, like they was like, Adrian, hey, what's up? You want to be a lead? This dude's been there 10, 11,
That
12,
don't count.
15.
That don't count. I've been in places for a few months and already went all the way over top. It's a confidence. People watch you. They watch for leadership. Leaders are taught and trained. I know I've been there. You get trained when you become a leader to watch for leadership. If you made it that far, or if your place had that type of training, they teach you to look for leadership because you're not going to stay in your place either, and they know you still on the move. So while you moving forward, you need to see the next person that you would recommend because you may be in an interview when people coming in there to see who the next person is. But you got to be on the lookout beforehand. While you being that leader in your first position, you got to be on the lookout.
Listen, I get it, man. You could probably explain away everything I tell you, Mo, but I'm just telling you, man. Not one man don't got all that luck, bro. I just don't believe one man got all that luck, bro. Like favor, bro. Like I remember I got into it with my son's mom, and she had took a picture of my car and sent it to some of my old enemies, And I go to the car dealership, bro, and man, they blessed me with something I can't never get. I just told God, hey, I got to get up out of here, cause you know me, like man, just and boom, I get something that I've been trying to get for 10 years, bro, and then I just get it. I just got it, like man, just out the blue, like man, like I don't know, man, I can't explain it. I just got a lot of favor on my life, bro, like just blessed beyond measure. So I don't know what to call it. You say it's just me, and maybe you're right, but in my opinion, man, it's something bigger than me looking out for me that just got his hands on me because, just I'll be looking at my life and looking at what I be doing, and God say like the Bible say like with your eyes you'll behold the reward of the wicked, and man, like literally, bro, that's been my life. Like I get to see it, you know what I mean? Sometimes he might let it singe me, but he don't ever let it burn me up. Like that's just really been my life, man. And I ain't like out of all my brothers, like I know I was the most dangerous one. I was the one I was the shooter, you know what I mean? That was me. Like I'm the one we get in the club, soon as I'm cracking, I ain't nothing, you know what I mean? Just a wicked evil dude, bro. Like but he spared
A
death missed
product
me.
of your environment.
Death missed me. And it clipped one that didn't deserve it. Like he just shouldn't have got it. I should have got all that.
Same here, yeah, bro. Same thing.
And
With the
I don't,
same shit, bro, all the way down to the car. But I ain't gonna keep going too deep into it. But the same shit happened with me. I'm not into none of that belief shit. Same thing with my brother. Didn't deserve it. Innocent. I'm a fucking
crub ball.
Tasmanian devil, bro.
Yeah.
Like the most wicked. My mother called me the devil, literally. Like because you know what I'm saying. She think everything was me. Anything happened, that was him. He did it. That was him. Like get fucking my name up in the neighborhood because she trying to play everything on me. He did it. Out there screaming like, "Oh, my son out here fucking up." Like, yo, I ain't do that shit. Like, what the fuck is you doing? And that's creating more problems. Like, but that's how much I was in there. Like, but it's not. How does it happen? Like in your head, when you seeing some, are you actually seeing a being talking to you? Are you really sitting there like a man? Like this ain't right. Something is wrong. I need to do something different. Let me try something else. Or is there a person there? Is the God walking around? Is he
Nah,
like you?
man, I don't
There's
know, bro. Like I don't know, bro. A lot of it just come to me. I don't even be looking for it. It just comes to me. Like that's what I'm saying. It just come to me. Like I'll say a prayer. Like for instance, I used my son. Like I was couldn't see him. Man, I prayed 3 years, man. Like Lord, I just want to be a daddy. I just want a son. I just want to be a daddy. I can't be a father to the one I got. Mama won't let me see him. The court's telling me no. lost in court, like all of that. Like, and man, I prayed for a son, and next thing I know, shoot, wife get pregnant, and it's a boy. Like it's like the things I pray for, like I receive. Like when I line up with the things that the way that I know God would want, like when I pray in accordance to what how I'm supposed to be praying and doing like bro, like I don't know, like I don't know, bro, like it's something bigger than me that's blessing me. It ain't just me, bro, because all that favor don't just exist for one person. I know I hear you saying that it does and all of that, but bro, I just don't believe it, because in my experience, bro, don't nothing good never come to me, bro. Like nothing. Nothing just didn't never come, bro. Now everything good come to me. And
I
it's
thought the
been
same
the
thing
last 10
until I
years,
got
I
off my
really,
knees. I got off my knees one day and I just went, took life how it was, with nothing in my imagination. Just like, I'm just gonna deal with reality. Not nothing, anything
but see,
helping
that's
me or
what I'm
anything.
saying,
I'm
bro.
not subtracting that something could be there. I'm just saying I'm not bothering nothing. I'm about to just face life.
But
Instead of closing
when
my
that was
eyes
me,
talking to something, I'm about to
but
just deal with life
but
and
when
go
that
ahead
was
head
me,
on.
just because I still face life, but when that was me just facing life, and not looking, not on my knees, not praying, not asking God to do nothing, bro. All I was catching was hell. That's what I'm telling you. But it was when I hit my knees, that's when I found, that's when I got the peace. Like what you got without hitting your knees, that's what I got on my knees. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I don't move through this life just delusional and like, oh man, this, you know what I mean? Like, no, bro, I still work to eat. I still make sure I pay my taxes and do my money right. You know what I mean? Like, I still live in the real world. But when I hit my knees, bro, when I run up to them things I don't understand and just seem like they bigger than me, bro, like, they just get out my way sometimes. Like I rode through here with no gun, no nothing. I be seeing all the little dudes I used to shoot at and shoot at me, and dudes that said they was gonna kill me and everything. Like, man, they see me and keep it moving. Like, man, like I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know. I call it favor. I
Yeah,
don't
you
know what
now
else
you
to
got
call
me
it.
with that one. That's where I will concede.
Like, I don't have no
You
gun.
got me beat with that one.
I seen a dude. Like me and his family, bro. Like we used to be in shootouts, Mo. We used to be in like back and forth. Like every time, he didn't clip some of my homeboys. Some of my homeboys got him walking funny, man. Man, he seen me, bro, and just jumped out, man. I thought he was getting ready to have a problem, man. Man, he just was like, man, I done changed my life, brother. I just, man, what? Like, man, just, I don't know, bro. I can't explain it, man. I seen a dude the other day in the gas station I used to funk with. Man, he was like, man, you can get in front of me. Just like, bro, I don't got no gun. They see some of my homeboys and changed their life. They ran up on my brother. They shot him. They ran up on another one of my homeboys. They shot him. Like, but when it be me, like it don't even happen, bro. Like it don't. And I don't have no gun. I don't got nothing, Mo. I don't ride with nothing in my car but a Bible. That's it, bro. Like nothing, bro. Like I
You
don't
trying to
know.
set me up. This nigga trying to set me up.
I'm just
I
giving
ain't
you
doing that one.
I'm
That's
just
what,
giving
yeah,
you the
you got me
truth.
beat with that. I can't go that far.
Like,
I gotta
like,
keep playing the
That's
game.
'cause you wasn't born and raised an old king.
I gotta keep that joke.
yeah.
That
See,
joke
y'all
gotta stay
crazy,
with
man.
me.
Like, that's what I'm telling you,
That
bro.
joke gotta stay with me. I can't. I can't.
Man, hey, but see, like, I don't know, man. I go with God in a prayer, man. And I don't know. It just missed me, bro. Like, they people reaching out to me on Facebook and man want to come to my church. People I never thought would want to come to my church, and
Maybe they.
man,
Have you ever thought that it's just the fear of God or something?
maybe I don't know,
Maybe
bro.
they be scared.
Hey,
They believe that
hey,
shit too.
Hey, I don't know what they on. I know one of them is a monster though. He be out here terrorizing dudes. The whole town looking
That's
for him.
only gonna go but so far. Cause I know
So
I don't give a fuck. Even
yeah,
where I'm at right now, I already know where we was at, and if we run into each other again, we got to pick up where we left off. I
I
ain't.
get it.
It's just what it is.
I get it, bro.
I gotta go home. You know what I'm saying? I love my people and everything, but I gotta play to win. Not about to sit there and get in front of you in line. You can get in front of me, brother. I'm changed. Nope. I'm behind your ass. Like that's
Man, hey,
we
now,
ain't even
hey,
about to talk. Like it's
look,
just what it
Mo.
is. That's
I'm
it.
feeling the same way you feeling. Like, dude, what you on, bruh? Nah, you step to the side. I'll get right here, but yeah, they get out the gas station first, man. I'm like, man, they about to, nah, bruh. They kept it pushing. Like, that's what I'm telling you. Like, man, I don't know. I can't explain it, bro. Like I can't explain it. I really can't. That's why to me, like, I don't, that's why y'all can't talk me off my
We
book. I
gonna we
don't
gonna
care.
explain it for you, dog. Don't worry. Just give
I
us
can't.
that.
It don't matter. Like it don't matter what y'all point out. Like to me, God is real. Like
No, I don't. If you haven't noticed, my approach is never to talk about God. I don't really care about that topic. I only talk about what we know men wrote
yeah.
in
Well,
our
what?
history as human beings. That's it. The God I
But
can't
listen,
talk about. I
bro.
don't know the
If,
dude. I never ran into him.
hey,
Can't talk to him. Don't know nothing. It's just what you say about him and what other men say about him. But I
but
know what
listen.
these
The
men
other.
wrote.
Well,
That's
whatever
what we
them
talk
men
about.
wrote, whatever they wrote. Listen, they need to keep writing. Straight up.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
All
For
right.
me, they need to keep writing because that's it. It really did. It really did a lot for my life, bro. It really did. That's why I stand on it how I stand on it, whether I got all the answers or understand it all or don't understand it all. Like I can still stand on it because like I said at the end of the day, like I know that when I know I've never seen nobody come come and pick that up and their life ain't changed for the better. And I know what it's done for me. So that's it, man. And I know it probably don't work for everybody. Some people say prayer don't work and this don't work and that don't work. But brother, like man, if I just sit there and just really told you my testimony, bro, you'd be like, man, this nigga, man, it gotta be something. Cause it's so much, like just so much favor, bro, that I just received, bro. Like little stuff, big stuff I asked for, stuff I ain't even thought about. Like it's just like favor be looking for me, looking like call it the universe be looking on ways it could just bless me, bro. And we just blessed, like man, shoot. So I don't
Well,
know, Mo.
hey, look. But before we get off, right? I know Susan probably dozing off and shit. Uh, Tell him to help us with unifying, like this generation, before we get up out of here. Cause the nigga ain't listening to me. So you tell him like something need to happen where we just unify.
Well, I'll start
Cause
praying.
we trying everything. Yeah, pray for that shit. He ain't listening to me. Cause we got shit to do. Well, let's see how something should happen where it should just alleviate all of us of all this confusion and all of the lies and whatever the fuck the beliefs are. When it should come to one fold and we just end up on the same track and we just move forward like we know we got the power to do.
Well,
That shit should work. Our prayers should be answered. We shouldn't be in no trouble. Our kids shouldn't be kidnapped and all of this other crazy shit going on. Brothers getting locked up for nothing. The community destroying itself.
well, I believe he
My,
could do it.
Stop praying for yourself. Now
Hey, I,
use that same power you got for the people.
I believe he could do it, Mo. If anybody can do it, he can. That's
Won't he?
so. But man, I'm gonna have some of them answers for you. So you said First Samuel and the Septuagint. What else you asked me, Sue? Something about a word. Something about a word.
Oh, you
Oh,
talking about with the female?
there's no disaster. Evil. The evil word.
Yeah.
Oh, rah.
So you said First Samuel is not in the
N-
Septuagint.
Yeah, they had the Book of Samuel
Yeah,
in
I
one
can
of
do it and
the
then come back in
in
my
one of the
movement.
Septuagints,
Yeah.
and then in all of the rest of them, they left them out or
Hopefully,
fragmented them. But I
hopefully,
haven't found them. I can't
like
find them in any of the Septuagints I got. But they said it's supposed to be in two of them out of the
Now,
seven.
just
I
remind me
can't find them though.
the Septuagint, that's the Greek Old Testament, right?
Yep.
And the Vulgate is the Latin one, right?
yep.
But it's one more though. It's one more. I can't think of the
What's
name right now. It's one more. I'm gonna
the
find it
Masoretic?
though.
The
Is it the
Masoretic?
Masoretic? Ain't that the
Yeah.
ain't that
Yeah.
the other Old Testament too?
Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah. So
Masoretic. But the point is, there's multiple Septuagints. The
right.
Septuagint is the oldest. All of those other texts come after. The
Okay.
Septuagint is the oldest one. So we don't see Samuel in there. Somebody must have added it later. That's what I'm saying. That's why I picked that book specifically.
Are the Chronicles in there?
Yeah, Chronicles
Okay.
in there.
All right. Well, I'm gonna look it up, but let me get off this phone. I should have been asleep 5 hours ago, but this was good though. So, man, love you, brothers. Y'all keep building, man.
Yeah, I thought your boy A Train was coming over. I was going, yeah, that goes in with the noodles. Hurry up and put it in with the noodles.
All right, bro. Take it
All
easy.
right, y'all
Don't give
take it
me.
easy.
Peace, peace. You said A Train was coming here. I ain't got time for that.
I'm just gonna push A Train. And I saw him. A Train was in somebody else's spot instead of coming up here. He know what it is. He running.
A Train too full of shit.
Right?
He was just straight up capping that whole damn lie. We're like, what the fuck is he talking
He got off my shit, started his own shit, started talking trash.
about? We went over there and he forgot what happened. I was like, hey Trey, what the
Right.
hell was you talking about, bro? That is not how this conversation went. Like you sat there and said that the dude bowed down butt naked and said it was the tradition back then. Then he said he tried to tell us some shit that you let it like you ain't tell us that
I
shit. You
grew
just
up in it. I know what it's talking about. It's talking about his heart, and that ain't what the translation say, bro.
the soldier is saying that he's devoting his whole body, his whole mind. So he gonna strip butt naked and bow down in front of somebody. Like
Who else did that in the whole Bible?
nobody.
Nobody.
Talking about something. He still had his underwear on. What underwear? What the fuck is you talking about? Ain't no.
They didn't wear it. Jews didn't wear it at the time because when they sat down to eat, that's how they recognized who was a Jew by your undergarment. They had to see
Hey,
the
look,
circumcision.
it didn't matter anyway, because they already conceded. They said, yeah, that did happen. They used to strip butt naked to show their devotion. So when they brought up the underwear on his live, it didn't matter. You already admitted he was butt naked, and it's like a military thing. Then he tried to take it back. I ain't fucking with that shit, man.
Yeah, so yeah, they ain't probably done fucking with us. I ain't messing with them no more. Liddy's strong though. Hell, he gonna keep showing up. Who knows, bro? It's just that everybody love. They seem to be in love with this book. They don't care about the inconsistencies, who put it together, how they pushed it on the communities. They just don't know it's righteous, man. You can't judge the people because the people they weren't they weren't doing what they were supposed to do. Well, I can say the same for the 1935 to the 1945 Germany community. It's proud,
Hey, at least my pops left the shit alone. Shit.
right? My pops ain't never gonna do that.
Yo, that shit had me sized. I said, what? This nigga gotta be joking. Then he started breaking down shit. And he said, you know Titus? And this dude, I said, yup. He got it. He started going into the same shit. Cause that's how you know when somebody looked.
Mm-hmm.
Because they see the same shit, they see the same sources, they see the same illogical things that people are trying to explain in history to make it fit the timeline. And once you catch it, you can't make it up. You're going to say the same thing because you found the same thing. You tried to match it up to the claim in the book and it didn't work. And you move on to the next thing. And then it also creates a pattern. You start reading other shit and you go, well, let me check this. Because now you know where these people were at. You see people talking. You see their contemporaries. And you want to see what the talk is about. Ain't no talk there. All this talk is just happening in a book isolated in some other planet by itself. That's why that dude had to create another Earth. He said Earth 2. That's the smartest dude. That's the smartest dude we ever talked to because he created another Earth. And then I thought about it. That's what you would need because it ain't here. You got to go to another planet with that shit. We would have already found all that stuff in human history.
Yep. Wow. They're gonna get that shit right.
But yeah, we burnt out. My ass is completely burnt out.
Support staff needs to wake up. So,
He probably about to get his coffee. My ass gonna be asleep. About what?
well,
See,
Miss Fellas.
catch the rerun. But yeah, y'all, I'm about to be out, man. I'm gonna jump down.
I'm about to
I
go
don't know. I
ahead and
might.
crash
I don't know.
out.
I'm gonna be outside all day tomorrow. I already know that shit. I'll be at the
I
damn
am not.
at the pool, and then I know my ass is gonna be out just lighting shit up. Everybody's scared of fire and shit.
I'm gonna
With
be
Jesus
sitting
on their
here.
side, they got gods on their side, Jesus ancestors, but my ass don't have no beliefs, and I will walk up and set shit on fire and set it off and all that. Scaredy cats. Fuck. But yeah, I don't know. I might creep up if somebody doing something, but I'm probably gonna be out all day. But yeah, peace, y'all. Oh yeah, and I just approved of the revised version. The graphics is bomb and shit. I might put up a little picture on TikTok or some shit, but I really want to save it for YouTube. I don't even want to get no energy to TikTok. But yeah, that shit is fire. That shit is organized, good as shit. And y'all about to shit within the next what is today? I guess say next Wednesday. Yeah, I should start looking out because that's when we gonna start sending them shits out. But yeah, peace, y'all.
So we outie. Be on the lookout.
I don't think I'm going live Tuesday, Wednesday. Y'all look for us on Thursday. All right.